Chapter 171 June 15th is coming. The big one is really coming. Seeing the cooperation of the audience, Lee Han-shung couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Very good. This is the feeling you want. What is a league superstar? Kim hips and leaned back. Finally, Lee Han-shung bowed towards the audience and the camera facing him. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. My teammates and I will continue to work hard to win and will not disappoint your expectations. I hope, next time I ask you this question, my honorary title will be a little longer. A little longer. The implication of this sentence is obvious. Wrong. It can't be said to be a hint. This is almost a clear statement that he wants to win the subsequent championship. After saying this, there was once again a burst of screams from the audience, especially some female fans at the scene. The barrage is also scrolling rapidly. Others are most likely bragging when they say this. But I, Brother Han-shung, really mean what I say. Brother Han-shung, just keep winning like this. This is really the last time I believe in LPL. Originally, after the end of S5, I was completely disappointed. It was you who rekindled my hope. Just keep winning. And then win the damn S championship. Very good. Keep it up. Miller and Wawa in the commentary box also lamented. This year's top has indeed brought us too many surprises. It's easy to make people want to see how far they can go. Top's competitive state is indeed good, but the road has to be taken step by step. It is too early to talk about the World Championship. But we can firmly believe in one thing. As long as Top maintains the current momentum, they will have great hope to win the S Championship. It's only late June now, and there are still more than 3 months before the S competition will be held in October. There are at least 3 or 4 version changes in between. But one thing is for sure. Riot has made it clear after the S5 World Championship that it will not make major changes to the existing version of the game before the World Championship comes, in order to prevent the same mistakes from happening again. Mainly because before the advent of the S5 World Championship, a version of the Heavy Warrior suddenly appeared. The whole world was confused, and the version was extremely unbalanced. The captain and Tetsuo are too strong, which makes the red team naturally have 2 ban positions, which is even more outrageous than S7. Although the red team in S7 has a fixed ban of 1 skateboard shoe, S7 has 5 ban quotas, while the S5 competition only has 3 ban quotas, and version bugs will occupy 2. From this, we can see how outrageous the S5 World Championship version is. Brother Han-shung, did anyone tell me that you were so handsome during the interview? As soon as Lee Han-shung returned to the backstage lounge, Ashue greeted him with a smile and flattered him. It's okay. He's just so handsome. Lee Han-shung grinned. Loudly, this guy is really good at showing off. Candy curled his lips and looked at him with a hint of envy. The dog boy was thinking, if he could be as handsome as Lee Han-shung, maybe his girlfriend wouldn't be as indifferent to him as she is now. Even if he is the one who hangs on his girlfriend? Everyone performed well. To celebrate your winning streak in cross-group duels, we are going to have a big dinner later. Guihao waved his hand, looking very generous. As the parent company Toppo increases its investment in League of Legends, Guihao has more and more funds at his disposal. No longer like the beginning. Eating a Shaxian snack can be regarded as a reward after winning the game. On the night after the game ended, uncles and gangsters who made various revelations appeared online. Anyway, the news coming out is that the 3rd Young Master is furious in the RNG team. And there is also news that Baixing is dissatisfied with the 3rd Young Master and intends to expel the 3rd Young Master. It's normal for news like this to come out after a game. The audience also needs a bit of gossip to distract themselves from their boring pastime. After defeating RNG, Top's winning streak in the summer split has reached 11 consecutive victories. There will be another truce for about 10 days, and then it will return to the normal intergroup duel. It can be seen from the arrangement of this schedule how outrageous the Banana Project people are in setting up the esports schedule. In the long league process, nearly 20 days of off-season were forced into the game. Wouldn't it be better to put these 20 days into the off-season between the spring split and the summer split? Players can get enough rest and then play the league with peace of mind, instead of needing to slowly adjust your status during the league. After discussing with Guihao, Bayueya decided to give the team members 3 days off before returning to normal training mode. 10 days is neither long nor short. It's almost fleeting. On July 7th, after a suspension of nearly 10 days, the LPL summer season resumed. After returning to the normal intragroup duel, Top faced its first opponent, Team Snake. After the Vietnamese bandit SOFM experienced half a season, his routines gradually began to be figured out. Top's coaching staff spent a lot of time studying his game videos. Now, if this Snake team wants to win a game, it relies heavily on Sofm's jungle rhythm. Once Sofm loses its rhythm, can we expect to tank this earthbound spirit? Snake lost. Top continues to maintain its winning streak. The next opponent is IG. Not to mention IG. This team is even more outrageous than Snake. The whole team relies on Song Yijin alone. And their jungler child Yoshin's jungle ideas are particularly easy to guess. With your eyes closed, you know that the child Yushin must be ganking or counter-crouching in the middle. IG almost played openly, and Top won very easily. 12 consecutive wins. The following OMG and IM failed to cause much trouble. When playing OMG, Top once again rotated the bottom lane. And the young Ashui was educated by the peak SMLZ. The icon who is still a newcomer is a real cold person. Not a cold dish. But facing the stronger Top. Their struggles only made the game more enjoyable, and made it impossible for Top to win overwhelmingly. After defeating IM and OMG successively, Top's winning streak has reached 14 consecutive victories. In these 14 games, all are 2-0. At this time, the summer split has also entered its 9th game week, and Top will also face its penultimate opponent in the summer split, Team Newbie. Still nothing unexpected happened. Give Newbie a 2-0 game. That is to say, after playing we next week, Top's summer split journey is coming to an end, and they are also very likely to set a new league record. That is to win the league undefeated. The whole team is very happy. But, at the post-game review meeting, Bai Yueya's words made Li Hansheng ecstatic. You guys should play more Korean servers these days, and get familiar with the 6.15 version. We will use the 6.15 version for the playoffs. The 6.15 version that Li Hansheng has been thinking about for a long time. It's really coming. Chapter 172 Come. Come! That big bald man is here. August 7th. LPL welcomes the final game of the summer split. The game between Top and we is scheduled for the last game today. There are 3 games in total. The top one is to take the bus to Hongqiao Performing Arts Center starting at around 3 p.m. When all Top members came backstage, sent their equipment for official inspection, and waited for the makeup artist to apply makeup on themselves. The second game was already going on, with EDG playing against RNG. The incense pot is on. Shin's big move is to the incense pot. Xiaohu also rushes together. RNG tries to break up EDG's overall formation. Mana also quickly follows up. The puppy failed to follow the output. Scout Zed stood on the side, putting too much pressure on the puppy. In the corner of the lounge, Wawa and Miller were talking quickly about the fierce team battle between RNG and EDG. It immediately attracted the attention of all Top members. RNG and EDG are the only domestic opponents that can barely pose a threat to Top. It is good to observe the status of their competitors in advance. This time Uzi got the wheel mother, since Scout Zed stood on the side of the battlefield and refused to enter the battlefield. Uzi did not dare to act rashly. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, or if the two of them really understand each other. The repeated swings and movements of the two people actually seem to be in sync on the court. They truly made you advance and I retreat. And I pushed you forward. This wave of team battles by MLXG actually started quite well, but without Uzi to supplement the follow-up damage. EDG protected Deft, and Scout no longer forced Uzi's position, but instead handed over his skills to others in RNG. In this way, Uzi got a chance to deal damage. As a result, just a second after he walked up to A, after his teammates died, the formation instantly collapsed. Facing the opponent's impact, Uzi could only run back. But he failed to think of it, and still had a big move. A set of skills to kill him instantly. RNG finally lost this key team battle. Wow! Uzi made such a big mistake this time. Ashui kept shaking his head. Why doesn't he dare to go up to deal damage when his wheel mother has E and Flash? I think if he goes up to deal damage as soon as possible, even if he is killed by Zed later, as long as he deals damage and cooperates with his teammates, he can drop Deft instantly, even if RNG can't win the team. At worst, both sides will lose. Isn't this better than the result of 10 seconds of team fighting, 9 seconds of positioning, and 1 second of output? Hee hee. You win, Ba. Not everyone likes to be a self-destruct truck as much as you do. Ming immediately teased. What if I lose even if I rush in? If you lose, you are not as skilled as others. The ADC's duty is to deal damage. If you lose the team fight even though you have done enough damage, then you are at too great a disadvantage or you have not used it before. But if you don't do enough damage, you will most likely lose in the team fight. Ashui not to be outdone, he retorted. This is a question involving personal game philosophy. Okay. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Li Hanxing interrupted the two of them. Uzi obviously played too many 4-garant and 1-hit. And the game style has been formed. ADC players who have too many 4 guarantees and 1-hit will be more careful about their lives. After all, as the only person who consumes resources in a team, he is also the only main output point in the team. If he dies hastily, the team as a whole will collapse. You can't say there's anything wrong with that. After all, in the traditional concept, the requirement of all ADCs is to save their lives first, and then talk about output. Because only those who are alive can talk about output. Ashue's game concept is obviously not consistent with traditional concepts. His concept is to save his life, which is not to say that he doesn't save his life at all. But compared to other people who have to avoid any skills, Ashue sometimes doesn't mind taking advantage of the opponent's skills in exchange for better output opportunities. But this style of play is very demanding on Ashue's on-the-spot state during the game. After all, it requires absolute concentration to ensure that he can calculate the damage well and observe how the opponent's skills are performing. Make the right choice in a chaotic team battle. Therefore, Ashue's performance on the field depends purely on his condition. When he is not in good condition, he transforms into Q Dirty Dancing. When he is in good condition, he is like, damn, Bing. At the same time, Ashue is not suitable for playing 4 Guarantee 1. His 4 Guarantee 1 is often more like starting a group fight by himself to ensure that his teammates can harvest. But there is one advantage to his playing style based on this concept. The damage conversion rate is extremely high as 3 or 4 floors. Incheon 3C are all damage monsters. The intuitive data on the field is not good, but the actual damage is very high. What's even more interesting is that Ashue doesn't care much about economy. He is the same type of person as Song Yijin. Other people's ADCs are crazy about harvesting map resources in the middle of the game. I want them all in the jungle and in the army line. But Ashue doesn't use resources at all in the midterm. So some of his data are ugly, such as pressing the knife in the 15th or 20th minute. The economy of the opponent is poor, and the number of last hits is not good. One is Ashue, and the other is Song Yijin. This is also the reason why Peak IG can play 3-core or even 4-core tactics. Because these damage monsters deal damage that is only available in cores. But they do not need to consume as many resources as real cores. Indeed. Gao Dui nodded. I also think there is nothing wrong with what Jiekwa said. Uzi has E and Flash here, so it is impossible for him to be killed immediately. As long as he supplements the output of the first wave, RNG may not be able to. You will lose this team battle. It's still not in place. Candy shrugged. What do RNG think about forming a Galaxy battleship? Don't you know that the last generation of Galaxy battleship in LPL ended up with a split in the middle and jungle? And a complete disintegration? If you want traffic, Uzi's traffic is so high, and Uzi himself is not good at it. It can be regarded as improving the paper strength of the lineup. But in a competitive field, you can't just look at paper strength. Lu Mao also came over to interject. Team competition itself is not a simple 1+1+1 problem. It also involves a chemical reaction. Players are not products on the assembly line. Everyone has their own unique style of play. Only when the 5 players can integrate each other's playing styles on the court can a good chemical reaction be formed. Otherwise, there will be situations where the running in is not enough and they are incompatible with each other. Looking at it now, Mata's roaming style and Uzi's landing suppression are obviously an irreconcilable contradiction and are destined to be incompatible. Their opponent, EDG, is a good example. EDG has a complete team system. Scout only needs to play the role of a thug and perform his best operations. This is also one of the reasons why the EDG system can be successful, which is to allow Korean players to only play a simple role as a thug in the team. Of course, Scout's excellent Chinese skills even make him better than Pawn when it comes to cooperating with the factory director in the middle and jungle. The only thing he is worse than Pawn currently is his competition experience. All top members also continue to watch the game ahead. After EDG took the first game, they lost the second game. The reason is that the Looper's echo cannot be dealt with. The Looper fully plays the role of a troublemaker in team battles, and puts enough pressure on the wing to make EDG lose sight of one thing. But even so, EDG still almost made a comeback. But in the end, they failed because of their huge disadvantage. In the final decider, EDG relied on better team coordination to win with a score of 2-1. This is very painful for the top team members. 2-1 in 2 consecutive games. The game pace in S6 was not fast yet. And it was almost 9 o'clock when Top came on the field. You know, They have been hungry all afternoon until now. I'm so hungry, Imp complained dissatisfiedly. Pear, I'll wait. Please be more serious. We guys, hurry up and end the fight. I want to eat. After you said that, I seem to be very hungry. Candy touched his stomach. Some things just don't get talked about. And people are easily affected by the surrounding environment. At first, no one took it seriously. After all, starvation is a common thing. But when Imp took the lead and shouted, everyone was also inspired. When the director showed a close-up shot of the top players, you could see that they all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't look like the mental outlook that a team with 15 consecutive victories should have. Those who didn't know thought they were about to usher in the league's first game today. 16 consecutive losses. The facial expressions of the top team members are a bit off, Miller teased. Maybe they are tired from waiting backstage for too long? It's possible. Wawa nodded in agreement. Brother, think about the three of us. If the game is over, we will definitely go to eat as soon as possible. Right. Nothing wrong. Wang Lao agreed instantly. And then, he couldn't help but gloated. We is unlucky today. They encountered a top with full firepower. Ha ha ha. Everyone leads the villain. Right? Gui gui. Suddenly I saw Shumbao looking so serious. There is a handsome guy. Whoa, yeah. Why is Luan's screen so dirty? I have to lick it clean quickly. Are you sure the screen is dirty? We really don't know what kind of top they are about to face. After a while of debugging, both sides quickly entered the game. At present, the 6.15 version update has just been logged into the Korean server. The domestic version is still using the 6.14 version. And the most eye-catching hero in the 6.14 version. There is no one better than Rise, who has gone through his second redo. That's right. The Rise after this redesign is the Rise that Li Hansheng is familiar with. But it's much better than before Li Hansheng traveled through time. W can imprison the opponent directly for 1 second. And EW can imprison the opponent for 2 seconds. After Q triggers the overload state, in addition to gaining extra movement speed, it can also gain a layer of shield to cooperate with the Archangel shield, allowing Rises the operation is full immediately after it goes online. The ultimate move can now be used in conjunction with Golden Body. At the same time, the effect of Rise's refreshing skills in the second version is still there. When using W and E skills, QCD will be directly refreshed. Highlight a powerful one. I don't know if it was to prepare for the playoffs, but we did not choose to block Rise, but release this hero. Then Top smiled and accepted this hero. Then he pushed Rise onto the road. In the end, the lineups of both sides were locked. Top is on the blue side, and we is on the red side. Top lane, Rise versus Echo. Jungler, Centaur versus Excavator. Mid lane, Ice Girl versus Karma. Bottom lane, Easy plus Brown versus Wheel Mom plus Bullhead. We has a 4 guarantee 1 system that they are used to, with the double Mom combination driving team battles. However, the top team is still more proactive in the early stage. Both Rise and Ice Girl have control, so they can fight against each other in the lane. Gank. And this will also be the first time Rise appears in the LPL arena after his redesign. And it is again directed by Noob. You can see how Noob's use of the new version of Rise is different from others. In terms of talent, Li Hansheng naturally chose Storm Knight Surge, which can be used to enhance Rise's mobility. No matter how he redoes it, Rise's shortcomings of short hands still exist. In the first version, Rise is a Fatten type item. It doesn't matter if you have shorter hands and can use AoE skills. But starting from the second edition, Rise has been purely based on the idea of AP equipment. Without a solid body, he cannot use skills at will. Increasing flexibility is a way to protect himself. And Rise himself doesn't lack for output. Both sides have no intention of changing lanes. In the announcement of version 6.15 of the Korean server not long ago, everyone must have seen that the lane-changing game will truly become history in the future, Miller said with a smile. This is a heavy burden for the LCK. A blow. And it's good news for our division. Especially Top. Everyone knows that Top is very strong in laning. Normal laning can allow Top to perform better. That's right. Wang Lauer nodded. Although everyone has criticized Riot's version update, I think Riot has done nothing wrong this time. From the perspective of the audience, the lane change game is really a cancer. Dull. And ugly. Wang Lauer's words made all the audience nod in agreement. This is not to say that the line-changing game is not good. In fact, the line-changing game can better test the overall strength of a team. The essence of a lane-changing game is to avoid lanes. Without lanes, What is the difference between League of Legends and Heroes of the Storm? To borrow the words of the players, Heroes of the Storm is good at everything. It just isn't fun. Why does it give people such a feeling? Because there is no landing. Landing is the time when a player's personal strength can best be shown. And it is also the time when his personal hero can best be reflected. Although MOBA games are team competitions, you cannot give up individual heroism. Heroes of the Storm is so team-based that individual performance cannot make up for the lack of the team, and cannot turn the tide of the battle through individual abilities. Riot naturally doesn't want League of Legends to become like that. But in order to pursue victory, professional teams will instinctively choose the playstyle with the highest winning rate. So, Riot can only forcefully end the line-changing game through physical means such as patches. Don't like laning? Right? Like to play lane-switching games? Just go to the laning line honestly. Professional players can't go against the meta. It's okay if you occasionally go against the meta and choose a few heroes. But this kind of game mechanism involves defense towers and wild areas. No one can reverse the version. Even Li Hansheng couldn't do it by hanging on the wall. After all, no matter how you cheat, plugins can't help you modify the League of Legends game code. Right? Our playoff version will use 6.15. And then we will be able to see the impact of the version. But now let us focus on the game. As the baby's voice fell, Li Hansheng has followed the troops to the top lane, indicating that the landing phase will officially enter. Chapter 173 Thousand-Handed Arhut. Single kill in details. 957 played very cautiously from the beginning. He did not choose to use Q to forcefully clear the line, but waited patiently behind. Wait until the 3 melee minions are reduced to residual health before throwing out Q, time curler. To put it bluntly, I don't want to exchange blood with Li Hansheng, as long as I maintain my own health line. Even if Li Hansheng calls the jungler level 3 to hit the road, he can't do it. After all, the damage of Ryze plus Centaur is not enough to kill Echo from the tower. 957's experience is actually similar to that of Marin. He only came into contact with the LPL career after graduating from college. As an older player, maybe he is not as good as young people at the level of detailed operations, and his hand speed is not as fast as young people. But he has all the advantages of an older player. He is stable, and has a good view of the overall situation. So he is the most difficult link in this WE 2.0 team to break through, and the most stable point in the team. Moreover, the past 2 years of S6 and S7 can be regarded as the peak of 957's career. It can be said that he is the top blue-collar player in the LPL. It's a bit difficult to break through a player like this in the lane, and most people really don't have much else to do. But he was facing Li Hansheng. It's Li Hansheng whose operational ability has reached 97 points. Echo's Q looks very far away, but it's actually not that far away. Li Hansheng gave up on replenishing troops and directly played A to draw. Followed by W, Rune Imprisonment. Echo was immediately imprisoned in place. Ryze took a step forward and then played to draw A again. At this time, the 1-second confinement time had just ended. Echo pulled back, and Ryze's third flat A had been fired, just in time to trigger Storm Knight's Surge. Li Hansheng directly carried the damage of 3 long-range soldiers and knocked Corrosive Potion, and used his super-fast movement speed to forcefully chase Ike and level it twice before stopping the pursuit. As a result, Echo lost 40% of his health. TSK. That's great. Li Hansheng couldn't help but sigh as he escaped into the grass to escape the hatred of the soldiers. Ryze W is a version that can directly imprison the enemy. If you learn W at level 1 and exchange blood, you will be basically invincible. You will lose 1 minion in exchange for 40% of the opponent's health. Li Hansheng would never refuse this kind of transaction 10,000 times. It's so fierce. Isn't this too decisive? A helpless smile appeared on 957's face. He had been very careful, but Li Hansheng still got the chance to forcefully consume him. Just when the 3 ranged soldiers were still running out of health, Li Hansheng stood on the side and planned to recreate the scene. As long as Echo at level 1 uses Q to replenish troops, he will definitely be chased by Ryze with AWA, unless Echo uses Q to slow down Ryze or force Ryze to move, making Ryze unable to pursue. But then, there would be no way to replenish troops. 957's thinking adjusted very quickly. This time he held Q firmly in his hands, and stood at an extreme position to gain experience. Without seeking to replenish troops, the intention is clear. I don't have to replenish the soldiers. I just want to stabilize my blood volume and gain experience. Looking at the 957, which barely integrates with the road, Li Hansheng just wanted to sigh. He is really too stable. He simply no longer controls the line. but actively pushes the line. Excavator plus Echo doesn't pose much of a threat to Rise with Wind Rider, like him. The main thing is that in the current version, as long as Rise reaches level 3, he has 3 small skills. He can use E and W to superimpose the passive, Rune Charge, of the Q skill, and then use Q to directly trigger 2 layers of Rune, with the double movement speed bonus of Wind Rider, plus triggering 2 layers of Rune. There is no long-term stable hard control, and simple deceleration will not work. After all, Wind Rider will not only provide 40% movement speed, but also give you a 75% deceleration toughness bonus, even if it has acceleration. This version also has a shield. Just highlight one strong point. But once the military line was pushed under the tower by Li Han, 957 found himself even more uncomfortable. Echo is in close combat, and adding troops under the tower will give Rise a chance to consume him. Li Han Sheng will not show mercy to him. It's just Echo Walk. The current skill damage is not too high, but the problem is that Echo's blood volume cannot withstand such consumption. Wu Shuang saw the situation on the road and took the initiative to speak. Brother Leg, can you withstand the road? 957 opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, so he could only turn his head and give him a look. Wu Shuang could understand everything from his expression and eyes. My question seems to be a bit NT. Which LPL top laner can withstand Li Han Sheng? But he doesn't want to go on the road. Echo himself is not very good at cooperating with the jungle. When professional teams choose Echo as top laner, they basically treat their own top laner as an orphan and let him fend for himself. After all, the hero Echo can play alone. But this is the case on the road. Echo is in poor condition, and his troops are still under the defensive tower. The troops will definitely go up the road and jump over the tower. I'll do the reverse squat later. That's right. Anti-squat. The early bursts of Rise and Centaur are not very high. When Echo is overrun, just put a W on the spot. The shield provided by W will most likely not be overrun. The excavator brushed all the way up, and so did the people and horses. From a god's perspective, the progress of both sides is actually quite different. After reaching level 3, the men and horses rushed directly to the road. After the excavator finished the red buff, he used E to quickly enter the stone man's camp and continue to clear the jungle. Pulling the stone man to the side of the grass does not affect him from squatting. The excavator is squatting behind you. Top doesn't seem to notice. Is Candy going to jump over the tower? The doll's voice suddenly increased. The men and horses started sprinting, and after walking out of the grass, they activated E. Top decided to jump over the tower. 957 soon saw the fast-moving men and horses rushing toward him under the defense tower. He squatted down considering that the excavator was behind him. Therefore, Ike immediately stood under the tower without pulling back, and put down W, time interlace, under his feet, waiting for the force field to be triggered by him. Nearly 2/3 of his health was the capital he dared to seduce under the tower. The excavator also used W to get back into the ground immediately, not even taking care of the stone man who had lost his health. But the problem is that the excavator level 1 he has a CD of more than 20 seconds, and it is still cooling down, so it is impossible to support it under the tower immediately. At this time, the centaur had already raised its hooves and kicked towards Ike, and then waved the war blade in its hand to hit A and then Q rampage, launching a set of small bursts of its own. Ike, who succeeded in seducing, also used his backhand to draw A and then Q, and then tried to use E to widen the distance. But Rise didn't give him this chance. While operating, Li Han Sheng did not forget to remind Candy, Xiang Renjie, just leave the tower and stop resisting the tower. After hearing this, the men and horses immediately retreated outside the tower after firing a flat A. The excavator successfully counter-crouched to help Ike avoid this wave of Why did Ike die? The doll exclaimed. It seems that the force field failed to be triggered by the last bit, and Ike failed to obtain the shield. Miller looked at it very carefully, but he knew why. Who dealt such high damage? On the screen, Rise's arms were seen swinging around. Ike, who originally wanted to resist the damage, immediately flashed back when he saw such a terrifying explosion. But Rise's last shot was already shot. This flash also turned into an embarrassing death flash. First blood, 957 and Wu Shuang, who arrived late, both looked stunned. Rise was stunned and killed him. Director, can you slow down the play? I saw Rise's hand swinging back and forth, like a thousand-handed arhut, but I didn't understand the combo at all. Wang Lauer motioned to the director to slow down the play. The director is also very good. The single kill shot was cut out immediately, and played in slow motion for everyone to see. Only then did everyone see Li Hanqing's combo clearly. Akoiyaka. After Ping A started his hand, he used his Q to cancel the basic attack back swing. At this time, the cavalry had just kicked Echo in the face. Then, just as Echo was about to use E to distance him, an AW stopped him in place. Then AEQ, within the second when Ike was controlled, produced the highest theoretical explosion in the newly redesigned Rise. The damage increasing effect of the Q skill is not on the ultimate, but on the E. If the target is killed by Rise first, Q hitting the target can cause extra damage. The level 1 E is 40% extra, and the full level provides 100% extra damage. Therefore, this version of Rise's points are also given priority. E. Because clicking E is equivalent to increasing the damage of both E and Q skills at the same time. And clicking E can quickly clear troops. Because the Q skill has a constant CD of 6 seconds. The E skill has a constant CD of 2.25 seconds. And the W skill increases the CD. But it is not important. The E skill is the most awesome when it can bring additional amplification effects to 3 small skills. Li Hanqing did not use EW combos in pursuit of control, but instead used EQ combos, striving to deal the highest damage to kill Echo instantly. Because there is no shortage of control in this wave. When the Centaur's E skill kicks someone up, it will knock them back, which is considered a small displacement. If Ike didn't flash to save his life at this time, he would lose his only chance of escape. What am I doing? Wang Lauer was almost dumbfounded after watching this wave of operations, and was immediately stunned. The basic attack was perfectly interspersed into the skill connection process, and no output was wasted. How did Noob manage to intersperse basic attacks during the skill release process so smoothly? Miller was also dumbfounded. Also, 957 obviously misjudged Rise's damage, causing him to surrender. Flash of death. It's impossible to see clearly at normal speeds, and only slow motion can reveal these details. Brother Hansheng's hand speed can only be developed after being single for 18 years. Will Kayotaka cry when you read it? This hand speed. I can't even imagine who will become his girlfriend after this speed. It's so outrageous. Rise, the B hero, is still so awesome no matter how he redos it. Right? He. Do you know the name of the CEO of Riot Games? Which designer would dare to make Rise look like trash? Fire you in a minute. What the HL? Why did Laoli get so much damage? Not to mention the people watching the game. Candy. 957. Wu Shuang and others who were playing on the field were also stunned by Li Hanqing's extreme damage show. After all, the 3 of them calculated the damage and felt that they could not kill Ike immediately. Ike could step on the force field to gain a shield. But Li Hanqing was stunned and beat Ike to death. Can't you understand? Li Hanqing smiled. It's okay if you can't understand. TCH. It's your turn to show off. Candy curled his lips disdainfully. The simplest criterion for measuring how well a player plays the hero Rise is to see whether Rise can smoothly intersperse basic attacks during the skill transition process. In the early landing stage, even for mages, the main source of damage comes from basic attacks. Some Rise does no damage at all in the early stage, while some Rise can kill alone in the early stage. The difference is that ordinary players' Rise has no normal attack damage in the early stage, while top Rise players have normal attack damage in the early stage. Get first blood. After returning home, Li Hanqing directly took out Tears of the Goddess. If this noob releases the goddess so early, then his Seraph will probably come out very early, and the strong period will come early. The main thing is that Echo has no flash. Although this hero is very flexible, the lack of key flash will undoubtedly make him the next point of attack for top. The pace of the professional arena generally accelerates with the use of summoner skills. After all, without a key skill like flash, the success rate of ganking in the jungle will be greatly improved, and Echo's own operating space will also be greatly reduced. The first wave of confrontation in Winnow was very lively, but the rest of the road was really uneventful, mainly unable to fight. Ice Girl and Karma in the middle can only fight each other, and neither can do anything to the other. Both sides lack enough damage, and both push lanes very quickly. The same goes for the bot lane. Wheel Mom has an advantage in playing easy, but WE's support is Nyoto, and Nyoto is countered by Brown. In the 2v2 situation, top even has an advantage. After all, the jungler is the only one who can break the deadlock on the court. The gap in jungle experience between the two sides is clearly reflected. Candy still needs more experience on the court, and Wu Shuang failed to adapt to the rhythm of the game well. What is the biggest difference between jungler position and professional competition for players in the jungle position? Frequency of blood transfusion. Even someone as fierce as Li Hansheng will not be as unrestrained as in the passerby game when playing games, and will be restrained to a certain extent. As the frequency of online blood exchanges decreases, and both parties remain in a relatively healthy state, the jungler's gank success rate will drop significantly. This is why many junglers, who can catch people in the pub game, are as easy as clearing the jungle. When they reach the professional level, it will be extremely uncomfortable on the field. Away! Let's do a wave in the middle! Okay! The midfielders have been working together for nearly a season, and the tacit understanding between them needs no words. In just a few words, they already have a common plan. The main reason is that Li Hansheng saw the excavator in the field of vision arranged on the top road, and Wishwang seemed to be counter-crouching to prevent Ike from being bypassed and ganked again. Because the troop line in the top lane is very poor, Echo died under the defense tower before. As a result, the top lane is the pushback line of top. Echo, who has no flash, must use his skills to force forward the troop line to reset the troop line. This is bound to happen. Positioning forward is too risky without flash. Therefore, to be on the safe side, 957 called his own jungler over to cover himself and clear the line. After knowing the position of the opponent's jungler, Candy immediately had a clear idea in his mind, and he happened to see Kalma in the middle wanting to push the lane home. Come straight to the middle right away. Gao Dui's appropriate retreat also confused Xia, allowing him to step forward to draw A and forcefully clear the troops. When he saw the Ice Girl throwing it in his face, Xia immediately shielded himself and tried to distance himself. But Gao Dui used W, Ring of Frost, at the extreme distance to imprison him in place. Xia used a backhand W to chain the Ice Girl. But the next second, people and horses came out from the side, which was beyond his expectation. Fortunately, the period of confinement of Ice Girl W was not too long. When the men and horses approached her, Xia decisively flashed and ran back. And the second phase of W's imprisonment also kept Ice Girl in place. The problem is, Ice Girl also hit AQ immediately and slowed him down. Although Karma surrendered the flash, he was unable to distance himself from the men and horses as he was being slowed down. The men and horses were not sprinting, but they had 3-speed shoes and E, so they forcefully went around behind Karma and kicked him back. The Ice Girl also followed after the confinement was lifted. In the end, Karma was chased to death in the defense tower. Candy's rhythm is perfect, Miller shouted excitedly. This game has always been controlled by Top's rhythm. We need to be careful. If they are caught so easily again, they will experience waves of ferocious attacks from Top. The words just finished here. The prompt to kill came again on the road, while attracting everyone's attention in the middle lane. Li Hansheng on the top lane also completed a wave of solo kills. Oh? Wawa was stunned. When did you get a solo kill on the road? After waiting for a while, the director edited out the single kill shot and replayed it so that the audience could see the entire process of the single kill on the road. It's actually really easy. While Echo was pushing the line, Rise took the opportunity to hit him, and his health was a bit low. But for Echo, the line of troops must be pushed forward. Otherwise it will be difficult for him to even gain experience if Rise controls the line. 957 is also very cautious. He predicted that he would place a west on the road where Rise was chasing him. And then he stepped forward and used his skills to clear the troops. Once Rise tried to chase him, he only needed to use E to stun Rise in the force field, and then distance himself. He underestimated Li Hansheng's decisiveness. Li Hansheng immediately flashed the circle force field of Ike's W. 957's temporary response was actually very fast. He immediately adjusted his position through E, allowing the Q to fly back to deal damage, then put his face into Li Hansheng's face, made up a shot to draw A, and then quickly hit 3 rings to try to distance himself. But Rise had already triggered the acceleration effect of Wind Rider, and he was chasing Ike all the way to level A. Wait until the E skill CD is ready. Directly Ikwaka. Judging from the combo sequence, it seems to be an EQ combo, but it is actually an EW combo that is triggered, imprisoning Ike for 2 seconds, because Rise's W is a straight shot, and Q has a flying distance. When the two are not face-to-face with each other, using this combo can steal 1 more Q's damage than a direct EW combo. It was still a perfect wave of damage calculation, killing Ike directly. The top fans at the scene screamed when they saw the scene. Chapter 174 Golden Body Driving. Perfect ending. Nima? Why do I feel that Rise after the redesign is more terrifying than Rise in the previous version? Now we can announce that in the future, in addition to Jace, there will be 1 more Rise to buy a house in the banned position. Who dares to give Rise to brother Han Sheng? Congratulations to Ruiz on acquiring a banned Seaview room. I remember that Riot's other president wasn't named Tryndamere? They are both presidents. Why is Rise so awesome? And Barbarian King is just like an NT? In fact, neither the commentators nor the audience noticed it. The most detailed point of Li Hansheng's operation. That is to use the EQ-WQ combo to steal the damage of a Q overload. Rise's Q is a non-directional skill, so it requires a certain amount of anticipation when releasing it. EQ-WQ is a set of combos with higher damage in theory. But this set of combos has a flaw. That is, the first Q played before the immobilization effect of W confinement takes effect may be dodged. So you need to predict it first. This also reflects Li Hansheng's absolute confidence. Mine. This wave was a real one kill. 957 touched his nose in embarrassment and quickly apologized to his teammates. Some people will turn into pressure guys when they are single killed or at a disadvantage in the line, madly delivering negative energy to their teammates. 957 is obviously not this type. He even made a little joke to liven up the team atmosphere. I feel that if we face top in the future, Ruiz and Jess can just ban the purchase of a house. Okay? Let them like to propose a Seaview house. Ha! Don't worry, brother Legs. I will come to help you later. Wuxuan also laughed. In fact, he was the one who should be embarrassed the most. If the team has no rhythm in the early stage, or even falls into a disadvantage, then the jungler is most likely to be blamed. Watching Candy get kills in 2 consecutive gank attacks. Yet he was still wandering around the jungle like a headless fly, winning the number of steps on WeChat. Take your time. The worst is to lose. Xia also spoke to liven up the atmosphere. The opponent is top. Is it embarrassing to lose to top? It's not embarrassing. Really. In addition to EDG and RNG, teams that can barely pose a certain threat to top will compete with top. When other LPL teams face top, they were basically flat. There is no shame in losing to top. Another kill was scored, and Li Hansheng quickly pushed the line of troops through. EQ. The spell surge instantly spreads to the surrounding minions, and then AQ smashes over, dealing spell critical damage, while also spreading the Q's damage to all minions. Cool! The 2 most enjoyable heroes for clearing troops in League of Legends are Wheel Mom and Rise. Both heroes are bouncy. The current version of Wheel Mom's W has no limit on the number of ejections. Theoretically, if the minions are lined up in a line with close spacing, Wheel Mom's W can bounce from the red square spring to the blue square spring, and Rise's mindlessly throwing E will spread, spell surge, and then using Q to stop the troops is very refreshing. After clearing the troops, Li Hansheng returned to the city quickly, thanks to the changes in mage equipment in version 6.9. The price of the lunchbox was reduced from 1,200 yuan to 1,100 yuan. Li Hansheng just had enough money to buy the lunchbox after he returned home. Thus, he also has 2 of Rise's early magic items. The lunchbox combined with Tears of the Goddess provides enough mana for Rise to use skills frequently. And due to the passive effect of the lunchbox, the mana consumed will be converted to restore health in a certain proportion. Once these 2 pieces of equipment are obtained, it is no exaggeration to say that they are online perpetual motion machines. Although these 2 equipments have less than 1 point of AP, the damage increase to Rise is real. After all, the effect that all skills in Rise's passive skill, Arcane Specialization, will enjoy the mana damage bonus has not changed. And now there is an additional effect. Every 100 AP points will increase Rise's maximum mana by 5%. The active effect Shield of Seraph and the shield obtained by Rise Q after consuming 2 rune are both calculated as a percentage of Rise's maximum mana. Highlight an outrageous one. Seraph's Embrace is a mage equipment, but not many mages actually use this equipment. It seems that this equipment is tailor-made for Rise. It's hard to find another hero that fits this piece of equipment as perfectly as Rise. His own stats, mechanics, and strength are very high, and with such perfectly compatible equipment, Rise cannot be weak even if he wants to. But W's counterattack came quickly. Xie and Wuxuan launched a wave of mid-jungle collaboration. Even if they were caught to death once in the early stage, Karma's mechanism and values are here. If you go to the middle and use magic and equipment, an arc you can easily clear out the long-range soldiers, and also main the melee soldiers. If Ice Girl wants to clear the line quickly, she has to use all 3 skills of QWE. Thus, the gap is reflected in the map running ability. Karma uses his E skill to quickly support him in the bottom lane. And the Excavator also comes with him. The attributes of the Bullhead's stronger offensive ability are reflected in this. As a veteran, Zero's reaction and hand speed may have declined, But it's always better to be older. And the older he is, the more experience he has. Just like if you pat a girl on the butt, she will look back at you with a blank look on her face. And even complain in a petulant way that the pat hurts me. But the older girl will look back at you and smile. When she smiles, you will notice that she has adjusted her posture. With the help of minions, Nyoto used a beautiful WQ flash to predict the position of Easy behind E. This is probably a problem that everyone has when playing heroes with displacement skills. Even Gu Shungbin is no exception. That is to always think about saving flash. After all, why should I hand over precious flash when I have displacement? Zero exploits this psychology. Easy was knocked into the air. Lu Mao instinctively wanted to save him at this time. So he jumped onto Easy's face with W, and opened the shield with E to try to help Gu Shungbin block the damage. But Wei is too decisive this time. The excavator directly E+ flashed Easy and flew it into the air the moment it landed, without giving Easy a chance to flash. Will Mom also flashed directly to the side, bypassing Brahm's shield AQW to output. Karma's Q at an oblique angle just bypassed Brown. Even though the Easy in the air has handed over the healing technique, the ignition attached to the bull's head in advance has a serious injury effect. We gathered the strength of 4 people and forcibly dropped Easy instantly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Braun quickly ran back, but was forced to flash. Beautiful! W's attack is very decisive. Before Miller could finish his words, the kill sound sounded again on the road. It turned out that Ice Girl had already arrived on the top lane. Echo, who had been killed twice in the top lane, was seriously behind in level. He was not even level 6 yet. He had no ultimate move. He was controlled by Ice Girl and Rise, and was held to death under the tower. Unable to move. Pass. When we tried to take down the tower, people and horses came to support them. They cooperated with Braun to clear the troops under the tower, and were not afraid of W's 4 people at all. No way. The Centaur has reached level 6. With a big move in hand. And Brahm's skill CD is probably about to improve. W's lineup doesn't have the ability to explode instantly. And the bullhead has not reached level 6. It cannot resist towers without a big move. With no hope of pushing down the tower, they had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, they still had the first dragon to grab. But this way, Rise cooperated with Ice Girl to kill Ike, and also consumed a wave of defense tower health. Li Hansheng smoothly cleared the upper half of W's jungle area. Those who say top can't operate should really take a look. Top stop loss is really not inferior to those of the top Korean teams. Miller couldn't help but sigh. Indeed. If we moves first, even if Wei Shen goes to the bottom lane with Xia, he can't prevent the death of his own bottom lane. He can only defend under the tower. But it's different if he goes to the top lane to gank. The worst outcome was that we killed Easy and took down Xiaolong. Top was stunned by a wave of Ice Maidens roaming and forcibly stopped the loss. It became a head swap between the two sides. Although we won a small dragon, Top also lost half of their jungle. From an economic perspective, Top actually made a little more money, especially considering that the first dragon in this game is the Wind Dragon. I feel that we will not make any money. After all, if we really want to make a careful calculation, Top's top lane is divided equally between 2 people, experience and economy, while W's bottom lane is divided between 4 people, which is a bigger loss in the first place. The attributes of the Wind Dragon have no substantial impact on combat effectiveness. This kind of scene is often seen with teams like SKT. In terms of stop-loss behavior after falling into a disadvantage, SKT is really perfect, mainly because their minds are clear. Faker will never blindly follow the rhythm of the opponent's mid laner when his team is at a disadvantage, and will steadily maintain his own rhythm, because when you are already at a disadvantage, it is not wise to forcefully confront others. On the contrary, are you going to mess with me? Then I'll put you on the road. Even if you don't get any kills, your top lane development will be stagnant, although there may still be a slight loss. At least it will not allow the other party to easily expand its advantage and make the economic snowball grow infinitely. Keeping the gap between the two sides within a reasonable range is the basic condition for a comeback in a disadvantaged game. And this wave like Top is even more outrageous, because from an economic perspective, Top is indeed making money. We, which took the initiative, suffered losses. This kind of game is actually the norm when LPL teams face LCK teams in recent years. I saw that the LPL teams played very proactively in the early stage and won a lot of kills. But they just couldn't widen the gap and couldn't establish a victory. In fact, it's because the LCK team's stop-loss and resource replacement strategies for disadvantages are too sloppy. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng naturally understands the importance of operational capabilities for a team. Although Riot has been weakening operations, operations are an indispensable ability for a team. Just like Peak IG, they claim to fight all the way to win the championship. But does IG not have operations? It's just their reckless nature that makes everyone ignore some of their operational behaviors during the game. Certainly, it is also not advisable to pursue the ultimate operation like LCK. It is not advisable to blindly operate and try to avoid direct confrontation. In the perfect balance between fighting and operation, making trade-offs is the way to go. You need to be able to fight as well as operate. After all, the two are essentially incompatible. Noob led the line very deep and has arrived in front of the Highland Tower in W's bottom lane. He doesn't seem to be aware of the danger. Wei is approaching him again. Li Hansheng followed the military line forward and seemed not to worry about being surrounded at all. Aren't you leaving yet? The Wei people have disappeared from the map for so long. Noob should be alert. Miller frowned. Maybe he wants to show off his skills. Wawa laughed and teased. With the character of Noob, he can do such a thing. And his equipment is also very luxurious. Such as time, Central Asia, Seraph, etc. All the equipment is available. That's not the case. This equipment can't do 1v5. Right. Miller still thinks it's impossible. From God's perspective, W's 5 players are indeed approaching the bottom lane. The Excavator and Yo2 circle back, and the other 3 take the front. And when Li Hansheng saw the 3 people in front of him, he still didn't hand over his skills immediately. Whoa! Jiao De Zhao should be able to move by now. Why doesn't Noob move? The 5 people from Wei have completely surrounded Li Hansheng, and he can't escape even with his wings. But the other side, the 4 top people have already headed to Dalong Pit as a group. I understand. Noob let himself be used as human bait to seduce Wei to arrest him, and then let his teammates get the Baron buff. Miller felt that he had understood Li Hansheng's thoughts and shouted excitedly. We obviously think so too. But they don't really care. Li Hansheng's Rise is a very fat man. If he helps Will Mom win the final bounty, and allows Will Mom to quickly make a 3-piece set. So even if Top gets the Baron buff, the wheel clearing ability can delay the game infinitely to the later stage. As long as Top's strong period is delayed, we can seek hope of a comeback. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If I keep my shield, he won't do enough damage. In the team voice chat, Xia was reminding his teammates loudly. The Karma equipped by the Magician has a high shield value, and the Wheel Mother also has a magic shield. So it is unlikely to be killed instantly. Mystic's positioning is very arrogant. As soon as the ultimate move was launched, he followed his teammates and rushed towards Li Hansheng's face. Seeing that the 5 people from Wei were about to get close to him, Li Hansheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and activated R, Warpath Jump, directly. And a blue circle suddenly appeared under Rise's feet. Although Rise has just been redesigned, everyone in Wei obviously knows the effect of Rise's ultimate move. This is also the biggest difference between this version of Rise and the previous 2 versions of Rise. In the previous 2 versions of Rise, the effect of his ultimate move is quite different. Both of them allow Rise's single target skills to cause AoE damage, and gain additional movement speed and spell blood-sucking effects, which directly improve Rise's combat effectiveness. But after redoing it this time, Rise's ultimate move no longer provides any damage. It is a purely functional skill. Group teleportation. All friendly units within the range of the ultimate move can be teleported away together. But there is no solution at all. As long as you use control to control Rise, you can interrupt the teleportation effect of the ultimate move and Rise will be left behind. In desperation, Zero and Wushuang had no time to communicate, and saw that the chanting of Rise's ultimate move was about to end. The 2 of them handed over Flash in unison, trying to force Rise to stay. Li Hansheng faced the 2 of them, but he calmly threw AQ forward. And then, there was a ding. The moment when the golden body is turned on. It happens to be the moment when Q is thrown forward. Perfectly frozen. Ha ha! Noob's golden body play can be delayed for enough time. Right. Where are the people? Why did Ritz disappear? The doll's laughter stopped suddenly, and the whole person looked confused. Teleported away? Can Rise's ultimate move be used in conjunction with the golden body? Isn't this too shameless? Miller reacted faster. The effect of Rise's ultimate move is only as good as Rise's. Time will end. If it can be used in conjunction with the golden body? Doesn't that mean that in the future, as long as Rise makes a golden body, he can perfectly realize his ultimate move and teleport himself away 100%? WTF? Brother Hansheng is 66,666. Isn't this too shameless? Rise is indeed the father of a riot designer. No! Wouldn't such a shameless combo designer consider nerfing it? Why is Brother Han Sheng always the first to discover the strange combos of these new heroes? Edison was not as capable of developing and innovating as he was. Right? Do you understand the value of these sports, Liver King? My brother Han Sheng trains 16 hours a day. Why wouldn't he know? Everyone at Wii was confused when faced with Li Hanqing's almost bud-like operation. Can Su Hanwaira's ultimate move be used like the Golden Body? 957 asked. Obviously, Xia nodded. But luckily, I just found out about it. Then you're talking nonsense, aren't you? 957 rolled his eyes. Are you just here with me? Again, being a professional player doesn't mean they know everything. On the contrary, for new heroes and reworked heroes, professional players will have a very conservative attitude. They will have a rough understanding of the skill characteristics, but they will not spend a lot of time practicing them first. Rather, it depends on the performance of this hero in the public game, allowing the public to test the strength of the hero and explore the combos in the rank. Then the training team will summarize the strength of the hero and the hero's performance through a large number of rank game samples. Some tips. After all, human energy is limited. How can professional players find so much time to develop new hero styles? There will always be someone to develop it. So why not just wait for others to thoroughly explore the gameplay of a hero and then directly copy the experience? At the moment, Rise, who has just undergone a redesign, is like this. Everyone knows that he is very strong, but they don't quite know what makes him strong or some of his unique combo skills. This is normal. I feel that with just this one combo, Rise is destined to become a regular in the game in the future. Miller made his own judgment directly. Once Rise's ultimate move can 100% teleport his teammates with him, then the value in actual combat is too great. Maybe the opponent's perfect circle and outflank was resolved by Rise using this combo. Top won the Baron buff without any bloodshed. But we sent out the entire team, but failed to keep Li Hansheng. And the delicate balance on the court was broken in an instant. Top started unreasonable three-way push. 2 minutes later, when they were on the high ground, Li Hansheng hid in the corner and activated his ultimate move to teleport Ice Girl and Braum to the defense tower. We obviously didn't expect that Top actually had two people who were not afraid of death and dared to drive. Braun made a backhand big move, and the Ice Girl's big move was given to Karma, and he used his golden body to avoid WE's subsequent control. Li Hanqing's Rise decisively flashed QQWQ and cooperated with his teammates to kill Karma instantly. Without the important assistance of Kalma, Wheel Mom would not be able to produce perfect output. WE's entire formation was directly shattered. A wave of 1 for 4, at the cost of Braun's death. For members of We except Ike were forcibly replaced. Naturally, the meaty Echo cannot stop Top's subsequent advancement. Top successfully dismantled WE's base crystal. Let us congratulate Top for winning the first game. Noob perfectly showed us the correct way of playing Rise. 1-0. Top is only one step away from setting a league record and winning the regular season. That's right. The record is set today. Don't miss the most historic moment for the LPL League. The time and space before Li Hansheng traveled through. EDG also won all the games in the S6 summer split, and eventually won the championship. But they lost some small games during the regular season. But today's Top is a real victory. All regular seasons end with a score of 2-0. Now there is only one last step left. The opponent is still the Wii team whose overall strength is obviously inferior to their own. There is absolutely no reason for Top to lose. After the two sides made some adjustments in the background, we came to the blue side, and Top came to the red side. It was just as expected. We sent Jace and Rise to the ban position at the same time. But Li Hansheng doesn't have to rely on these two heroes. He can play many heroes on the road. And Top also attaches great importance to the record of winning this league. Change to normal circumstances. White Crescent Moon will definitely replace Oz Shui and Ming in the second batch for exercise. But this one is for stability. He still kept Imp and Lu Mao, the main bottom lane partners, on the court, faced with the ambitious Top who wanted to set a record. We was smart and did not put up any decent resistance. Although, even their serious resistance could not stop Top. But after all, I sold Top for face and adult beauty. Li Hansheng of Ruiwen was selected. Even in the last wave of team battles, he found an opportunity to make a perfect cut, and used his super high burst to instantly score 4 kills. The teammates were also very sensible and stopped and gave the head to Li Hansheng. Pentakill. Pentakill achieved. The Top fans at the scene immediately burst into cheers. And Top also forcefully dismantled We's base crystal without letting the suspense continue. 2-0. Top did it. They really did it. Wawa shouted excitedly. That's right. Today. Miller also laughed excitedly. Top did not miss the opportunity to set a record. They truly accomplished something that no team has done since the establishment of LPL. 16 games in the entire summer regular season, they have never lost any game. Even a small game. All are 2-0. I ended my regular season journey with 16 consecutive victories. As the first place in Group A, I locked a spot in the playoff semifinals in advance. Although the regular season is over, for Top and those teams that have entered the playoffs, their journey is far from over. The competition for the summer championship and the subsequent competition spots will enter the most intense stage. But fans of Top can rest assured that judging from the current situation, there will be no problem for Top to get a spot. Chapter 175 The atmosphere is here. After the game, Lee Han-shung came to the stage again for an interview. After getting along well in the spring and summer games, we occasionally chat with each other in private. The group of female hosts working in LPL are basically very familiar with Lee Han-shung. Xiao Yu looked at Lee Han-shung approaching with a smile. It's a great honor to invite Noob, the top laner of the top team, to accept our interview after the game. Hello everyone. I am Noob, the top laner of the top team. Lee Han-shung said this mantra in a familiar manner before Xiao Yu could finish the sentence. Let me introduce myself first. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. What he said were all my words. It seems that setting a league record and winning 16 consecutive games in the regular season has put Noob in a good mood, and he has learned to answer questions. Lee Han-shung smiled slightly and said, I think, in fact, when our competition team arranges interviews, especially when interviewing big star players like me, we can skip some unnecessary steps. Putting on an arrogant posture, just like the crosstalk actor Yu Yuping's expression when he was performing on the stage. He pointed at himself. Me, Noob, Lee Han-shung. Is there really someone who doesn't know me? Someone really needs me. Do you need to introduce yourself to know who I am? No way. Sir, no one plays League of Legends. And even a noob doesn't know IBA when watching League of Legends games? No way. Right. Seeing Lee Han-shung's antics on stage, the audience couldn't help bursting into laughter. The barrages in the live broadcast room are also scrolling crazily. The arrogant Sheng Bao is so cute. Hey. It's so cute. It's like pressing Sheng Bao to the ground and chewing him hard. If you don't understand, just ask. Is Brother Han-shung playing the role of a gangster in a Hong Kong movie today? Indeed. My little cousin who only knows how to play video games knows the ID Noob. Is there really someone who doesn't know it? Someone in the audience shouted. Lee Han-shung! Speak to me! This sudden sound startled Lee Han-shung. His whole body trembled, and he looked towards the audience with a confused expression. This. Who is this tough young lady? Lee Han-shung was a little stuttered when he spoke, but he responded quickly. Did you come to the competition to collect debts? There was another burst of laughter at the scene, and Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh as well. Yes. Who doesn't know our big star Noob now? Xiao Yu did not forget his essential work and brought the topic back to competition-related aspects. Creating a record and becoming the first team in the history of LPL to win all the regular seasons. Can you tell everyone about the journey between you and your teammates along the way? Well, Lee Han-shung rubbed his chin. How would I describe this process to you? He paused and organized his words before speaking. The first time I was asked to win in a row. It seemed that we were playing RNG across groups. At that time, we were winning 11 in a row. We didn't pay attention at first, but when everyone mentioned it, we were also talking about it. I still remember that Yuanba said to me, Brother Han-shung, we have won 11 consecutive games. My first reaction was holy shit. We are so hacking awesome. It's like a young man who is full of energy and wants to skip the foreplay and watch the climax directly when watching a movie. At that time, we also couldn't wait to finish the league and experience the victory of the regular season. Orgasmic pleasure. But the more I mentioned it later, I gradually became numb. Just like a stable man who has already married and established a career. When watching a movie, he will carefully savor the foreplay process and carefully watch the actors and actresses that he usually ignores. Their acting skills are boring for the climax. It's like at this moment, history is being made, but I find it boring. Xiao Yu's expression was a little strange. Lee Han-shung was obviously very serious in sharing his thoughts during the past 2 months of the regular season. He also spoke vividly, with exaggerated body language and facial expressions. But why does she always feel like something is wrong? But I can't tell specifically what is wrong. Summarize it in one sentence. She suspected that Li Hansheng was driving, but could not provide any evidence. Brother Hansheng, is the movie you are talking about serious? Is it the kind that I can watch without going through the wall? No way. Right? In the 21st century, no one would have to circumvent the firewall to watch movies. Right? Forgetting anything else. Brother Hansheng, let me first talk about the movie you watched. Is it the kind with a simple plot? Only 2 to 3 actors. And a simple scene setting? Good guy? Brother Hansheng is the legendary ruthless person who doesn't push the progress bar while watching educational films. Can you still calm down and appreciate the teacher's acting skills? Tui. It's obvious that Sheng Mao is answering seriously. But you guys, are talking so obscenely. I just want to know how Brother Hansheng manages to maintain a serious expression while driving like crazy. Is there a possibility? Brother Hansheng didn't drive. Did we misunderstand him? The male audience members at the scene also smiled knowingly. And some even followed suit and booed. Let's put it that way. Among the internet-addicted teenagers who play games, who didn't fall asleep accompanied by several teachers' educational films at night during their adolescence. Does this prove that a true master always has the heart of an apprentice? No wonder Top is able to make great progress all the way. It is understandable that Top is still not arrogant or impetuous in the face of external praise despite a winning streak. Xiao Yu figured it out on his own. Li Hansheng shook his head slightly. No. In fact, the reason why our team felt uninterested after learning about the 16th consecutive victory was purely because we felt that we had the strength to win consecutively and achieve the results we have today. It's just natural. Xiao Yu looked at Li Hansheng dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer the question for a moment. Almost all LPL players are relatively humble and low-key when being interviewed. Occasionally, some players with a more flamboyant personality will restrain themselves when facing official interviews. The reason is also very simple. It was obviously a pre-game trash talk session, which was originally a way to interfere with the opponent's mentality and cheer up oneself. As a result, there is always a group of spectators who like to tease others with the rubbish they said before the game after they lose the game. He even mocked her face to face, saying he was such a good player. Why did he pretend to be so? Oh, before the game even started. If someone didn't say something harsh, it would be hard for them to throw up their hands and admit defeat from the very beginning. Just the factory director said, I will prove who is the best jungler in the world. And he was beaten all the way from the All-Star game in S3 to today's S6. Under such circumstances, players will become more and more reluctant and restrained in interviews and pre-match trash talk sessions. After all, no one can guarantee that they will win. Once they lose the game, there will be people who will use these remarks to discuss themselves. Why bother? This is also the reason why LPL viewers feel that pre-game trash talk sessions are becoming more and more boring. The root cause of this phenomenon is actually the viewers themselves. But Li Hansheng is not afraid. As a young person, what's wrong with being a little more youthful and energetic? Are you still a young man if you are not angry? Brother Hansheng is really brave to say that. When Ming in the background saw Li Hansheng's domineering speech, he immediately acted like a little fangirl, with stars in his eyes. That's not true. Ashui put his hands on his hips in a fierce manner. Don't even look at who dug this out for the competition. Do you want to hear my buddy pass an ordinary rank and decide that Brother Hansheng is the thigh? As story? Guo Hao on the side looked at Ashui in astonishment. He said it. It's all my words. It's him. It was obviously him who discovered Li Hansheng. Okay. You brat. Didn't I dig up Hansheng? If you don't know, then I have to tell you the story of how I insisted on bringing Hansheng to the team for an interview against all odds. Brother Hao. It was me first. I was the first to meet Brother Hansheng. Oh. I invited Hansheng to come here to play professionally. Seeing these two people playing tricks in front of him, everyone else rolled their eyes in unison. Xiao Yu on the stage also raised the last question. We are about to enter the playoffs. And the playoffs are related to the S competition places. Xiao Yu originally wanted to ask Li Hansheng if he was confident. But this question seems too stupid. How can a team with 16 consecutive wins lose confidence? She immediately changed her mind. Will the playoffs bring us something different? What is the goal of the top playoffs? The atmosphere has reached this point. It's unreasonable not to win the championship. Right. Li Hansheng laughed and said with certainty every word. Win the championship. This is our team's summer split goal. The audience immediately burst into cheers and applause in response to Li Hansheng's domineering attitude. in the commentary box. Wawa and Miller also burst into laughter. As expected of Noob. But considering the current state of Top, there is indeed a high probability of winning the summer championship. The main Top is the spring split champion, with the highest league points, and they are now number 1 in Group A, and will advance directly to the semifinals in the playoffs. As long as they can successfully reach the finals, they can lock in a S-match spot in advance. The current ranking of league points is the first, second and third place in the spring split. Top, EDG and RNG. Both Top and EDG are ranked first in their respective groups, and have advanced to the semifinals in advance. As long as both sides reach the finals, they will directly lock in the LPL's first and second seeds in this S competition. Even both teams overturned in the semifinals. Relying on league points will also allow you to retain the qualifications for the bubble competition. But judging from the current situation, it is impossible for Top to rely on the bubble competition to compete for a spot in the S competition. Although EDG lost to Top in the cross-group matchup, their final record throughout the summer split was 15-1, and they only lost to Top. The two teams' performance far exceeds that of other competitors in the league, which is enough to lock in 2 spots in advance. The other teams are just competing for the last spot. The interview is over. Online prediction posts about the LPL's S-League quota for this year have also begun to flood major forums. Almost everyone's mainstream view is that Top and EDG are the first and second seeds of the LPL. As for the third seed, there is a high probability of RNG, and the possibility of RNG overturning is not ruled out. Of course, the specific details still have to wait until the playoffs officially start. But as the regular season has officially settled, the participating teams in the playoffs have also been determined, and the rules of the playoffs have not changed. The top teams in Groups A and B will directly advance to the semifinals, and then cross-group duels. The third team in Group B will play the fourth team in Group A. The third team in Group A will play the fourth team in Group B, and so on. On August 10th, the first round of the playoffs will officially begin. However, after 8 advanced to 6, there was not an immediate 6-4 game, but a promotion and relegation game was inserted in the middle. Newbie and LGD are actually on the promotion and relegation list. You must know that Newbie is still second in Group A in the spring split. It has declined so seriously just because of Doin's departure, and LGD's team building idea with Marin as the core has also failed. After the first round of promotion and relegation, it was 6-4, and after 6-4, there was another round of promotion and relegation, and then the semifinals. Such a schedule is still very amateurish. At this critical moment, no one cares about who will be relegated. Everyone's attention is on the playoffs, waiting to see the high-intensity showdown in the playoffs. Forcing this kind of promotion and relegation game into the playoffs is equivalent to the audience just finishing a plate of delicacies and waiting for the next delicious meal. But in the end, you get them a thick shit. Quite unappetizing. Li Hansheng was curious as to who had designed this anti-humanity schedule. Highlight an amateur. The semifinals start on August 14th, which means there is a full week in between. The club still gives the players 3 days off as usual to allow them to adjust their condition, and the remaining 4 days are used to recover and cooperate with the official to shoot promotional materials for the playoffs. Li Hansheng originally wanted to have a good rest for a few days. Result: Guihao left him behind. Hansheng, the substitute jungler you recommended before. After thinking about it for so long, he has communicated with his family and decided to drop out of school to play professionally. Come with me to pick him up. They came to our team because of your reputation. Of Gao Tianliang? Right. Li Hansheng originally thought that Gao Tianliang would come in the middle of the summer season, but he didn't expect to make up his mind until the end of the summer season. But it doesn't matter. At that time, the club was not trying to get rid of Candy's main position. They just spread such news to alert Candy and give him a warning. Candy performed very well in the second half of the summer game, and it was clear that his original goal had been achieved. And if Li Hansheng remembers correctly, Gao Tianliang is 4 months older than Shui, and he is actually not yet at the required age to compete. There is Shui in the team, so you have to be very cautious when playing games. If there is Gao Tianliang, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, Top currently does not have a second team. Guihao's plan is to wait until the end of the year to buy a spot for an LSBL team to form a second team. Gao Tianliang has no chance to play. At that time, I thought there was no hope. After all, the people in Gao Tianliang's place have strong traditional concepts. It would be very difficult to persuade them to let their children give up their studies and play esports. Guihao smiled. After all, It is the hometown of St. Kong. Traditional concepts are indeed deeply ingrained. And there is some instinctive rejection of emerging things. And, nowadays, although esports is gradually entering the public eye, it is still regarded as a scourge by most parents. It's okay. Good things come in a long way. Li Hanxing smiled. Isn't this also convincing? Indeed. Guo Hao nodded. Then remember to be prepared and follow me to the airport to pick you up tomorrow. That's good. Li Hanxing thought carefully and nodded. Although we can't sign him up now or let him play directly, we can let him follow us to the competition site to feel the atmosphere and follow us to recover after the game. It's also a good thing to let the training team give him lessons in advance. That's right. Guo Hao laughed. That's what I thought. So I asked him to come to the team to report now. I just want him to follow us to the competition site. And you are my idol, so you can follow me in person. Picking him up at the airport also shows that our club is interested in him. Okay, then let's decide. Brother Hao, you can call me tomorrow. Li Hanxing immediately made up his mind. Then he walked out of Guo Hao's office and returned to the training room. At this time, in the training room, Shui and others were just making up for the live broadcast time. Shui turned around and saw Li Hanxing, and immediately said with a smile, Brother Hanxing, can you help me get a bottle of Coca-Cola? I'm too lazy to get up. Huh? Li Hanxing's eyes became serious. Even dogs don't drink Coca-Cola. If you drink Pepsi, I will consider it. A brief conversation between the two turned into a battle between the South and the North in Shui's live broadcast room. Starting a group? Right. Pepsi-Cola is the eternal god. Isn't Coca-Cola just a toilet cleaner? Don't be disgusting. My dog shook his head when he heard this. And he shouted angrily, and even gave the dog Pepsi without even drinking it. Even if you are Brother Hanxing, I also want to refute you. Coca-Cola is the eternal god. Shui looked at the rapidly rolling barrage, with a confused look on his face. Good guy. Brother Hanxing. No wonder you are so bad at starting a group in the game. Your ability to start a group is really maxed out. Roll, roll, roll. Li Hanxing handed over a bottle of Coca-Cola to Shui. How can you do a live broadcast if you don't know the rhythm? Won't the audience be bored just watching you play games? In order to prevent the audience from being bored, it is necessary to have a rhythm. Otherwise, how will we complete the KPI of the barrage contract? Shui rolled his eyes, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a big sip. A groan followed. It's great! Coca-Cola! It's always awesome! Okay, let me tell you something, Li Hanxing said directly. Go to bed early, and come with me to the airport tomorrow to pick up a new person. Is it the one I mentioned before? Shui asked back. I want to go too. I want to go too. Ming also came over and interjected. Okay, you all just need to get up early tomorrow. Li Hanxing didn't refuse either. It's always a good thing to be more lively, and increase Gao Tianyang's sense of belonging to the team in advance. Chapter 176, Square Head. Square Brain. Garlic Bastard. Chapter 173, Square Head. Square Brain. Garlic Bastard. Li Hanxing had his own considerations in dragging Shui and others along. Gao Tianyang would definitely not come to the Magic City alone. And no parent would trust their underage children to face such a thing alone. Shui and Gao Tianyang are the same age. And he has already established himself in the top team. Using him as an example is worth 1,000 words. In the final analysis, we still have to let the parents feel at ease to leave their children here. The next day, Li Hanxing and others followed Guo Hao and sat to the airport to pick up people. Considering that there were a lot of people, Guo Hao specially called 2 multi-seater commercial vehicles so that it would not appear crowded. Guo Hao also made special remarks on the way. Gao Tianyang's parents will come with him, and I will take them to visit the team base. Please don't talk nonsense on the way. This is obviously to prevent a group of young people from chatting too much after meeting. Blurt out some habitual words in the game subconsciously. Young people don't think there's anything wrong with the word hack. It's purely a tone word that expresses various emotions. But in the eyes of older people, this word is not a good word. Another example is when playing games. There will be some oral habits, such as adding a word tm when speaking. Kunba. I don't think anything of it. After all, most of the time it's just subconscious behavior, and I don't want to curse people. But it is still a bad word in the eyes of the elders. All in all, Guo Hao strives to let Gao Tianyang's parents see the professional side of the esports industry, instead of letting them really think that playing esports is just like being an internet-addicted teenager. There is an essential difference between the two. Soon arriving at Hongqiao Airport, Guo Hao contacted Gao Tianyang's parents by phone. Everyone soon met in the hall. Before they could get closer, Shui and Ming pointed at Gao Tianliang not far away and whispered for a while. Li Hansheng also took a closer look. From a distance, he looks very thin, much like Shi Ming, with thin arms and legs, and even looks a little sickly. There is no long haircut, and students who study usually have fresh short haircuts and square-rimmed glasses. Of course, the most distinctive square head and square brain are the same as Li Hansheng remembered.
Gui, this guy has a good head.
Shui chuckled.
A bit like that or something? Just the one in.
Pokemon.
Garlic bastard. Right.
Li Hansheng gave the answer.
Yes. Yes.
Shui and Ming nodded repeatedly.
It's so similar. And is he really from Shandong? I heard that the average person in Shandong is 1.8 meters tall.
Shui has always had an inexplicable obsession with height.
Why does he seem to be shorter than me? Looking at it this way, I don't seem to be very short either. I'm only 15 years old like you. Do you understand that I have a promising future?
Ming was on the sidelines and was ruthlessly finishing his blows.
His future is promising, but my future is uncertain.
Shui instantly became furious and retorted with a curse.
Shi Ming, let me tell you, if you Jiangzi talks nonsense in our hometown, you will be caught and put in a pig cage. For people like you who have stopped growing, when my buddy turns 18, he will surpass you every minute. Okay.
Stop making trouble now. Li Hansheng stopped the noisy two people. Guo Hao took the initiative to greet them and extended his hand to say hello.
Are they Gao Tianyang's parents? I am Guo Hao, the general manager of Top Electronics Club.
After announcing his home, he looked at Gao Tianyang aside.
Is this Xiao Yan? Let me introduce to you. These are the current main players of our team. Li Hansheng, Shi Ming, and Yu Wenbo. By the way, Yu Wenbo is even older than Gao Tianyang is still 4 months younger.
I know. Father Gao, sorry. I really don't know his name, nodded.
This young man has become famous online recently. He is currently the strongest LOL player in China. Right. Yes.
Li Hansheng smiled and nodded.
Uncle, you are very discerning at first glance. You can actually tell at a glance that I am the most powerful one in our team. Ha ha ha.
Father Gao chuckled twice.
I have also dabbled in video games. I am not that kind of old antique who doesn't understand anything.
Hear the words. Only then did Li Hansheng remember. It seems that Gao Tianyang's exposure to online games is indeed related to his father, who has taken him to play games together since he was a child. Indeed, Gao Tianyang was not born and raised in Shandong. His real hometown is in Jilin, but his family moved to Shandong when he was very young. Therefore, Gao Tianyang's parents are not as traditional as his parents, who were born and raised in Shandong.
Gao Tianyang will also take me to watch your game. The commentators and fans praise you for your greatness. Is this the Li Hansheng Tianyang has been talking about?
Gao Mu also looked at Li Hansheng.
Auntie, leave Gao Tianyang to us. You can rest assured.
Li Hansheng also greeted him with a smile. When he saw how ignorant the two young men behind him were, he quickly elbowed Shui and said,
Jiaqua, can you be more sensible? Take the initiative to help uncle and aunt carry their luggage. Oh.
Shui and Ming hurriedly stepped forward to help with their luggage. Li Hansheng also took the opportunity to reach out and greet Gao Tianyang proactively.
Hello, Gao Tianyang. Hello, Brother Hansheng,
Gao Tianyang said in a low voice.
Just call me Tian.
He looks like a very introverted and shy child. Also normal. Not everyone can be like a social cow and be familiar with everyone. There has to be a process of getting along.
I met you several times when I was bored and ranked in the national server. You were Blind Monk 66666.
Li Hansheng gave a thumbs up and praised him without hesitation. Starting from areas that both parties are familiar with and have overlapped with each other can effectively eliminate the sense of distance between them. Shui came over with a bag in hand.
I've met you before. And that time you wanted to use the triangle kill developed by Brother Hansheng to show off to me. But it didn't work.
Xiao Yan scratched his head in embarrassment.
The main thing is that the triangle kill developed by Brother Hansheng is a bit difficult to operate in practice. I have tried it many times and only succeeded a few times. It's okay. Maybe you haven't grasped the essence. When the team settles down, I'll teach you the essence of the triangle kill and let Yu Wenbo kick you as a sandbag.
Shui retorted dissatisfied.
Brother Hansheng, are you bullying an honest man? Why don't you let Shi Ming kick him as a sandbag? I am training you.
Li Hansheng warned with earnest words.
As an ADC, reaction is the most important. I am training your reaction ability. Then thank you very much.
Ashui rolled his eyes fiercely. Gao Tianyang's parents saw that their son, who usually didn't talk much, was talking and laughing with a group of young people he had just met. He seemed unusually lively and unexpected.
This young man Li Hansheng is good.
Father Gao praised in a low voice. Guahao looked proud and said,
That's not true. Hansheng is the hottest new star in the LPL right now. And he also has a great character, which can help the team form a good cohesion. Indeed.
Father Gao nodded. Guahao continued,
Let's not waste time here. Let's go to the team base to see the team's living environment, so that you can feel at ease.
A group of people came outside the airport. The young people took one car, while Guahao accompanied Gao Tianyang's parents in another car. Returned to Top's team base. Now the Top team base is much more impressive than when Li Hansheng came here. When Li Hansheng arrived, the decoration of the team base had not yet been completed.
This is the living area. There are currently not enough rooms. But don't worry. We will rent more floors in the future so that each player can have a private room.
Then the group came to the training room again, and Guahao took the initiative to open the training room door.
This is a place for daily training. We are already configuring a training computer for Xiaotian.
After that, we went to the team cafeteria and other places to wander around. It can be seen that Gao Tianyang's parents are still very satisfied with the environment of the team base. Even with the most critical eye, the environment of the Top team base can be regarded as one of the best in the LPL.
Not bad.
Gao Tianyang's parents nodded with satisfaction after turning around. In fact, being able to come to the Magic City already represents their true thoughts. And the main reason why they came here is to finalize it. There's nothing wrong with seeing it. Guahao took Gao Tianyang and his parents to discuss the contract signing. Li Hansheng, Ashui and Ming also returned to the training room. And Candy and others had also arrived. Candy looked curious.
Is that the new jungler recommended by Lao Li? That's right.
Ashui nodded.
I've met him in rank. He's very powerful. Really? Can you be as fierce as me?
Candy asked, unconvinced.
That's definitely worse than you. Brother Jia.
Ashui smiled to please.
Very good.
Candy was very impressed by what he heard.
Lao Li, this guy is not honest. He actually hooked up with other junglers. I'm angry. Next time Yuanba comes on the field, I will grab the bottom lane to let you have a good time. Let Lao Li, this kid should regret it.
Li Hansheng just smiled. Is Candy really angry? It may not be so small-minded, as the profession itself will face competition. Being able to say it in such a joking way proves that he has no grudge in his heart. Say it again. After all, Candy has been playing with the team for nearly a whole year, and he has won as many honors as he deserves. Are you afraid that a young boy like Gao Tianyang will directly take away your main position? Just kidding. Gao Dui frowned and muttered in a low voice.
This kid has a square head and a square head. He looks like that. Garlic bastard. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Wei Jiang, an old two-dimensional person, immediately nodded in agreement. Gao Tianyang, who had signed the contract and arrived at the training room, opened the door and walked in to see everyone looking at him. Showing a slightly panicked look, Li Hansheng glanced deliberately and found that his parents were not following him. He immediately put his hand on his shoulder with a smile.
Oh my god! After our unanimous decision, your nickname will be Garlic Bastard from now on.
Gao Tianyang? Chapter 177, Close Contact with Sister Zhou? Gao Tianyang's process of joining the team was without any twists and turns. His parents were already liberal. After understanding the environment of Top's team base, and seeing Li Hansheng taking the initiative to lead his teammates to accept Xiaotian, he didn't have to worry about Xiaotian being bullied in an unfamiliar place. So he could naturally feel relieved. Shuqian's contract price is slightly lower than Ashui, Ming and Li Hansheng. Also normal. He is indeed a pure newcomer, and does not have much fame. Naturally, Guahao cannot pay too high a price. However, the contract was only signed for half a year, and it almost expired with Li Hansheng and the others. Guahao will discuss contract renewal based on the situation at that time. This is also the consistent style of League of Legends teams. Contracts are basically signed once a year. After the World Championship ends at the end of the year, players' contracts will expire one after another. This leaves a lot of room for the team to operate. For example, some teams that spent a lot of money to form Galaxy battleships fail to achieve the desired results. Naturally, we need to rebuild. If all the players in the team have signed long-term contracts, Then the boss must not lose money? The team chooses which players to keep based on the problems it has exposed, and then makes targeted reinforcements based on the problems the team has exposed. After all, in esports projects like League of Legends, the version has a really great impact on the players. Often a version change can allow an otherwise ordinary player to suddenly receive a version bonus and perform brilliantly on the court. In this case, who can know whether this player is really bad or has been strengthened by the version bonus? It is too risky to rush into a long-term contract. Players' contract status can be checked on the website, but no one cares about it yet until the transfer period. But everyone agreed. If Top wants to maintain this lineup next year, it will cost a huge price. This year's top picks benefited from Lee Hansheng's child labor contract. Just like the Warriors, they were able to build a 4-star Warriors largely because they benefited from Curry's child labor contract. Plus the sudden increase in the league's salary cap. Gao Tianliang has finally settled into the team. His position in the training room was also arranged next to Li Hansheng. The original seating arrangement in the top training room was that Ah Shui and Ming were on the left and right with Li Hansheng sandwiched in the middle. Gao Tianliang made a small adjustment after joining. Ming made room for Gao Tianliang, and Ming sat next to Ah Shui. Guohao's original intention was to let Li Hansheng lead Gao Tianliang so that he could better integrate into the team. Li Hansheng didn't refuse, and he didn't forget to take him with him to Double Q during the live broadcast. As a time traveler, he knew one thing. Tian is a person who has strict requirements for himself. He's a pressure kid, but he is different from Uzi. Once Uzi is at a disadvantage in high pressure, he will crazily transfer negative energy to his teammates. But once he does not play well, he will fall into endless self-blame and guilt. For players with this kind of personality, what they need is guidance and continuous encouragement in daily life to give them sufficient confidence. How scary is a confident Gao Tianliang? S9 super personal show in the jungle speaks for itself.
Brother is cute. Brother is cute. There is nothing new today. I am still doing double Q with my new little brother.
Li Hansheng, like others, chose to crazily make up for the live broadcast time during his vacation. As he spoke, he also pointed the camera at Xiaotian, who was standing aside. On the contrary, Xiaotian was a little reluctant to open up to the camera and looked a little shy. Brother Hansheng, you have no heart. Isn't Wenbai your favorite? By the way, I remember that the person sitting next to Brother Hansheng was not Ming. Why have you become a new brother? Gui Gui, you look so tender. Brother Hansheng eats tender grass. Right? Ah Shui came over to take a look, and immediately shouted dissatisfied.
That's right. Brother Hansheng is unloyal and abandoned me and Shi Sining. And now he's double platooning with his new love.
Ah Shui, who became more and more angry as he thought about it, slammed the table.
Gone! Shi Sining. Let's go in double row to snipe Brother Hansheng and Gao Tianliang. Okay. Okay. Let Brother Hansheng know the consequences of being a scumbag.
The two of them really started to prepare for sniping in double row. It happened to be the prime time, and there were enough high-level players online in the Korean server, so Li Hansheng didn't have to wait too long to get into the queue. Ah Shui reached over to confirm again and then laughed loudly.
Hey! Shi Sining. We really got the sniper. We are still on the first floor. Brother Hansheng. Wait for you to die. Dlevin. It must be Draven.
Ming also shouted loudly. Ah Shui happened to be on the first floor, so he directly banned all three heroes, Jace, Sword Lady, and Rise, and successfully grabbed Draven. Ming and Ah Shui have known each other for a long time. They have established a good tacit understanding in the passerby game. Now they have been training in top for more than half a year after formal training. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the tacit understanding between them. After Li Hansheng thought for a moment, he chose Ruiwen. Gao Tianliang directly targeted the blind monk. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined, with Ah Shui on the blue side and Li Hansheng on the red side. On the road, Dao Mei vs Raven. Jungler, Excavator vs Blind Sin. Middle lane, Enchantress vs Syndra. Bottom lane, Draven plus Thresh vs Karma plus Easy. Woohoo! What a coincidence. Top big fight. Right? Laughing to death. The market is open. The market is open. Is it Brother Hansheng who kills faster? Or Jiekwa? I choose to believe Brother Hansheng. I think Jiekwa should kill faster. I recognize Jiekwa's Draven. Isn't this like killing the opponent's bot lane like a pig? How can it be that easy? Maybe the opponent is a professional player from an LCK team. WTF? The female blade opposite seems to be Du Ji. At the same time, in Douyu TV's live broadcast room, the title of #1 female blade in the Chinese server is posted. He had just gained a certain amount of popularity at this time, and he hadn't thought about getting plastic surgery yet. The main reason was that his one-handed sword girl was really good at it, and he could reach the highest level even in the Korean server. I saw viewers in the live broadcast room frantically scrolling. Du Ji pushed up his glasses and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Are you really ranked as a noob? They say Noob Raven is awesome. Let me see today what's so awesome about him.
He wouldn't touch Li Hansheng, but as a streamer, being ranked as a professional player in the ranking is a sure win for him. Especially Li Hansheng, the player with the highest popularity, topic, and attention in the current League of Legends circle. It was like Qin Shi Huang touching the wires. 1 Ma. It's natural to lose. This is Noob, the league single-kill king, who led the team to a complete victory in the LPL summer. 1. That's hard work. If you don't brag for a year, you have to brag for at least half a year. At that time, as long as you spend some money to let people lead the rhythm online, along with the title,
LPL's strongest carry top laner lost to the #1 female blade in the Chinese server.
It will naturally attract people's attention. Originally, who was stronger, the professional guy or the unique skill guy, was a favorite topic for the audience to discuss when they had nothing to do.
Sword Girl beating Raven is like a father beating his son. Even if he is a noob, I won't give in.
Du Ji was very confident and even let go of his harsh words.
I will definitely kill the noob alone with this one. I can't draw 1,000 red envelopes.
For the person Du Ji, Li Hansheng also had some impressions. The old version of Sword Girl was indeed very smooth, but after the S8 Sword Girl was reworked, he completely lost his temper. Raven is really not easy to beat the old version of Sword Girl, because Sword Girl has the ability to recover online and can use Raven's health for free. But Raven has no recovery ability. Unless he finds a wave of opportunities, he can instantly kill Sword Girl with one set. Otherwise, if they consume each other's blood, they won't be able to consume the Sword Girl with her own recovery ability. And if there is a line of soldiers, the upper limit of Sword Girl's operation is higher, and she can use Q soldiers to avoid Raven's skills.
Wow! Is our top laner or Du Ji?
Ashui suddenly smiled.
Brother Hansheng, we will lose this game. I said so. Go! Go! Go!
Li Hansheng didn't care very much.
Let's wait and see.
He looked aside again. Gao Tianyang seemed a little nervous. Maybe because he was afraid that he would cause Li Hansheng to lose. Li Hansheng smiled and waved to him.
Gao Tianyang, kick you in ball?
As the game entered Summoner's Rift, Li Hansheng obviously began to operate seriously. He also did not forget to explain.
Brothers, Raven can't fight with Sword Girl at level 1. Sword Girl will definitely learn E at level 1. If you take the initiative, you will be stunned by his backhand and keep the distance.
If Raven at level 1 is stuck with Q and passively hits 4 QS and 4 passive damage, the damage will actually be quite considerable. But the problem is, the Knife Girl will not fight you. Dao Mei will definitely learn E, Balanced Strike, at level 1. And the judgment of Dao Mei's E is whether the percentage of the enemy hero's current health is higher than that of Dao Mei. If it is higher, it will be stunned. And if it is lower, it will be slowed down. But there is a hidden judgment that when the percentages of both parties are equal, they will also be stunned. That is to say, when both sides are full of blood, Sword Girl will definitely be able to stun the target as long as she turns E. In addition, Dao Mei's basic attack distance is 175, while Raven only has 125. A distance of 50 points is enough in the hands of a master to complete a damage-free pull. When Li Hansheng went online, he didn't even deliberately try to get stuck on Q, because it was useless. Even Ka Q can't beat Dao Mei. The two parties will soon meet online. At the moment when the melee soldiers were left with health, both sides stepped forward. Li Hansheng paid attention to details, and did not use normal attacks to replenish the soldiers, but used Q's AoE to attack the soldiers. However, Dao Mei's backhand E was still stunned, and she was stunned in place. After Dao Mei made up for her basic attack, she immediately moved back and distanced herself. Don't give Raven any chance to fight back.
Look!
Li Hansheng chuckled.
This is what makes Sword Girl sick of hitting Raven.
It's only level 1 now. Once the Sword Girl learns W and makes a Radiant Light, after using E to stun Raven, use W to level A. The real damage combined with the additional damage of the light plus the magic damage of E will take away 20% of Raven's starting health with this exchange of blood. And it's still harmless, because Dao Mei's stun lasts for 1.5 seconds. As long as the sword girl is not greedy to draw A, and immediately retreats to distance herself from A, it will be difficult for Raven to catch up. Even if she can catch up, she will have to give up all her skills. If all your skills are used to chase people, what should you use to deal damage? What's more, chasing after him means that he will be deeply surrounded by the enemy's minions. If he has no skills and can resist the damage of the enemy's minions, isn't this looking for death? Ghost. It's just like Brother Han Sheng said. Then according to what you say, doesn't Brother Han Sheng have no chance at all? Just kidding. How could Brother Han Sheng not be able to defeat a brother with unique skills? Then the question is, can Brother Han Sheng win? Li Hansheng ignored the debate on the barrage. Raven is not easy to fight in the first 2 levels. It becomes better after he has 3 small skills at level 3. When Sword Girl E shoots you, Raven can use E's shield to offset part of the damage, and take advantage of the situation to close the distance between each other to gain a chance for blood exchange. But in the early stage, Raven didn't have a set of bursts that could kill the Sword Girl instantly, so he would still be at a loss if he changed blood rashly. People can rely on the recovery ability provided by W, Flying Stance, to slowly increase the blood volume. But Raven can't do that. Gao Tianyan tried to hit the road, but found no chance, and went to other roads. And Ah Shui and Ming got the offensive combination of Draven plus Thresh in the bottom lane, coupled with a tacit understanding between them. At level 3, Thresh used Q to hit Karma under the tower, and cooperated with Ah Shui to complete a beautiful tower crossing kill scene. Woohoo! Take off! Ah Shui laughed proudly. Brother Han Sheng, just wait for me on the road. I will go on the road and kill you later. Hee hee. Ming also said with a smile. Brother Han Sheng, be careful. I'm going to take a walk. I'm really here. The two used such a childish way to interfere with Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng was not affected at all. When I saw the Sword Girl Q soldiers coming over and trying to do the same trick again, the moment Sword Girl E started, Li Hansheng directly reversed E, using the shield to offset part of the damage, and allowed himself to move forward to close the distance with Sword Girl. Immediately after Q1 Q2, he forcibly caught up with the retreating Dao Mei, tied A to W, and used W, soul-suppressing roar, to interrupt Dao Mei's flat A. After leveling A again, a Q3 from an oblique angle knocked the knife girl, who was trying to raise her hand to level A again, sending her flying, using W and Q3 to interrupt Dao Mei's basic attacks twice in a row. Li Hansheng successfully earned money in this wave of blood exchanges. Is this a noob? Du Ji frowned. This guy is very detailed. I have to be more serious. I can't continue talking anymore. In a duel between masters, it often only takes a wave of detailed operations to know the approximate strength of the opponent. This wave of competition, Du Ji knows clearly that Li Hansheng is very strong. Very strong. The two sides were engaged in various psychological games on the top lane, but they could not decide the winner until level 6. This wave is Dao Mei's slow push line. Du Ji gathered 2 waves of soldiers and slowly pushed towards Li Hansheng. Such a line of soldiers on the top lane can easily attract junglers. Du Ji is also constantly sending signals to the jungler, and his excavator is indeed heading up the road. But at this time, Raven moved forward, apparently wanting to block a wave of troops. Looking for death? Du Ji thought this was an opportunity. He QED his troops directly into Raven's face, knocked Raven unconscious with E, and then used W to take A. With the line of troops in hand, there is no reason for him to lose this wave of duels. Even if Raven moves back to distance himself, he can take advantage of the trend to lower Raven's health and increase his own success rate in overcoming the tower. But Du Ji didn't expect it. Li Hansheng actually hit him with a backhand R right away. The Sword Girl was not polite. She directly tied A and then R, taking advantage of the real damage after opening W. She and Raven faced it directly. Raven used a skillful set of light speed QA to deal all the damage, and he still used W and Q3 to interrupt Dao Mei's flat A twice in a row. Dao Mei just moves as skillfully. Even when Raven's operation is full, the blood volume of both parties still drops below 30% on average. Du Ji watched everything happening on the field with bated breath. After all, victory or defeat depends on this moment. As long as he can dodge Ravens or 2, he can complete the counterattack without taking this wave of fatal killing damage. Raven raised her hand, as if to draw her sword and strike. Buzz! Du Ji decisively handed over the flash, moved behind Raven, and fired a flat A to continue to reduce Raven's blood volume. Brothers! Kill alone! The next second, just when Du Ji was about to jump up excitedly and show off, his voice stopped suddenly. The whole person stared with wide eyes. watching the scene happening on the field in disbelief. Buzz. Raven followed decisively. The moment before the shock wave of drawing the sword appeared, he flashed behind the sword girl. The high amount of beheading damage directly reduced Dao Mei to residual health, and Raven made up for it with one more blow to kill her. Just this, isn't it? Raven didn't even play the second paragraph of R. Why are you so anxious to flash it? Is the anchor's operation so rough? Raven could flash in advance without putting the second R? If you fail to show off, you will be fooled? The audience didn't see through this detail, but Du Ji knew it very well. It took him a while to recover, and he shook his head helplessly.
Brothers, it wasn't me who flashed in a hurry. I flashed after seeing Raven's second stage R raise his hand. This wave is purely new. The reaction is too fast. With this wave of operations, I can be sure that 99.999% of League of Legends players around the world will not be able to do it. It's hard for Black and White Ruiwen and Chui Xiaoxi to replicate this wave of operations in actual combat. I kind of know why Noob can kill everyone on the road in the LPL. Isn't this reaction too scary? Is he really a human?
The barrage in Li Hanqing's live broadcast room also sprayed poison on Ji Sai. But he's also explaining.
Du Ji is okay. Not good at all. I was too strong in this first wave. You can only see this through replay. And it has to be in slow motion.
It's really hard to explain with just your mouth. Li Hanqing simply did not continue to explain forcefully. Such a thing as a solo kill. With the first time, there can be a second time. Especially for a hero like Raven. There is no doubt that it will snowball online. The game has reached the middle stage, and the blue side relies on Ah Shui's advantage in the bottom lane and is basically on the same level as the red side. The two sides faced off in the middle, pulling and pulling repeatedly, seeing Ah Shui's Draven standing at the front very arrogantly and stealing it from time to time. Li Hanqing shouted to Gao Tianliang on the side.
Garlic bastard. Come on! Don't worry. Q? Ah Shui is Magneto, and he was given the nickname
Dirty Dancing.
So don't worry. Just Q.
Said. He rushed forward with Ari. And at the same time, the blind monk predicted and shot Q a little below Draven. Coincidentally, when Ah Shui saw Li Hanqing rushing forward, he instinctively wanted to move back. He happened to walk diagonally backwards, and it really looked like he had taken the initiative to bump into the blind monk's Q. Naturally, Xiao Tian will not miss this opportunity. Immediately, the second stage of Q flew over, and Ming tried to sweep down the blind monk with E. But Xiao Tian used W to touch his eyes in the air to change his flight trajectory to avoid Thresh C, and came to Draven's side. A library, and R kicked Draven back. Li Hanqing immediately flashed W Hydra R2Q, and launched his own burst to cooperate with his teammates to kill Draven instantly. Draven, the fattest player in the lineup, was killed. The red side took advantage of the trend to establish victory. The audience didn't care much about the outcome of the game, but they did care about the nicknames Li Hanqing suddenly shouted. This was what Li Hanqing blurted out in a moment. Is this a common problem among time travelers? Garlic bastard? Not to mention, Xiao Tiancheng's square head and square brain do look alike. Laughing to death. The nickname, Dirty Dancing, from Q is indeed vivid. But what the L is Ah Shui. I pray for Jia was psychological shadow. He just said he would pick up Q. But he really picked up Q. Right? Say what you say. Facing the audience's questions, Li Hanqing could only forcefully explain.
Little Tian's square head and square brain really look like a garlic bastard. As for Ah Shui, you guys call him Navy AD all day long on the internet. So there's nothing wrong with me calling him Ah Shui. The same goes for Q Dirty Dance. Hee hee. Ah Shui really likes to use his face to receive Q. Brother Hanqing.
Ah Shui suddenly looked furious.
Forgetting about Navy AD. Why do you think I'm going to take Q? Isn't it? How many games have you played so far? I've already seen someone on the internet making a highlight reel of you receiving Q and dying suddenly.
Li Hanqing said, as he skillfully opened Station B and pulled out the highlights. Beat up my teammates. With a dark history before his eyes, Ah Shui could no longer quibble and chose to be completely autistic. Ming, on the other hand, was gloating and laughing. Candy's interjection completely broke Ah Shui's guard.
Ha ha. Lao Li, you have all the names for your kid. Huh? Ah Shui. Q Dirty Dancing. Garlic bastard. You can't think of it.
Ah Shui was so angry that he reached out to hammer him, and the two of them had a brief quarrel. Li Hanqing shook his head dumbfounded. But when he looked back, Xiao Tian looked like he was hesitant to speak.
What's wrong? Do I really look like a garlic bastard? Ahem. Cough. Cough.
Li Hansheng coughed twice.
It's a good thing to be unique. But you're not alone either. Ashui can actually be regarded as Squirtle. Oh?
Gao Tianliang was confused. No matter how you looked at it, Ashui had nothing to do with Squirtle. Right? Except both have huge heads?
Are you stupid?
Li Hansheng explained.
Look. Is Squirtle's attack method spraying water? Ashui is known as the Marine AD and has 100,000 Marine troops. Isn't it perfectly in line with Squirtle's temperament? Besides, Ashui's head is as big as Squirtle. Brother Hansheng.
Ashui was really about to break his defense.
Jiaqua. Just admit it.
Candy was still gloating and teasing.
Let me tell you. Just a stranger. There is nothing wrong with Laoli this time.
Wei Shen also came over to tease. Ashui is truly autistic now. The most important thing is that everyone is live broadcasting. If there is such a fuss, these nicknames will definitely spread with the audience. He will completely live up to this nickname. When I think of this, Ashui lay on the chair with a look of despair. Doubting life? Seeing all the top members pranking each other. The barrage was hilarious. However, after fighting like this for a while, no one had any intention of continuing to rank. Li Hansheng did not continue to rank. Instead, I browsed the information about today's 8-6 playoff game. After reading it, I saw that it was still early. Li Hansheng opened Douyu's League of Legends section.
Brothers, can I take you to check the house today?
He originally wanted to take the audience to watch the live broadcast of Douyu Sansol. But it's very unfortunate. None of the three cowards are here today. Thanks to Panda TV's high-priced poaching. Tuesday Gu has left Douyu and switched to Panda. Thus, the position of the number 1 sister in the League of Legends division falls on Head Changer. But Sister Zhou is not bad either. With her live broadcast interaction with Li Hansheng and her down-to-earth style during her live broadcasts, she also attracted a large number of viewers. And her popularity is not much worse than that of the head-changing monster. Li Hansheng conveniently clicked into Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. I just happened to see her playing a game. Unlike the female anchors, like the head-changing monsters, who sell dog meat to others, Sister Zhou is also suspected of selling dog meat to others. But after all, it is a real official commentary. And the frequency of live broadcast games is higher than that of head-changing monsters. And she is indeed platinum by hand. As a girl, it is quite good to be able to achieve platinum by hand. This time she was played as a sword woman. And the opposite was a crocodile. The two fought back and forth. Sister Zhou's blind cat encountered a dead mouse. And just used the W block to block the crocodile's red angry W. She immediately fired R.
Brothers, look at me asking God to get on top of me. Brother Hansheng, give me power. Become one. Sword Princess can break 4 in 1 second.
Sister Zhou shouted loudly with exaggerated expectations and expressions. This caused a burst of barrage in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room. Why does the good-looking Sister Zhou have a mouth? Excuse my ears. Everyone, let's raise funds. Find someone to poison Sister Zhou to silence. A wonderful day begins and ends with visiting Sister Zhou. Good guy? Integrate with Brother Hansheng? Sister Zhou, you hacking drive. Right? I knew Sister Zhou wanted to hook up with Brother Hansheng. -0.1M close contact. Right? Forget about the audience. Li Hansheng was shocked by Sister Zhou's surprising live broadcast method. Sister Zhou's operation can only be said. Not quite. It clearly stunned the crocodile, but only hit 2 flaws. Highlight a turtle speed 4 break. But she eventually won the fight. Don't forget to brag about yourself.
Brothers, it turns out that when playing Sword Princess, shouting like this will really increase the operation. Just for a moment, I felt that noob was really on me.
Faced with a screen full of? Sister Zhou pretended to be shy again and said,
Oh, what are you thinking? What kind of old cow eats young grass? Do I look very old? If I really have close contact with Brother Hansheng, it is obvious that his blood isn't profitable.
Li Hansheng really couldn't bear it now. He sent a long series of barrages backhand.
I feel like I'm at a loss.
Chapter 178 triggered a nationwide racing frenzy. Li Hansheng's account has a very high level on Douyu. He posts colorful barrages. And he is so conspicuous in the sea of barrages that fill the screen. Sister Zhou saw it at a glance. At this time, she was indeed working on her own program effects. And she was indeed tied to Li Hansheng. What I learned was the trick that the head-changing monster used to forcibly bind Xiao Mo. who was the #1 video maker in the national server. However, Sister Joe is very measured. She is not like a head-changing monster. She looks like she is in love with Xiao Imo and is trying to make her feel CP. Sister Joe is just playing tricks. And Li Hansheng doesn't mind this very much. If he really cared, he wouldn't interact with Sister Joe on live broadcasts very often. Seeing such a barrage from Li Hansheng suddenly, Sister Joe was stunned. But her fun-loving nature made her think quickly. She immediately slammed the table again and roared incompetently and furiously.
Gaia! What are you doing?
Laughing to death. Sister Joe's social death moment. Right? Why did Sister Joe's eyes light up when she called Gaia? Why do I have the urge to rush when I see shy Sister Joe? Brother Hansheng. How about you just follow Sister Joe? At worst, you can tell Sister Joe to shut up and stop talking the whole time? I couldn't tell for a moment whether I was in the dark Hansheng. When I was really angry, Sister Joe could keep her mouth shut the whole time. Doesn't it mean that there is something wrong with the size of my Hansheng? Although Sister Joe is down to earth, she is not above board and talking pornographically to Li Hansheng during the live broadcast. Occasionally playing around with things doesn't mean that she really wants to completely define herself as a coquettish anchor like Sansa. She still wants to lose face. But she doesn't want to put herself out of the spotlight.
Brother Hansheng, with a girlfriend as beautiful as me who can play games, what time will you go home at night?
Sister Joe began to try to change the subject.
I choose not to go home.
Li Hansheng also cooperated.
It's too spicy for my eyes to cook like this. No matter how good-looking she is, I can't see her. It's okay if her voice is softer, but her voice is not good.
Li Hansheng's wave. This wave turned into Galen and used an armor-piercing bow. A Q hit Sister Joe into a Rambo overload state. With red temperature, silence and defense breaking. Don't say it. Silence is silence. But Sister Joe still has a great spirit of esports. Still working hard to complete the unfinished game. He suddenly staged a wave of rapid-fire 4-break before the end of the game. It looked decent. But in fact, in the eyes of a top sword woman like Li Hansheng, it was really slow. After all, it takes less than a second for the Sword Princess to complete the 4th break at the ultimate level. It takes a full second to complete the 4th break at a slow speed. The ultimate time is between 0.4 and 6 seconds.
Brother Hansheng, I'm asking you once, how can you evaluate the operation of my Sword Princess? Don't look at it with the eyes of a professional player. Just look at it with the eyes of a normal player.
Sister Joe gritted her teeth again. Open your mouth. Li Hansheng was silent for a moment.
After seeing your Sword Girl operation, I seriously doubt whether the development company of Plants vs. Zombies carefully studied your video of playing the game before developing this game. Lin Zhengying will probably be ecstatic when he sees your operation.
Sister Joe was stunned and didn't react at all. And the audience didn't realize what Li Hansheng was talking about. Zombies? Aren't the zombies in the public's impression just holding their hands up and only jumping around? With a prominent stiffness? Stiff? Ha 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 ha. Brother Hansheng has such a mouth. You can't curse without using curse words. Right? It made me laugh so hard. I have one thing to say. Indeed, Uncle Ing will be ecstatic when he sees zombies. It hurts my heart. High energy warning. Sister Joe is about to break through the defense. Show your face.
Baby!
Ultraman Gaia. Really? Sister Joe may not have reacted on her own. But when she saw the barrage prompts, she immediately understood that Li Hansheng meant that her operations were as stiff as a zombie.
Gaia!
Poor computer desk HP won again. But this time, Sister Joe really couldn't hold back. She even laughed out loud. She couldn't continue to be angry. So she could only say,
Come on! Come on! You always say that I'm too slow. Let's customize it for the two of us. Let me see what Sword Queen's 4-speed lightspeed attack is like. Okay. Okay.
Li Hansheng had nothing to do anyway. So he simply agreed. Log into the game in your own national server and directly connect with Sister Joe. There was no training mode in the S6 period. Both sides could only open a custom troop replenishment to level 6. And then spawn a Tiamat. After spending some time, Li Hansheng specifically taught.
There is no requirement for 4-break at the speed of light. There is no requirement for attack speed or anything like that. But the prerequisite is that you must have flash and Tiamat. Come on. Come on. Sister Joe, I'll stand there as a wooden stake. And come on. You can show off your 4-speed lightspeed attack. Just come.
Sister Joe was quite unconvinced. She also chose a sword woman. Looking at Li Hansheng standing in front of her, she did not take action immediately, but recalled in her mind the operation of Sword Princess's light speed 4 break. Next, Sister Joe chose RW to start, which shows that she still understands a little bit. After RW breaks the first flaw, use the movement speed to walk to the next flaw. After a flaw, angle Q, and then AE breaks the 4th flaw. This is the normal way for ordinary players to make 4 breaks, and Sister Joe has no problem with it. Still very slow though. The top speed of light 4 break is basically finished in the blink of an eye. Sister Joe and Li Hansheng have already blinked and haven't finished the fight yet.
How about it?
Sister Joe raised her delicate chin proudly, like a child who wants to ask for praise.
Isn't this fast enough?
Who knows? Li Hansheng shook his head.
You can't do this. Hey! 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 I've said it all! Don't use your professional player's perspective. Just use ordinary players. It must be operations that ordinary players can do.
Sister Joe retorted unconvinced.
Look at my operation.
Li Hansheng waved his hand calmly.
My set of combos can definitely be learned by everyone with hands. But it may be a bit fast. You can record the video and watch it in slow motion. Bar. Don't blink.
Li Hansheng motioned to Sister Joe to stand in front of him and act as a stake, and then started.
There are a total of 2 starting methods, both of which can complete the light speed 4 break within 1 second. I will first teach you the light speed 4 break with your start. Bar.
The next second, Li Hansheng stood on the left side of Sister Joe and directly activated his ultimate move. At the moment when all 4 holes were revealed, he started with A to break the first one. Then he opened E to cancel the backswing and quickly reset the basic attack. At the moment when the second basic attack was about to take effect, buzz, it turned into a flash and moved directly under Sister Joe to break the second flaw. Then cross Q at an oblique angle, moved to the middle of the angle between the 2 holes above and to the right of Sister Joe, and then immediately press Tiamat. The whole process takes about just over 0.4 seconds. Sister Joe was completely stunned. She was stunned for a long time before she said,
"Is this the end?"
The audience was also completely dumbfounded. WTF? What happened? I just saw Sword Lady moving around, and the 4 flaws were gone? Who recorded it? Who recorded it? What the HL happened? What kind of hand speed is this? WTF? Brother Hansheng, are you sure you have the skills to do this? The audience felt it was outrageous, because everything happened in the blink of an eye. Some people even blinked a little slower. In the blink of an eye, it was still broken in 4 directions. But after blinking, it was all gone. Don't say it's them. Gao Tianliang, who was watching from the side, was also shocked.
Brother Hansheng, how did you do this?
Shui was also exclaiming.
Brother Hansheng, what the HL are you doing here at Versailles? Why do I feel like I can't do it?
All of a sudden, everyone in the training room was attracted. Gao Dui and others analyzed each other's words, and they all felt that Li Hansheng's operation was too bad. Li Hansheng did not deliberately sell out. Explain directly.
Do you really think I pressed a lot of buttons? I'll break down the process and you'll understand. A flash Q Tiamat. I pressed the keyboard 5 times in total. 5 keys per second. This hand speed may be a little strenuous for ordinary people, but it can still be achieved with a little practice.
Right? So that's it?
Gao Du reacted quickly and chuckled.
It's really not too difficult after a little practice. I just used E and Tiamat to reset the basic attack twice.
Let alone Gao Dui's talent. He figured out the principles of this combo in a short period of time. The first shot tied A to break the first one. He quickly reset the basic attack and hit the second shot tied A, using flash to adjust the position. Although Sword Queen's Q deals single target damage, the range of the judgment is considered a small circle. While Sword Princess, the effective range of G's flaw is also very large. When it is open wide, as long as the oblique angle crosses the Q position to the middle of the angle between the 2 flaws, the Q skill automatically determines that one is destroyed. And then Tiamat resets her basic attack again to destroy the other one. Question mark. Brain, you learned it. Hand, no. You didn't learn it. Is this an operation that only a professional brother can do with his hands? This is the reason why Brother Hansheng was killing people on the field. And I could only sit in front of the computer and use the keyboard to send 666666. There is no harm without comparison. I originally thought Sister Joe was fast, but Brother Hansheng is indeed fast. Brother Hansheng is very fast? Good guy. Can you drive on this broken road? Sister Joe was silent. Any excuses she makes her pale in face of reality. Fortunately, Li Hansheng did not deliberately continue to tease her. Instead, He waited for a few minutes. After the flash improved again, he spoke again.
Here, I will teach you the second set of combos. They are also completed within 1 second. But this time one combo is a little slower than the last one. It's our W starting move.
After saying that, he asked Sister Zhou to stand in front of him as a stake. Li Hansheng started operating again. Our W starts, and the reflected sword energy breaks through the first flaw, then directly activates E to reset the basic attack, and immediately flashes and adjusts the position to achieve the effect of an A flash, and then repeats the oblique angle Q to the angle between the two flaws. Tiamat resets her second basic attack. Question mark. Sorry, is there really any difference between these two combos? No wonder the professional teams don't dare to let go of Brother Hansheng's sword girl. Are they still human? Li Hansheng did not forget to teach the audience.
In actual combat, the situation is definitely a little more complicated than driving wooden piles. But the effect is almost the same. There is no essential difference. Long-term practice allows you to form muscle memory. Once you seize the opportunity in actual combat, you can use it naturally. There is still a gap. If our W starts, it will be a little slower because W has to assume a blocking posture. Both sets of combos are very fast. The specific choice depends on the situation on the field. Actually, it's the same as Raven's light speed QA. To give you an analogy, Raven's ability to learn light speed QA is the same as if you pass subject 1 of your driver's license test. And Sister Zhou's 4-point score on GNG just now was barely considered. You have passed subject 1. But if you can learn these 2 operations of mine, you can barely pass the 2nd or 3rd subject of Sword Princess.
What Li Hansheng said is like listening to a book from heaven in the eyes of ordinary players. For them, it is extremely difficult to perform such a complicated operation all at once. And if you have to combine it with the situation on the field, it would be better to kill them. At this time, next to Li Hansheng, the voices of his teammates were arguing.
What the H.L. Ah Wei. You learn very quickly. Wei Shenqiang. Shi Siming. You are so handicapped. Don't even think about imitating Brother Hansheng's operations. Gone. If you Winbo has the guts, give it a try yourself. MD. Just give it a try. Don't run away today. Everyone. Whoever can't finish will be treated to a supper.
Come.
So,
the desire to win between men is sometimes so inexplicable that it seems very childish. He also did not forget to continue interacting with Sister Zhou.
How is it? Now you still want to refute.
But who is Sister Zhou?
That's a tomboy. Just start the routine that every girl is good at. If you reason with me, I will act rogue and mess around with you.
Brother Hansheng. Have you ever heard of it? According to research, it takes more than 1 second for a beautiful woman to play sword girl and defeat her 4 times. It also took me more than 1 second. What does this mean?
Li Hansheng directly answered without thinking.
Do you like to imitate beautiful women?
Silence. The audience laughed so much. Ha 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 ha. The steel bars at my brick-moving site are not as straight as Brother Hansheng. I'm laughing so hard. Sister Zhou, give up. You can't play with my Brother Hansheng by playing with your mouth. Brother Hansheng can always make me laugh in unexpected places. Sister Zhou is really going to cry. She is autistic. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive hammers of death. Poor computer desk HP 3 again. Sister Zhou activated her skill and roared.
Gaia! Li Hansheng! If you can't speak, just stop talking. I wish I could buy a silencer and put it on your mouth. I'll give you another chance. Think about it. I'm not a beauty.
Baring his teeth and claws, his incompetent and furious look caused a barrage of barrages to flood the screen. And various gifts were also given out. Li Hansheng hesitated.
Are you sure you want to listen to the truth? Absolutely. Definitely.
This gritted reply could vaguely hear the grinding of Sister Zhou's back molars.
Then don't be angry after hearing the truth.
Boom.
I'm already angry. Bastard.
The frantic Sister Zhou could only continue to ravage her poor computer desk and continue to act out her moments of incompetence and rage.
Ah, you are a straight man. You deserve to be single. So prepare to be single for the rest of your life.
The angry Sister Zhou immediately hung up the voice call between the two. Li Hansheng just smiled.
That's it? You can't even break my defense. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Why do you think I need a woman?
Let's put it this way. Li Hansheng still did not forget to privately use his mobile phone to send a message to Sister Zhou on WeChat to explain. Sister Zhou might have been a bit over the top at first, but afterwards she said it didn't matter. After all, I saw the data on the real number of people online in the background, and the gift income beyond the usual. What a win! He even had to say thank you to Li Hansheng in turn. To know. During the S6 period, Qi Shudian's series of videos called "The Anchors Really Know How to Play" were the most popular. With this interaction with Li Hansheng, Sister Zhou once again appeared in the "Anchors Really Know How to Play" series. How to describe it? There's a saying in this period. If a game anchor wants to be popular, then just give him a small amount of money and ask him to give you "Anchor really knows how to play" a few more times. He can really make you popular. The female anchor is also the goddess in the last few. Anchors really know how to play, and her popularity can also explode. And as luck would have it, several operations of Li Hansheng, Ruiwen and GNG were also edited and submitted for publication, and were also included in the latest issue of Anchors Really Know How to Play by Qi Xiaodian. It even had a very eye-catching title. Only one person in the world, Raven, has completed the Dragon Raises His Head operation. Real man! Come and complete the Subject 3 challenge of Sword Princess Light Speed 4 Break. After all, there are only a few people watching the live broadcast. After such fermentation, suddenly everyone in the League of Legends circle knew it. The main reason is that the two operations of Raven and Sword Girl are slow played and analyzed frame by frame. The shock to the ordinary audience is really great. Should I drop a turtle? I feel sorry for the other top laners in the LPL that I criticized in the past. It wasn't until today that I realized what kind of monster they were landing against. If nothing else, is Raven still human after his reaction? Even Faker can't do it. Right? If you don't do these operations slowly, I won't be able to understand them. Is this the difference between me and my professional brother? No. 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 This is the gap between you and Brother Hansheng. How can any other professional brother be as scary as him? In Brother Hansheng's eyes, this kind of operation is just a matter of skill. I really don't know what to say. It triggered a lot of discussion. Naturally, some people will go to other people's live broadcast rooms to set the rhythm. The first ones to suffer are some unique skills, especially in the live broadcast room of the unique skills of Ruiwen and GNG. The barrage was blasting, asking them to challenge and complete Li Hansheng's operation. There are really some sword girls who have unique skills to challenge. But as Li Hansheng said, this operation of Sword Queen is really not difficult, especially in the hands of these top Sword Queen's unique skills. This operation only requires good hands, and ordinary players can achieve the desired effect with diligent practice. As for Raven, Black and White Ruiwen, Chui Xiaoxi and others also tried to use the second stage of her first, letting others flash at will, and then flash themselves. But it almost never succeeds. Black and White Raven stopped trying after trying it a few times. Brothers, please don't embarrass me. If I can do it, I will also play professionally. Will I still be a small anchor here? Noob is the strongest top laner right now. What's there to say? If everyone can do what the world's #1 top laner does, wouldn't everyone be the world's #1 top laner? Chui Xiaoxi also said the same thing and immediately gave in. If it were ordinary professional players, they might still be angry. But facing Li Hansheng, they didn't have the courage to challenge him. The unique skill brother was finished. The rest are the professional players. All major live broadcast platforms have basically packaged the live broadcast contracts of esports players. It's not just limited to the Douyu platform. Tiger Teeth, Panda, Battle Flag. Even the slightly famous players were kidnapped by the barrage and forced to participate in this round of duel. The first to suffer was Rookie. Li Hansheng said many times during the live broadcast that it was a pity that he was not the mid laner. Otherwise he would really like to have a duel with Rookie. Rookie is the strongest mid laner in his mind. Under the coercion of barrages, Rookie didn't refuse. He was quite happy himself. Oh! This Sword Girl's operation is not difficult. Let me try Raven's. Rookie asked the child Yushin to try it with him. Result: Rookie did succeed. But it is not 100% successful. I only succeeded once out of 10 attempts. And there is still a little bit of opportunism. Because the child Yushin saw that Rookie kept failing. The filial piety in the DNA awakened. In the last 3 times, he flashed in one direction. But the effect was different from Li Hansheng's. Li Hansheng flashed purely by relying on reaction. Rookie didn't bother to waste time after that. Mainly because there is no training mode at this stage. If you want to try this, you have to wait for the CD. Isn't it a waste of time? But he was indeed praised highly by the barrage for being able to do it. MD. If Song Yijing can go to top, I can't imagine the scene. Although Wei Jiang is a little worse than Song Yijing, she is still very capable. Right? Girls in the fandom, please calm down. Don't let this online team break up. Top's chemistry is very good now. He is indeed a man that Brother Han Sheng recognizes. Rookie. Good for you. Of course. Rookie is still very humble.
Quaid helped me. I'm actually not done yet. Noob is really strong.
There were also some people who didn't mind watching the excitement and went to Looper's live broadcast room to beat the music. No way. Looper can only complete similar operations. He copied the operations of Sword Lady and Raven. But he really couldn't complete Raven's dragon raise his head. Maybe he felt a little confused. So he said it directly.
These operations of driving wooden stakes look very impressive. But they are of little value in actual combat. Because the opponent is not a wooden stake. And will not stand there stupidly and let you hit it.
There is nothing wrong with what you say. But it has been misinterpreted by many people to lead the rhythm. It immediately triggered a scolding war between the two sides. Laughing to death. If you can't finish it, it's worthless. Right? What kind of championship is Li Han promoted to? Is it also worthy of a porcelain looper? Hee hee. Can the champion of S4 be crowned for life? I only know that Brother Han Sheng has a 100% winning rate against loopers in his career. How many times have you defeated Brother Han Sheng? Fans of some teams can only borrow the championships won by others in other teams. It's just a boast. If you don't understand, just ask RNG what championship? Oh, I almost forgot. RNG doesn't have a championship. Are you still thinking about this troublesome Han Sheng? If you have this free time, you might as well worry about whether you can get a spot in the S competition. Will RNG start preparing for S7 in advance? No way. Looper is not the only one to express this. The posture may have been annoyed by some of the barrages. And he said similar things. Actually, the extreme operation of driving wooden piles will indeed not be so smooth in actual combat. It is true that your opponent will not stand there like a wooden stake and let you show off your extreme moves. But the other way around. It's not completely impossible. Just like Raven's light speed QA. In actual combat, no one will stupidly stand still and hack with you. But there are also situations where you can masturbate while standing. You can always find opportunities for light speed QA. What matters in actual combat is ideas. In a complex environment, you have a clear idea in your mind to complete your operations. At this time, the muscle memory accumulated through daily practice can help you complete the most extreme operations. But the debate between fans on both sides has started, and it's impossible to stop. Especially considering the playoffs have reached the 6-4 stage. RNG is about to start a 6-4 showdown with VG. Whoever wins between the two will become Top's opponent in the semifinals. And the other half, the winner between Wii and Snake, will also become EDG's opponent in the semifinals. It's no wonder that Top has quarrels with RNG fans. As soon as the game starts, such an online scolding battle is inevitable. But it just happens by mistake. It just caused this wave of scolding to start in advance. Is this considered preheating in advance? After all, although RNG cannot beat Top and EDG, beating other LPL teams is basically a dimensionality reduction attack. The opponent they faced, the VG team, was not strong either. VG has Monkey King plus the champion midfielder against 3 Dandy, and has a top coach like but nothing. The overall strength is just not as good as the opponent. Longo on the top lane is a top-notch blue-collar player, but he is not very good at facing loopers. His small individual operations on the bottom lane are impressive. But this cannot make up for the fact that VG's ADC is a paintbrush. As for Dandy, to be honest, he has hardly had any outstanding performance since he came to LPL. He can be regarded as the most successful among the 10 3-star players who came to LPL. June 12th. The 6-4 matchup in the LPL playoffs begins. The first thing to start is the showdown between Wii and Snake. The strength of these two teams is about the same. I can't say who is stronger. It just depends on the overall performance. In the end, Snake was the winner. The main reason is that the Vietnamese bandit Sop in the wild area beat Wishwang very miserably. The failure to beat Wii in the jungle caused all 3 lines of Wii to be affected. In the end, 3-1, Snake defeated Wii and successfully advanced to the semifinals. Subsequently, the competition between RNG and VG has also begun. Just as Li Han Sheng expected, VG's top, middle and jungle trio can barely withstand it. But the bottom lane really can't stand it. Uzi is always very ruthless when playing the colored pen ADC. 3 consecutive moves directly hit the bottom lane and penetrated the lane. No matter how good the lineup you get for VG, you can't beat them. 3-0, RNG won the game and successfully advanced to the semifinals. It can be regarded as showing a wave of his own form before the semifinals start. and it's worth everyone's attention. RNG seems to have changed its style of play a little bit. Chapter 179 seems to be weakened, but in fact it is strengthened at an epic level. After a busy day of shooting, without leaving much time for the team members to rest, Bayueya pulled all the team members to the conference room.
I'm calling you all over here. You know exactly what I'm going to tell you.
Bayueya didn't show off.
You all watched the recent 6.15 game. Let's talk about your opinions after the installation. The bottom lane is becoming more and more important, especially the lane rights of the bottom lane,
Gaodui said eloquently.
I feel that the middle lane has now become a C position and has become a lane-pushing robot. It has to be pushed fast. The same goes for the bottom lane.
Lu Mao followed up and said,
It's not enough to force support, especially the whole Karma and the like opposite Brown. The lane will make you sick to death. The priorities of Wheel Mom, Jean, and Han Bing are too high, and there are no other options.
Ashui also added. Everyone shared their most intuitive feelings about ranking and watching games these days. The White Crescent Moon looked at Li Hansheng again.
What else is there to do in the top lane? The importance of Shen has increased. And then, there are the trees, Echo, etc. To put it bluntly, this version of the top lane is an orphan. They play online by themselves, and they have to support the bottom half at any time. That's right.
Bayueya nodded.
This is the most intuitive feeling brought by version 6.15. Everyone has shifted the focus of tactics downwards, which is also caused by the update of version 6.15.
After the 6.15 version was updated, it was completely announced that line-swapping games were a thing of the past. After version 6.9, although the lane-switching game is greatly affected, if you insist on changing, you can still do it. One version change in 6.15 completely announced that the line-switching tactic has become history. The HP of all defense towers has been increased to 3,500 HP. The duration for a tower to receive additional defense bonus has been reduced from 7 minutes to 5 minutes. The additional defense bonus has been increased from 35% damage reduction to 50%. In addition, a First Blood Tower reward mechanism is set up. The first destroyed defense tower will receive an additional reward based on the original reward. This reward totals 400 yuan. That is to say, if someone takes one health tower alone, they can get an economy starting at 600. What is this concept? Based on the fact that the average amount of economic gain per minute for players in the professional arena is 400. The bounty of more than 600 brought by the First Blood Tower is equivalent to forcing a person to gain 1.5 points of development ahead of schedule. This is equivalent to a very scary number in the professional arena. And that's not all. Cancel the additional defense mechanism for the first 5 minutes of the bottom tower. In layman's terms, in the first 5 minutes of the game, the towers in the middle and upper lanes all have up to 50% damage, but the bottom lane does not. But now you can get an additional 400 economic reward by knocking down the First Blood Tower. If you forcefully change lanes, it is equivalent to giving up the First Blood Tower reward and a small dragon. No team can accept this situation. Through this change, Riot has forced all teams to line up honestly and normally. And the bottom lane and one tower on both sides have become a point around which all teams will operate in the early stage. This is also the reason why RNG was able to easily defeat VG in the semifinals. Because the bottom lane is too strong. Uzi's super personal ability combined with the bounty from the First Blood Tower made him snowball. And VG simply couldn't resist it. When both sides compete for a tower, the ecological chain of the bottom lane will naturally change as the rhythm of the game changes. Originally, auxiliaries such as Nyoto and Braun gradually lost their living space, because this type of assistance cannot help the ADC push the lane. Replaced by Karma, Zyra, Bard, and Nami, the appearance probability of expendable soft assistance has been greatly increased, all for the sake of line power, and because it requires frequent fights in the early stage, coupled with the weakening of multiple versions. Centaurs, excavators, spiders, and blind monks have suddenly become popular in the version, replacing wildcore junglers such as Male Spear and Kindred, who mainly farm.
Wu doesn't matter.
Imp didn't care.
Wu is not afraid of whoever comes down the road, because no one can defeat Wu. This can be regarded as a small weakening of us by Riot.
Gaudi also saw through the essence. League of Legends basically has two major changes every year. One is the big change at the end of the season, and the other is the medium-sized change after MSI ends and before the World Championship. The core point of these two changes is weaken the champion team. It is not good for a game to be dominated by a certain team or a certain region for a long time. After all, The enthusiasm brought by winning the championship can help the division attract a lot of fresh blood, and can also drive players who have abandoned the game to return. If Riot wants League of Legends to further develop, it must allow other regions to win championships instead of being dominated by the LCK. The changes throughout this year have been to weaken the operational style. And Top won the championship with an invincible attitude at MSI, and naturally became Riot's target list for targeted weakening. This change in 6.15 can be said to serve multiple purposes. Line switching tactics have become history, which has greatly affected the LCK's operating system. The downward shift in the tactical focus is also a restriction on carry-type top laners, like Li Hansheng, because the team is going to the bottom lane to grab a health tower. The jungler, mid laner, and support will all focus on the bottom lane to fight. Even if you are on the top lane, you sometimes have to abandon your troops to go to the bottom lane to support your teammates. Doesn't this weaken top?
But Riot is sure this is a weakening for us? Why do I feel that Laoli has been strengthened by the epic level?
Candy frowned, looking a little weird.
Hee. You just found out?
Li Hansheng tried his best not to laugh out loud. He wished that no one was in charge of both sides on the road. When neither side has a jungler, he can suppress the opponent unscrupulously, and he can penetrate the opponent's top lane by himself.
That's right.
Bai Yueya also wanted to laugh.
I'm afraid this wave of Riot will backfire. They seem to be weakening us, but in fact they are strengthening us at the epic level.
Li Hansheng basically has a landing advantage against anyone on the top lane, and he can create a terrifying matchup gap without a jungler. Can't blame the Riot. His intentions were good after all. From normal logic, this is indeed a weakening of Li Hansheng. But they missed something. Li Hansheng's landing suppression power far exceeded their imagination. Next, Bai Yueya once again explained the selection of popular heroes for each position, and urged the team members to train more in the next rank. Let's review the 3 games between RNG and VG.
In short, in the semifinals, we have to compete with RNG in the bottom lane. We can't give any resources to the opponent. As for Hansheng, you can play freely in the top lane.
The White Crescent Moon said nothing more after saying this. He believed that Li Hansheng would not let him down. Chapter 180. Useless in Actual Combat? Live teaching for you. August 14th. The semifinals did not deliberately rent other venues. It was still at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center. The pitfalls of the Banana Plan are not just reflected in the unreasonable schedule, including Snake playing 2 BO5s in one day. The reason why Gongzi was directly eliminated was also related to the Banana Project's reluctance to give up money in order to save the cost of renting a venue. Project Banana wants the players to finish all the games in one day without giving them any rest time. This is why Tingjing and Banana Project immediately took back the right to host the event after only 1 year of cooperation. Although Tingjing is not a good thing, it is still more reliable than the Banana Plan. At least, they won't cause a team to play 2 BO5s in one day. The semifinals were also crammed into one day. The duel between EDG and Snake started first. When the top team came to the scene, the two sides had already fought fiercely into the 4th game. EDG is in really good shape in this summer split, especially Deft, who has been able to perform at a dominant level when facing other teams' bot lanes. This other team includes other LPL teams except Top, including Uzi, who owns RNG. The bottom lane will also suffer when encountering EDG. 2. Deft is known as father after all. But when Yangtua faces the little bitch of his mistress, he often thinks of the fear of being dominated by Gu Shungbin in Korea. When facing Top, facing Gu Sungmin, it cannot be said that there is no performance at all. It can only be said that there are almost no highlights at all. If I can't beat you Top, I can't beat other teams? Sofm is extremely talented, and his precise counter-jungling skills make all the junglers of the team miserable. However, he is still a bit immature and lacks rich experience in the field. Once he is targeted and studied, his performance drops significantly. Moreover, Snake's 3 lines are enough to deal with Wii, but they are not enough when facing EDG. Unable to provide effective support online, and facing a veteran in the jungle like the factory director, Sofm is also completely misfired. The factory director's methods were extremely cruel when he was killing him to death. The factory director is still awesome. Gao Tianliang also came to the scene with the team. Anyway, it was to take him to experience the atmosphere of the stadium in advance. People who play jungle in China have more or less been influenced by the factory director. Putting aside the fact that the factory director's crotch was stretched in foreign wars, he at least ruled the country, and his rank also showed his thighs. It is normal to have a little fanboy.
It's okay. SOSO.
Candy wanted to show off in front of his little brother when he got the chance.
I have to be a little inferior in front of the top factory director.
A wave of teamfight broke out between the two sides on the field near the Daolong pit. EDG used a perfect teamfight to win the key teamfight and seal the victory. Even in the background, you can hear the cheers of fans from the front. Xiao Tian was stunned for a moment. This was the first time that he felt the atmosphere of a competition stage so immersively. He thought that he might have to participate in competitions on such a stage in the future and become the object of cheers from fans. I couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion in my heart. I was very much looking forward to it, but also a lot of pressure. Before coming to top, he was the best in his school and even in the entire province. He was a well-deserved genius. But when he entered the monster concentration camp of top, he realized that his talent was not worth mentioning in front of this group of people. Li Hansheng may have seen Xiaotian's emotional fluctuations and smiled at him.
Are you nervous? It's okay to be nervous. Yu Wenbo was also nervous at the beginning. Brother Hansheng, don't slander me. I'm so nervous.
Shui immediately retorted.
Hee hee. Yu Wenbo, just admit it.
Ming didn't hesitate to expose the lie of his good partner.
You were clearly sure that you couldn't sleep the night before going on stage. And you sent that message to harass me. Nonsense. I just said you were nervous. Nothing else.
Li Hansheng waved his hand nonchalantly.
It's normal to be a little nervous. Just don't let your nervousness affect your performance. You are lucky. You can slowly feel the atmosphere of the stadium first. Even if you can't play now, don't worry. Just wait patiently. You can learn a lot from watching your opponent's performance backstage and watching your teammates' performance.
Li Hansheng is obviously not very old, but he teaches like an elder. And Xiaotian nods from time to time like a good baby. At this time, the peripheral equipment sent for inspection had been sent back, and the staff also reminded them to prepare for the game. Li Hansheng and other major players got up, picked up their peripherals, and left the backstage lounge.
Just like Brother Hansheng said. Just watch.
Shui didn't know when he sat next to Gao Tianyang.
You are a jumbler. You need to know the landing habits of your teammates and the landing habits of your opponents. Get used to it. Work hard. Don't wait until your buddy takes out Poo Poo's main position and you can't play. I will work hard.
Xiaotian was silent for a moment, and then a trace of determination flashed in his eyes.
I am also sure that I will not lose to anyone. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Playoffs.
Guan Ziyuan's voice was loud.
This is the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center.
The three people sitting in the commentary box today are Guan Ziyuan, Wang Lauer and Rita. The three of them are all newcomers with relatively little experience in the LPL League. But their appearance in such a high-profile semifinals is enough to show the official intention to cultivate them. Naturally, the three of them also want to do well. Show your face. Wang Lauer showed his professionalism as soon as he came up.
The two sides fighting today are RNG and Top. They are also old rivals. In the previous record of the match, Top has an absolute advantage and has never lost once.
Rita immediately spoke up to help RNG. Even if she was not optimistic about RNG winning today, she still had to create a hostile atmosphere between the two sides. Creating the atmosphere of the game is also one of the responsibilities of the commentator.
However, RNG has been in hot form recently, especially in the 6-4 finals with VG, where it easily defeated its strong enemy VG with a score of 3-0. It is enough to see that in the 6.15 version, RNG seems to have gradually mastered the essence of the version, and RNG also has a small advantage. That is, Top has never played a game since the regular season ended on August 7th. Although Top can wait for work, because RNG won easily, VG did not by forcing RNG to push the bottom of the box. RNG maintains itself in a hot hand state through actual combat. I think this cannot be ignored.
This statement has always been true. The team that fights all the way up from below may indeed be inferior to the team above in terms of overall strength. But with the bonus of on-the-spot status, it can often explode and perform beyond the norm, completing a series of 2, a series of 3, a series of 4, and even a series of 4. Win the championship all the way down. Presence is a very mysterious thing, but it does exist. Today's focus battle has attracted a lot of attention, especially the grievances between Li Hansheng, RNG and Uzi are well known. Before the game, the Looper's remarks about Li Hansheng's exaggerated operation of Sword Girl had little practical significance. It also caused controversy between fans of both sides. Before the game even started, the scene was already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Then the statistics of the players from both sides in the regular season were officially released. Li Hansheng's personal data is extremely exaggerated. with all data ranking first at the same position. Oh! The average number of deaths per game is at the bottom. And Li Hanqing's number of deaths is not too many. The average damage per point, damage conversion rate, damage ratio, number of kills in 15 minutes, and the economic difference in counterpoints are all extremely scary. MD. I just opened the live broadcast room and heard Rita talking nonsense. It is really unlucky. Laughing. It's obvious that the team is not strong enough to advance directly to the semifinals. But this group of idiot commentators made it seem like playing from the bottom up is the dominant side. Don't say anything else. Can you wait for Brother Han Sheng's Sword Princess? I can't sleep without Sword Princess today. Top beats RNG instead of father beating son? Can RNG beat Top? If you don't understand, just ask. Is Uzi mature today? GSL will give you an accurate message first, whether it is cooked or not. Please remember to state it uniformly. You can't even be deft. But you're still worthy of being a bitch? Take it easy. The director showed a close-up shot of both players. Judging from their expressions, Top seemed a little more relaxed, but RNG was also a little more relaxed. No one would look bitter and angry before the first game even started. Deep expression? Nervous? Both sides have a lot of experience in the field. Who would be like a young boy who is so nervous that he sits on the edge of the bed and is at a loss? You can even type and chat with each other in the client before the game starts. Fortunately, the referee lady promptly stopped the typing and chatting between the players on both sides and announced that the game had officially begun and entered the BP session. The director also immediately switched the game screen to the BP screen of both sides. Since Top ranks higher in the regular season, they will have priority in choosing sides in rounds 1, 3, and 5. Top actively chose the red side, and RNG gave Jace the first ban spot. RNG's response is still to block Jace. I estimate that in our LPL league, there is a high probability that we will never see the day when Noob chooses Jace. Unless Riot makes a major weakening of Jace. Guan Ziyuan said with a smile. Top's backhand ban was Braum. Braum is the auxiliary character with the highest appearance rate so far in the summer split. This is mainly because in the previous version, the bottom lane was mainly hard assist and melee combat. Braum's hero characteristic is counterforced hard assist. Moreover, there are a lot of small-scale team battles in the jungle in the early stages of the summer season. Braum's passive is very useful in small-scale team battles, and can even be said to be a supermodel. In addition, Braum is the hero with the highest selection rate in Mata's career. Block out Braum. It is equivalent to blocking half of the person Mata. Without Braum, the strength of Nyoto is too low after being weakened, which is equivalent to forcing Mata to only use soft support. Once Mata, whose operational ability has seriously declined, gets a soft assistant, the improvement he brings to the entire RNG team will change from positive returns to 0 returns, or even negative returns. RNG's second ban choice was given to Ryze. We have never seen Wei Shen play Ryze. There is a high probability that this is another ban for Noob. Top's choice is to ban Thresh. Right. Wang Lauer seemed to have thought of something. I remember that in the spring semifinals, Top adopted a 3-ban support strategy against RNG, and it was very effective at the time. After the summer split, they won't plan to repeat their same tricks again. Right. It's very possible. Rita nodded. The main thing is that everyone knows that Mata is the engine of RNG. As long as Mata is blocked, the rhythm of the entire RNG team will be cut off in half. A close-up shot of Mata shows the helpless expression on his face. It is said that the same move cannot be effective against the Saint a second time. It's a pity that Mata is not a Saint. RNG relies heavily on him. Nosa drives the rhythm of the team, which is the foundation of RNG in the league. Mata can't get good heroes, which means they are forced into a single-engine situation with dual engines. And this single engine still has the risk of exploding. After all, MLXG's game style is to take the wrong direction. Once it fails to go as he expected, it is very likely that the opponent will not explode, and MLXG himself will explode first. RNG's third ban position was given to Yan K, and Top's backhand locked the bull's head. Obviously, the current version of Nyoto is already so weak, and they were forced to be banned. It can only be said that Top's tactical intention is too obvious. Good or bad? You keep using the same routine against RNG. Right. Guan Ziyuan joked with a chuckle. But it does work. It gives people the feeling of hitting a snake 7 inches away. Wang Lauer gave a vivid metaphor. When RNG came up, they immediately grabbed the ice. The emergence of the First Blood Tower mechanism directly caused a 180-degree change in the entire ecological environment of the bottom lane. The first person to fall off the altar is the Wheel Mother, who must be banned in the regular season. Very simple. Theoretically speaking, Wheel Mom clears troops very quickly, is also very functional, and because she can carry out critical strikes in the later stages. Her carry ability is much stronger than other functional shooters, so her appearance rate should not drop. But the problem is that everything in League of Legends must be based on landing. If you talk about the mid to late game without landing strength, you are just being a rogue. Wheel Mom's early landing strength is very poor. It seems that she can quickly clear troops by relying on W and Q. But she also has to have certain basic equipment. Before making a blue-sucking knife, Wheel Mom can easily lack mana in the lane. E's magic immunity shield can indeed restore mana, but this is a life-saving skill. Wheel Mom cannot mess with East in the lane. So, Wheel Mom's priority has been lowered. Harbin can force a group start, clear the lane, and has good landing strength. Its 600-yard shooting range is superior to all shooters except the policewoman in the bottom lane. Not to mention the Eagle Strike in the sky, a small skill with extremely high strategic value. There is another reason. That is, the output method of Ice is different from that of Easy and Jin. It mainly relies on A. Moreover, Ice in the S6 summer game has not been weakened. It uses critical strike items instead of special effects items, and its late-stage capabilities are also guaranteed. Perfect for Uzi. Uzi can play well with all shooters whose output method is A. Uzi's strong personal ability can also fully utilize Hanbing's 600-yard shooting range advantage in the landing phase. For RNG, Ice is worth grabbing.
Want to grab the Ice? RNG attaches great importance to the bottom lane,
Guanziyuan exclaimed.
But yes, the confrontation in the bottom lane in version 6.15 is very fierce, and we must grab the advantageous hero.
Top will take the lead in grabbing Karma, who can pair well with Ice. Karma can not only help Ice push the lane and suppress people, but also increase the mobility that Ice lacks most. Then he grabbed the most popular jungle excavator in the current version. On RNG's side, they locked the Centaur plus Vampire with their backhand.
I wonder if Top's not grabbing vampires will be a foreshadowing.
Rita looked very surprised.
Vampires are also a must-choose hero if they are not banned. Is that acceptable?
Guanziyuan had a different view.
Vampires are indeed strong after they develop, but they are not without their shortcomings. In the early stage, vampires cannot get lane rights, and their ability in small-scale team battles is extremely poor. In the middle, if you take out the vampires, your jungle area will be under tremendous pressure. That's right.
Wang Lauer continued to explain.
Top is a team that is very good at early offense. We can look forward to it a little.
It's Top's turn to choose someone. The top choice is Jin plus Syndra.
The midfield combination of Excavator plus Syndra has full suppression power in the early stage, and Syndra basically has no pressure against the Vampires plus Centaur. If the Centaur comes to the middle to gank in the early stage, as long as Syndra does not mess around and the weak retreat, the Centaur there won't be any chance.
The choice once again returns to RNG. After careful consideration, they could only choose Bard when it came to the choice of support. And when it comes to the choice of hitting the road, RNG also hesitated for a long time. They are debating whether to choose Shin. If they get Shin, they can cooperate with the Vampires and Centaurs to formulate a charging system. But they are also afraid that Shin will be too passive in the lane, and Li Hansheng will seize the opportunity to gain a huge advantage in the lane. After much thought, RNG finally decided to play it safe in the first round and choose Echo. Let the Looper get a character that can stabilize the lane as much as possible. All teams are proven with actual situations. Facing Li Hansheng, choosing Ike to mix the lane is indeed the best choice.
It makes sense to choose these two players,
Guanziyuan said politely.
I can't say that he is an ordinary player, but he is not close to the kind of skill that we expect to break the game. I can only say that he is average. It's my skill.
Brother Idiom, are you talking about gods and demons? What Kanba? A good player, an ordinary player, or an expert player? Why are you playing Go here? What I admire most is Guanziyuan, a guy who seems to know a little bit about everything and can talk to you about everything. Can you talk about something that people can understand? How about being the Riddler? How? Do you also want to go to Gotham City to face Batman? Who said you have to be the Joker to face Batman? So can the Riddler. The choice finally returned to Top. Everyone is also looking forward to what kind of answer Li Hansheng will give in the end. I don't know who took the lead in shouting at the scene.
Sword Princess!
Immediately after, the Top fans seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, and the whole audience chanted,
Sword Princess!
The momentum is huge. It seems that he wants to tell the players on the field in this way. As a commentator in the LPL, you need to surf the internet intensively to understand what is happening in the circle and some jokes. And the most popular meme recently. There is no other challenge than the Sword Princess Subject 3 challenge triggered by Li Hanqing's teaching in the live broadcast. And Looper's comments after making the operation were also pushed to the forefront when the two sides were fighting head-on.
Ha ha!
Guanzi Yuan laughed at first, and then joked.
It turns out that everyone likes to watch the excitement. In fact, there is nothing wrong with choosing Sword Princess as the top. There is no problem. But considering the small rhythm before the game, choosing this hero may seem like a provocation.
Rita shrugged and added.
But Noob doesn't seem to be afraid of such a rhythm. After being shouted out like this by the audience, I was also vaguely looking forward to Noob taking out the hero Sword Princess. I also wanted to see if the challenge operation of Sword Princess Subject 3 can be seen in actual combat. Is it of any practical value?
Wang Lauer also a knowing smile. Just watch the fun. Naturally. The bigger the fuss, the better? Under the close-up shot, Li Hansheng seemed to be communicating with his teammates and coaches.
Hansheng, if you want to play Sword Princess and have a teaching round, that's not impossible.
Bai Yueyao spoke and took the initiative to dispel Li Hanqing's concerns. The hero Echo was chosen more to create a certain amount of pressure on the wing. After all, even if this hero is pure meat, the damage will be higher than that of ordinary tank heroes because of its own percentage damage. How to say? Ike is like a middle ground choice. Against tank heroes, his damage is slightly higher, and he can bully tank heroes on the side. When facing warrior heroes, because he has a meaty outfit and the effect of his ultimate move, he is more meaty and can go into a head-on battle earlier than the warrior heroes. In addition, he has good line clearing ability, and he can barely clear the line quickly against warriors and defend the tower, so that he will not be able to clear the line completely in the later stage like a tank hero. To fight such a flexible hero, you must use a hero with strong pursuit ability. There is no doubt that Sword Girl's pursuit ability is the best among top heroes.
It doesn't look like that. If you sell pair, we can take the lead, so you can choose with confidence,
Imp said very domineeringly.
Don't worry. You can play on the top road. We will take care of the team. Play Uzi. Who has never lost.
Li Hansheng shook his head dumbfounded. It was not like he hesitated because he thought he would lose if he took out Sword Princess. By saying this, it seemed like he didn't dare to choose Sword Girl. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. As a player who loves fans, Li Hansheng will naturally not refuse fans' requests.
Then give me the Sword Girl. Well, let's choose Sword Girl.
Bai Yueyao frowned.
Why does this sound a bit weird?
Top finally showed his choice in 5L. The peerless swordswoman Fiona. The top fans at the scene suddenly burst into cheers. And those who didn't know it thought the game was over.
Wow! Noob really accepted the challenge.
Guanzi Yuan also shouted excitedly.
This game is definitely not to be missed.
6666. I don't even support the wall. So just obey me. Brother Hansheng. Really choose? As expected of me? Brother Hansheng. Such a bad temper. Torture Looper to death. What's so great about the S4 champion top laner? My brother Hansheng has beaten many champion top laners. Go. Go. Go! Hack RNG. This is why my brother Hansheng is so popular. He is really not afraid at all if something happens. Chapter 181. If you beat RNG like this earlier, wouldn't you win the championship? With top, lock the unparalleled swordswoman on the last floor. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and top is on the red side. Top road, Echo versus Sword Lady. Jungler, Centaur versus Excavator. Middle lane, Vampire versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Ice plus Bard versus Jin plus Karma.
The lineups of both sides are interesting. After excluding the top laners of both sides, it seems that the frontal 4v4 can be played?
Guanzi Yuan smiled.
It is in line with the current situation of the top lane. The orphan lane. Ha ha ha.
Wang Lauer laughed.
But it also happens to prove that whoever's top laner on both sides can create enough pressure on the wing can gain an advantage for his team. Of course, other lanes in this game are also very important. So we still have to look at the specific performance of both sides on the field.
As the two sides entered the loading screen, the director also temporarily cut the screen from the commentary box to the playoff short film shot before the game. These are short clips of RNG and top interviews. Li Hansheng sat upright in front of the camera and talked.
We and RNG are also old rivals. We know each other very well. This is a matter of improvisation. But I believe that the final winner must belong to us. Because so far, we have not lost. Go through RNG once, even if it's a small game.
The calm and confident words were delivered to the ears of every audience member through the speakers. Once again, it attracted bursts of cheers from the audience. As the cheers of fans from both sides fell, the full picture of Summoner's Rift was revealed to everyone. Due to the short video being played, the cut back was a little late. At this time, both sides had already rushed out of the spring and headed to their own jungle areas to prepare for defensive positions. Yellow signal signs can be seen everywhere on the map, and the ding-ding-ding signal prompts are endless. Judging from the position, both sides did not unite, but spread out and maintain conservative positions. The main reason was that there was no obvious gap in the combat effectiveness of the first-level regiments on both sides. The vampires on RNG's side were useless at level 1, and the excavators on Top's side were no less generous. Both sides simply didn't bother to invade. After taking a conservative position, they chose to start normally. The normal start of the current version is for the two-person team to start with wild monsters. The blue side will eat the Stone Man, and the red side will eat the Marsh Frog. In fact, the red side will have a slight advantage. After all, Frog Princess is a single wild monster. Although the first ADC in the jungle has a very fast fire rate, 2 people can fight fast enough. On the contrary, although the S6 Stone Man on the blue side can't split yet, there are still 2. Fortunately, if Bard learns Q at level 1, and Ice learns W at level 1, the damage effect of the 2 AoEs is pretty good. Both sides basically come online at the same time.
Oh, it's interesting. This Xianghua is not a single-player F4, nor is it a red one.
Wang Lao immediately noticed something was wrong on the field, because the men and horses that were supposed to appear in the lower half of the wild area actually went to the upper half of the wild area. Moreover, it is still a single-player frog concubine, and she uses punishment as soon as she comes up. But it is also understandable that by punishing the frog princess, you can obtain the gift of toadstools. Any target that attacks the centaur and horse will be poisoned and will be given a buff that continuously loses blood, which can greatly increase the efficiency of the centaur and horse in clearing the field. This route can also take blue first and then red, which can maximize the duration of the red buff for gank. And you can save the second punishment for use when hitting the red buff. The punishment red buff will just bring a wave of blood back and forth, improving your own status and reducing the risk of ganking online.
Top seems to have no idea that both sides are competing for lane rights in the bottom lane. Will it be a good opportunity for the troops to play? RNG seems to want to capture it.
The excavator's way of clearing the jungle is to start from blue and then go all the way up, which means that the jungler's clearing route is completely opposite. Once the top bottom lane is caught, no teammates will come to help. If you can top the bottom lane, you will fall into a certain death situation. This way down the road, Top has a slight advantage in the speed of pushing the line, and the line of soldiers is slowly pushing towards the first tower of RNG's bottom lane. Jin's Dancing Grenade, combined with Karma's Q, Inner Flame, enhanced with R Mantra, can quickly clear the line of troops. This is something Han Bing and Bard cannot compare with. However, RNG's 2 players in the bottom lane did not give the opponent a chance to consume themselves. After all, Han Bing has a 600-yard range, which is enough to stand at a relatively safe distance and draw A to replenish troops. Once Jin presses forward, Han Bing backhands with a W, thousands of arrows, hang up and slow down. At that time, you can also use the dual advantages of range and movement speed to pull. This is what Uzi is best at, and it is also the core foundation that supports Uzi's strong line suppression. His control of the basic attack distance of every shooter hero is abnormal to the almost script level. If Top's bottom lane wants to try to suppress it, they must push their troops into the tower and do various consumption while the ice tower is replenishing. Moreover, Top must also push the line. Slowly pushing the line is good for offense. But now the jungler is in the upper half. This kind of slow push is very dangerous for Gu Shengben, and the line must be reset.
The men and horses are already fighting red. Isn't Top on guard yet? The puppy and Mata are very good at dealing with it. They just block the line of troops and prevent them from completely entering the tower, so that Top's bottom lane cannot retreat.
After getting the red buff, MLXG immediately went down the road. It's not that Top didn't arrange I positions in the bottom lane, but the position of the I positions arranged by Green Hair was very conservative, although it was placed in the triangular grass in the bottom lane. In fact, MLXG moved forward with a wall-blocking vision and did not expose himself too early, and RNG has obviously planned it for a long time. Han Bing suddenly fired a W, thousands of arrows, forward and shot a burst of ice arrows to slow down Ember. Bard on the side immediately released W, Wandering Holy Altar at Han Bing. Not for the blood recovery effect, but for the 30% accelerate the effect. According to Canyon Relativity, when the enemy is slowed down, it means that I am accelerating. When the enemy is slowed down, when I am accelerated, it means that I get double acceleration. Han Bing quickly caught up with Jin and began to use flat A to consume. Due to the constant A soldiers, Han Bing had already reached 4 layers and passively activated Q Marksman Focus to pursue Jin. Gu Shumbin didn't give up. He backhanded a flat A followed by a Q Man Dance Grenade. The advantage of the army line was at top. Han Bing was equivalent to carrying the army line and forcibly exchanging blood. Karma on the side also aimed at the opportunity to backhand an RQ towards him. The ice was blocked by Bud with his body. Bard also used Q, Astral Binding, on his backhand, which seemed to be a Q minion, but in fact it was to penetrate Jin behind. Fortunately, Imp was very focused and was not tricked. The green hair on the side quickly accelerated Jin's E to avoid the insidious soldier-piercing Q from Bard. But Karma no longer has RQ or E skill. MLXG, who was stuck in the extreme field of vision, started sprinting straight down the road.
The Centaur has moved. Wow. RNG's lane and wild coordination is very good. Puppy and Mata have deceived each other's skills. And Jin and Karma are positioned very forward. The success rate of Centaur gank is very high.
Generally speaking, the red side bottom lane wants to prevent sprinting heroes, like Centaurs, from ganking the bottom lane through I position. The I position must be very deep in the jungle. Placing it in the triangular grass, like green hair, actually doesn't have much effect at all. Because as long as you stand a little further forward, you won't be able to move away when you see people and horses from this position. But Lu Mao can't be blamed, because the 2 RNG bottom laners positioned their troops so well that the troops have not been pushed into the defense tower for a long time. And he did not dare to go too far away from the imp to get a deep view. After walking out of the triangular grass, MLXG even activated E, Shadow Charge, to help himself. And his movement speed surged again.
Sell me! Sell me! Puff! Let's go!
Lu Mao looked very decisive. The moment the men and horses approached, he put weakness directly on the men and horses. In order to limit the entry of the vampires, he brought weakness plus flash. And Imp also directly handed over the healer to accelerate himself to avoid being left behind. And he also threw 2E, encompassing, backwards in detail, triggering it directly before Han Bing walked out of the range of triggering the mine. The 35% movement speed makes Han Bing unable to catch up with Jin even if he uses healing acceleration. Unless he uses flash. But that's not profitable either. The Centaur continued to use the red buff to stick to Karma, and Jin's healing acceleration effect also gave Karma a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, Han Bing decisively flashed to keep up with the speed. Although Karma also flashed, he was still unable to distance himself in the end, being chased to death by force. In this case, no one in RNG dares to kill anyone. If an own goal occurs on the field because of the header, it would be too hurt if the cooked duck flies away. The horse and the horse draw A and then Q rampage to get the kill. First blood.
Xiongwa got first blood. But this wave doesn't seem to be that profitable.
Wang Lauer frowned.
With the sprint of the horse and the flash of ice, Han Bing may have to be a little more timid in the next period of time. It's okay. The men and horses can better drive the rhythm of the field by winning the kill. But RNG does have to be careful about Top's next attack on the bottom lane, which does not flash.
Nice. Come on.
Puppy.
That's it. Xiongwa understands puppies. Whoever is talking about a conflict between the two will have his head smashed to pieces. MLXG is so cowardly. Can you tolerate being robbed of buffs by a baiting dog while playing ranked? If RNG had played around the puppy so early, how could the regular season be so miserable? Mata, don't worry about your dick wandering away. Wouldn't it be nice to just accompany the puppy and defeat the opponent online? What about Imp? The puppies are playing professionally against you champion ADCs. If you don't understand, just ask, who is the champion of baiting dogs? No. No. With a little advantage at the beginning. GSL jumped up? It's rare that RNG actually gained a good lead at the beginning. RNG fans can finally speak loudly in the official live broadcast room. But in fact, caught on the lower road, it has no impact on Top at all. He was just caught to death once. But it didn't mean he lost the game. What's more, RNG has indeed paid a certain price. And the ice that does not flash will become the target of Top's counterattack. Chapter 182, Solo Kill Under the Tower. Let me ask you if it is useful in actual combat. when RNG fans are immersed in the joy of their team's early advantage. On the mini-map, in the corner that no one cares about yet, the looper on the road is facing a huge crisis. In the early stage, Echo is actually pretty easy to beat against Sword Girl. Echo only needs to hide behind and throw his Q to clear the troops. Sword Girl can't touch Echo anyway. But as soon as RNG came up, they planned to attack the bottom lane. As a result, the looper didn't dare to push the line once he came up, because once the men showed up in the bottom lane, he had to retreat to ensure his own safety. At that time, if the military line was very poor and Sword Lady blocked the military line, he would also feel very uncomfortable. It is precisely because of this. Echo, who was supposed to have the lane right, was pushed back by Sword Lady. The moment the troops showed up in the bottom lane, Looper was very cautious and immediately retreated to the defense tower, not wanting to give the top jungler a chance to target him. As an old rival, Looper knows very well that top has done a good job in stopping losses. If the bottom lane suffers, they will definitely seek opportunities in the middle and top. Considering the position of the excavator at the moment, he guessed that there is a high probability that it will come to interfere with him in the top lane.
The looper is very stable, and the timely retreat does not give top any chance.
Guanzi Yuan couldn't help but praise.
If it were a younger top laner, he would probably be supplementing the troops at this time. No, Syndra is not in the middle.
Rita suddenly interrupted Guanzi Yuan with an exclamation.
He has already joined the excavator near Daolong Pit.
Everyone took a look. It really is. The vampires in the middle are clearing troops under the tower. But Syndra, who has obtained the line rights, does not take advantage of the vampires to reduce the opponent's health while the tower is repairing, but heads to the top lane.
Wei Shen is missing,
because Xiaohu was pressed under the tower, and the ward position arranged at the beginning had disappeared at this time. He didn't know Wei Shen's movements at all, but he didn't need to know clearly to know that Wei Shen definitely wanted to move on.
Miss!
Xiaohu quickly added, and kept sending retreat signals to the looper under the top tower. Shiba, looper was also shocked. Under the tower, Sword Lady and Excavator can't do anything to him. But once Syndra is added, he can't withstand the damage of 3 people. The Korean aide did not learn Chinese, which resulted in the team being unable to form effective communication in the first place. RNG could not avoid this shortcoming. Either Looper and Mata transform into Rookie, Doim, and Imp, conscientious Korean players, who actively integrate into the LPL competition area and take the initiative to learn Chinese. Either they reorganize the all-Chinese class, or else people like the current group who do not take the initiative to integrate into the competition area and do not take the initiative to learn Chinese will inevitably lead to communication problems that will continue to affect the team. Looper didn't care that the troops were about to enter the tower, and quickly tried to retreat to the closed grass on the upper road. He had barely taken 2 steps. Syndra, who still had the sprinting effect on her body, had already burst out of the triangular grass behind the tower.
Wei Shen! Wei Shen blocked the looper's retreat in time, and Candy quickly followed. The two of them completely blocked the looper's idea of retreating. It's over. The vampire didn't bring TP, and the troops were still in the lower half of the map. There is no RNG player in the first half.
Wang Lauer used his trademark crooked accent to explain the situation on the court.
Bin Xian Junta. Is top going to take action? Let's see how Looper responds, and whether he can create a miracle.
The moment Bin Xian entered the tower, the top 3 players, the upper, middle and jungler, immediately approached the bottom of the tower one after the other, attacking from a flank. Looper's brain was working rapidly, calculating the blood volume of the 3 people. He had to try even if there was no room for maneuver. There may be a 0.1% chance if you try. But if you don't try, there is no chance. Ike directly crosses his hands and places W, time stagger. After 3 seconds, a force field will automatically appear under his feet. He just needs to find a way to hold on until the moment the force field appears. Then he backhanded Q, time curler, and threw it behind him, trying to slow down and interfere with Syndra and the excavator. The next step is to stare at the screen. As long as he can use E or flash to avoid a key control, he can break the game.
Syndra took action. The weak retreated to catch the Dark Orb. Wow! Wei Shen's beautiful EQ second company did not give Ike a chance to hand over any displacement skills, and used his telekinesis to grab the Dark Orb on the ground and hit Ike again, dealing burst damage of thunder. The excavator walked directly to Ike's feet and broke out of the ground, knocking Ike directly into the air, activating Queen's Wrath, quickly leveling A 3 times to accumulate enough rage, and then used Wild Bite to deal huge real damage, and then escape again
and dig a tunnel out of the range of the defense tower. At the same time, Swordswoman used her air-piercing slash to pierce Ike's flaw, and then level A followed by a deadly stab to quickly deal 2 basic attacks of damage.
Guan Ziyuan gave a long list of impromptu explanations in one breath. The names of heroes' skills that he usually recited were revealed at this moment. In such a situation, he could still accurately name the skills used by each hero. It was indeed a great effort. The control connection between the top, middle and jungler of top was very good. But they did not kill Ike immediately, and there was still a trace of blood left.
Xiang Renjie, don't be fainted on the spot. Get out.
Li Hansheng reminded him in time. Watch the moment when Ike's W force field is about to take effect. The sword lady handed over her W, Lawrence Eye sword, and placed the long western sword in her hand across her chest. The reflected sword energy accurately hit Ike, stunning him in place again. It takes a little bit of anticipation, but it's not difficult. Because at this time, even if Echo has Ian Flash, Looper does not dare to use it. He must step on the W force field to gain the shield and force field stun effect. But this will definitely be successfully blocked by Sword Queen's W. This was a certain death situation, and it was no wonder that he died. Ike was killed in battle, and his head was taken by Sword Lady.
Top's counterattack came very quickly. What was unexpected was Wei Shen's wandering. Wei Shen has really changed this season. He is no longer the player who relies mainly on online development in the audience's impression. On the contrary, his roaming support is much more frequent. After all, the 2 heroes with the highest selection rate by Wei Shen this season are Ice Girl and Rock Bird.
Wang Lauer said the most critical point.
That's right.
Rita nodded.
If there is no Syndra in this wave, it shouldn't be possible to get over the tower. The damage of Sword Queen and Excavator is not enough.
Woo 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 woo. Wei Jiang actually swam away. Yi Qingjie. He is so awesome. I cried to death. Huangza speaks. GSL speaks. Like to bark? Like popping champagne at halftime? Isn't it just a human head? Top will call you back within minutes. When Brother Han Sheng gets the first head, this game is over. Woohoo! Brother Han Sheng takes off.
Oh, Wei Jiang.
Li Hansheng did not hesitate to praise himself.
I will give you full marks for this wave of wandering. Go away. Make it look like I don't wander around normally. You GDX.
Wei Shen retorted with a curse.
Hee hee.
Li Hansheng laughed.
The previous wanderings didn't have this key point. I understand. Lao Li is a GDX. Helping him roam is the key. If he doesn't help him roam, he will turn a blind eye.
Candy complained angrily. Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing. This wave is purely the early pressure that RNG must bear when choosing a vampire in the middle. After the redesign, the vampire is indeed difficult to restrain in team battles, and has the ability to carry the game.
Provided that,
when you have to fight a team, and it has to be a mid-term team fight, the vampires in the early team fight are just average. League of Legends will never have a flawless hero. For example, Big Mouth's explosive output ability is obtained in exchange for flexibility. Qi Gang Shadow's perfect mechanism is obtained in exchange for extremely rubbish early basic values. And Vampire's strong team fighting ability is obtained in exchange for its weakness in the landing phase. In exchange for it, facing the current version of the mainstream mid laner, the Vampire has no line rights against anyone. The main reason is that this hero must develop to level 9. Only after having level 5 Q can the lane become strong. Before that, he did not dare to use E frequently to clear the lane. If you don't dare to use the only AoE skill, you will naturally lose the line power, especially when facing a lane-dominant character like Syndra.
Gone? Is this still the Gao Dui I know?
Xiuhu felt very surprised. After all, Gao Dui in the past 2 years has left an impression on people that he can brush. Thief knows how to brush, and is professional in sucking the blood of the jungle.
But now, it can only be said that after nearly a year of persistence, it is finally time to bear fruit and reap the fruits of victory.
Wow! Looper lost a lot of troops after being killed in this wave. Although he is an Echo and can withstand pressure, he is facing a noob.
Li Hansheng was not in a hurry to go home after getting the head. He maintained his condition very well. The most important thing was that if he wanted to expose Tiamat directly, he still had a little money left. And even if he doesn't go home and update his equipment, Looper can't do anything to him. The output method of top laner Echo is to rely on the super mobility brought by his passive, chasing you all the way to draw continuously. Utilize Grasp of Immortality, plus the additional magic damage caused by hitting the third ring. At the same time, Echo's W can also cause Echo's basic attack to cause percentage damage when facing enemies with health points below 30%. To put it simply, Meaty Echo relies on sustained damage. What a coincidence. Sword Girl also plays sustained damage. I won't tell you so many bells and whistles. Sword Lady's passive directly causes a percentage of real damage. This alone is enough to kill you. Ike. Moreover, the movement speed bonus brought by Sword Queen after breaking through the flaw is also considerable, making it very convenient to pursue. A more important point. Echo's only control is W, and the animation effect is particularly obvious. If Sword Girl wants to use W to block Echo's control, she only needs to be really good at it. The only thing that can support Echo and Sword Lady in the lineup is mainly the long-range troop clearing ability of Q's skill. The Centaur has just captured the bottom lane at the beginning, so the CD of sprinting will not improve so quickly. Without sprinting, the red buff will also disappear. The gank efficiency of Centaur will be greatly reduced, and Li Hansheng can also rely on the lane with peace of mind. And Uzi's eyes has not flashed on RNG's side, and RNG will definitely focus its defense on the bottom lane. Otherwise, once Han Bing is caught to death, the advantage established by RNG at the beginning will be lost. Candy also understands. After successfully catching him dead once on the top lane, he went home to replenish a round of equipment, and he immediately went to the bottom lane. Seeing the excavator appear in the lower half of the map, RNG's defensive pressure in the lower half surged. The jungler does not have to directly come to the top lane to help the top lane. By putting pressure on the opponent's bottom lane and forcing the opponent's jungler to also go to the bottom lane, it can also help his own top lane, especially considering that his own top lane has the advantage of the opponent's lane. Down. This allows Li Hansheng to expand his advantages unscrupulously. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Li Hansheng went home for the first time. He had just enough money to buy Tiamat plus extraction.
Is Noob so greedy?
Guan Ziyuan's eyes widened.
He actually extracted it? It's no problem,
Wang Lauer said eloquently.
This one gives GNG a lot of space to split push on the side. He has a lot of development time, and there is no problem with extracting. Besides, Noob Lanning, there's no pressure per SE.
The decision to leave Tiamat first also depends on the situation. If he were to fight other tanks or warrior heroes, Li Hansheng would definitely give priority to 3 items or black cuts. But facing a batch of heroes like Echo, Tiamat must come first. Very simple. Line control is completely useless for Echo. He can use his Q skill to hit last hits anyway, and he is so flexible that even if you chase him hard, you can't catch up. RNG specifically chose Echo to be able to compete with Li Hansheng online, as long as the level is not behind. It doesn't matter if he is slightly behind in CS and equipment, as long as the top lane can be mixed. MLXG can drive the rhythm back and forth in the middle and bottom lanes. How can Li Hansheng make RNG really fulfill his wish? The best way is to increase your own line clearing ability and send your troops into the opponent's defense tower, while consuming the health of the opponent's defense tower. You can also consume the opponent under the defense tower, if there is no brainless QAE consumption under the Sword Princess tower, as long as the attack interval of the defense tower is blocked. The blood exchange can be achieved without damage. It is to constantly put pressure on the opponent in the top lane and create a feeling for RNG that if you don't control your top lane, the top lane will be penetrated. By then, RNG will be exhausted. Top will also get more offensive opportunities on the court. When Li Hansheng returned to the line again, relying on the line clearing ability brought by Tiamat, he began to push the line strongly. Looper had nothing to do about this. When he saw the line of troops being pushed towards him, he immediately retreated. Fortunately, Syndra was still facing the line honestly in the middle at this time, so that he would not be too nervous. I thought about replenishing troops safely under the tower, but in the end, cut through the air. The flaw happened to be on top of Ike's head. Swordswoman found the right opportunity to directly QAE 3 times, and then quickly retreated with the help of the acceleration effect brought by breaking the flaw. Before the magic light wave of the defense tower was emitted, she withdrew from the defense tower. Attack range. Complete a damage-free consumption. Once or twice, it's fine. But when Li Hansheng used the same trick every time, Looper's health suddenly became a little unstoppable. The pressure on RNG to hit the road surges.
Wow! The Looper was so uncomfortable.
Wang Lauer couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene on the road.
If you can only passively get beaten in the lane and have no way to fight back, this is a very dangerous situation.
Wang Lauer is different from the 2 partners next to him. He is a serious diamond player, and he also worked in Flash Wolves before coming to LPL as a commentator. Both game operation and game understanding are better than Guan Ziyuan and Rita. I can also briefly say a few words about this landing situation. And what I say makes sense. This, remember, is good? I understand the game quite well. Mainly because Wanwan's accent is annoying. But he has no problem understanding the game. The main reason for this is that I can't partner with Guan Ziyuan. If I partner with Guan Ziyuan, it will appear that they are very secretive. The officials finally took care of the personnel. I have long been dissatisfied with the fact that people like Robbie, who have no understanding of the game, can only talk nonsense in the commentary box. Although the score on the field is still only 1-1. Everyone knows that there is only one opportunity for the change in the number of heads. Soon, Top organized an effective attack here. The hero Bard cannot always stay online. He does not have to wander around, but has to go to the wild area to pick up the wood spirits dropped by the passive, Traveler's Call, in the wild area. Picking up wood spirits can gain an experience bonus. So Bard is the only hero among all supports who can roam without losing too much experience. Mata knows that leaving the bottom lane will cause ice to be dangerous. But sometimes you have to leave. It just so happens that this gives Top an opportunity to take advantage of. Uzi has indeed been trying hard to integrate into RNG's overall style of play. But many things cannot be changed overnight. Just like Gao Dui tried to change his playing style of Earthbound Spirit at the beginning of the spring split. It was not until the beginning of the summer split that he gradually achieved results. Mata left the line to roam, and Uzi immediately retreated. But when he saw the remaining soldiers not far away being killed one by one, and there was nothing he could do, he really couldn't help it. Players who play ADC have an inexplicable obsession with the line of troops. He restrained several ranged soldiers and melee soldiers. It even attracted admiration from the commentators. The puppy has become much more stable, Guan Ziyuan praised. But the next second, when the artillery soldiers were out of health, Uzi really couldn't bear it anymore.
I'll just go up and double you, then retreat immediately. It should be no problem.
He tried his best to find a reason to convince himself. Han Bing's W, thousands of arrows, has a wide range and a long distance. As long as the damage is calculated correctly, it can help him take over this Ferrari. After seeing that the artillery soldiers were left with no health, Uzi took 2 steps forward, planning to throw a W at the extreme distance to replenish his troops. Unexpectedly, Gu Shengman also walked forward immediately, physically blocking the artillery soldiers, just like physically blocking Easy's Q to disgust others. Warn! Warn! Uzi's face dropped, and his whole body gradually entered a red-hot state, and he just wanted to retreat. Kalma fought his way out of the bushes. Encouragement: use it on yourself to accelerate yourself and get closer to the ice quickly.
Puppy! Danger!
Wan Lauer suddenly raised his voice.
Karma is approaching.
Green hair directly argues towards the ice. Karma's Q, Inner Flame, has a range of up to 950 yards and a radius of 280 yards. It actually has an effective range of more than 1,000 yards. Uzi's chubby fingers dexterously dragged the mouse and clicked at an ultra-high frequency, allowing him to twist and dodge Karma's Q. Q, which can be strengthened by mantra, will leave a circle of fire on the ground and slow down the opponent. Behind him, Gu Shengban was waiting for this moment. While the ice is being slowed down, Fatal Huakai keeps up. The ice was immediately imprisoned in place. Karma was able to follow up and use W, Unwavering, to tie the ice again. And Jin had already followed. Very detailed. Instead of rushing to output, he first threw E, Overwhelming, a little behind Han Bing. The 2 skills of Fatal Brilliance plus Unwavering can keep Han Bing imprisoned in place for nearly 3 seconds. Jin's E only takes 2 seconds to trigger. After triggering, it will also create a slowdown effect, which is enough to deal damage before the ice walks out of range. After throwing 2 E mines, Jin began to draw A and then Q, Man Dance Grenade, to continue to reduce Han Bing's health.
It's over. The puppy has no flash. Only healing.
Rita pondered for a moment.
The puppy will most likely die in battle. Bard's magical journey opened the tunnel, and Han Bing handed over the treatment to forcefully lift the blood. There is no serious injury effect on top. The puppy has not fallen yet. Can Centaur and Bard save the puppy? The excavator is here too. Wow. Candy came just in time.
The Centaur and Bard used the tunnel to move quickly from the side, and the excavator also used E+ to flash quickly to the front battlefield. After directly knocking Han Bing away, Jin also fired his 4 super bullet, which dealt a high amount of killing damage and took off Han Bing's head. Bard and the troops did not dare to fight, so they could only retreat.
To be honest, is the puppy a little greedy this time?
Wan Lauer decided to say this after hesitating for a moment. Although Uzi in the S6 era was popular, it was not as scary as in the S8 era. especially in this time and space. Li Hanxing has absorbed a lot of popularity. So the commentators have to be bolder than before when pointing out Uzi's problems.
Indeed, he himself has no flash, and rushing forward to replenish troops without auxiliary protection is a very dangerous behavior in itself.
Guan Ziyuan also agreed very much. The baiting dog is like this. No one needs to deliberately target it. He just gives it to him himself. Isn't it common knowledge that dogs taking baths are greedy for soldiers? Awkward. Isn't this because Mata is ignorant? My dog has such a huge advantage in lane. Why are you roaming? I knew that every time GSL and Huang Zha stopped talking at this time.
Steady. Steady! Our lineup is easy to fight in team battles in the mid to late stage.
Big Quail chose to stand up at this time to comfort his teammates. Especially knowing to stabilize Uzi's mentality.
Xianghua, we will attack again when the ice reaches 6. Okay.
MLXG nodded. This is also a small change in RNG's recent tactics. MLXG started to catch more. Which does not mean that RNG will play 4 guarantees and 1. Instead, it frees up its own support by helping the bottom lane build an advantage. Or even directly knocking down the first blood tower in the bottom lane. In the past, RNG sacrificed a certain amount of ADC development in the early stage, allowing Mata to leave the lane early to cooperate with MLXG to help Xiuhu in the middle establish an advantage and allow Xiuhu to roam more. After Uzi came, this method didn't work. They made certain improvements to their tactics, switching from helping the middle lane to giving priority to the bottom lane. Only, this puts more pressure on the looper on the road. After all, if the priority was to help the middle lane in the past, Xiaohu would go to the top lane to help relieve the pressure according to the situation. But now RNG's focus in the early stage is on the middle and bottom lanes. And it is based on the premise of giving priority to helping the bottom lane, liberating the bottom lane, and then considering the middle lane. On the road, I became a complete orphan. And on this side of the road, Li Hanxing went home for the second time and directly bought a 900 Vampire Scepter to increase his line reliance ability. The first big target is also very clear. The greedy Hydra. He didn't even think about team battles or roaming in the early stage. My mind is full of development and counterpoint suppression. The effect is also obvious. Faced with Li Hanxing's frequent consumption under the tower, it was really difficult for the looper to stay still. Fortunately, Echo has the ultimate skill, Time and Space tier, at level 6, which can reshape time and return to the position he was in 4 seconds ago. Bad mood? Go home immediately to resupply. And then hand over your ultimate move at the last moment to get back online. The advantage of this is that it can save 1 TP. This is also one of the reasons why the Mii Echo has a high priority on the top lane in the current version. Too dependent on the line. It is equivalent to having 1 more TP than others. And it takes more than 200 seconds for the TP to change to CD at the fastest. And the ultimate move only takes about 100 seconds. If you include the CD reduction, 1 ultimate move in tens of seconds is equivalent to dozens of Echo. You can go home to replenish your supplies in seconds, and then quickly return to the line without losing any troops or experience. Before Ornn landed on Summoner's Rift, Echo was the only hero with this ability. But things are not absolute. If you use your ultimate move to make up the line, it means that you will always have 1 less ultimate move during the landing phase. And Li Hanxing also had a wrong idea. When he saw Echo use his ultimate move to get back to the lane, he still cleared the troops into the tower, and then used QAE to break the gap to consume them. Consumes about 40% of Ike's health. He retreated outside the tower, and waited patiently for the next wave of troops. The blood volume is tight, so the looper does not dare to consume it unscrupulously. When the troops enter the tower, he does not care whether he can replenish every soldier. So he directly turns in Q, hoping to clear the troops quickly to ensure his own safety. And seeing the situation, Li Hanxing chose to go directly to level 8 to consume the defense tower's health. Looper naturally cannot let Li Hanxing consume the health of his defense tower wantonly. And the game time has already passed 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the 2 towers in the middle and upper lanes will lose the additional protection effect of 50% damage reduction. Let a swordswoman who excels in extraction get the first blood tower bounty. Will he want to play again? Sword Queen's blood volume must be consumed. And Sword Queen's blood volume must be reduced to prevent him from consuming it so unscrupulously. The moment Q comes back, Echo handed over his E-phase dive to adjust his displacement, allowing his second Q to hit the Sword Princess, and then took the initiative to A towards the Sword Princess, trying to hit a triple ring quickly. It's still in the early stages of the game. The Sword Girl's level is not high. Her bodysuit has not yet been formed, and her body is actually not solid.
Echo's damage is also considerable. Use 3 rings of damage to lower Sword Queen's HP. As for W, Looper dare not hand over W too casually. Ike's W is just a toy in front of Sword Queen. If you dare to hand over it first, Sword Queen will dare to stun you first. But just after Ike handed E, the displacement came over. The corners of Li Hanqing's mouth raised slightly. Have you finally taken the bait? Unparalleled challenge. Loran has a sharp eye. Both RW and RW were put together. The Western long sword was placed in front of him, and holes all around Ike's body suddenly lit up in front of him. Noob took action. Whoa! There was no warning. This is so decisive. Flash. Looper's reaction was also very quick. After Ike opens E, once he selects a target, he will quickly rush to the target and hit a flat A. Li Hanqing seizes this opportunity and releases RW at the same time. The reflected sword energy will definitely hit Ike. For a moment, Looper's mind flashed through Li Hanqing's Sword Princess Subject 3 exam, one of which was about the RW start. He doesn't dare to gamble. The moment the reflected sword energy pierced the flaw, he used Flash to distance himself. But Li Hanqing can still pursue. The ultimate move will provide Sword Queen with a 30% movement speed bonus. And the Flash that Looper handed over in desperation did not have time to adjust his actual position. It's just an instinctive desire to avoid Sword Queen W's reflected sword energy by flashing. This meant that the distance he had flashed was not very far. And since Sword Princess did not cause any damage to him, she just used her ultimate move and did not attract the hatred of the defense tower. Shiba! Without E, no ultimate move, and no flash, it would be impossible to escape with my current blood volume. Looper reacted very quickly and immediately ran towards the defense tower, hoping to use the defense tower to block the vulnerability on his left side. He responded quickly, but Li Hanqing moved faster than him. Li Hanqing directly demonstrated his 3 light speed and 4 break operation in the Sword Princess subject. He was directly above Echo. After piercing the first flaw with A, he used E, Deadly Stab, to reset his basic attack. The moment the second basic attack landed, Buzz, Flash and Handover, a blitzes through the flaw on Ike's left side, which is the flaw that Looper wants to use to get stuck in the wall of the defense tower. Then the angle Q is towards the middle of the angle between the 2 holes below and on the right side of Ike. The damage from Sky Slash is automatically judged as breaking the flaw on the right side. Tiamat quickly resets her basic attack again, and the damage dealt is judged as breaking the flaw directly below. The whole process is as skillful as what Li Hanqing used in the custom room. The whole process from the first flaw to the 4th flaw being broken only takes a little over 0.4 seconds. Ike's health bar was immediately cleared, and he became a corpse on the ground. The blood recovery array also took effect the moment Ike fell. Oh my god! Guan Ziyuan was stunned. Oh? Rita also looked surprised. I just finished the 4th break in the blink of an eye? Here it comes! Noob once again reproduced the 0.4 second light speed for break operation of Sword Princess in the custom tutorial. He proved it with actual actions. Even in actual combat, it is still effective. Wang Lauer was also excited to win. Roar! F***CK? Damn it! Damn it! Brother Hanqing. God forever. God had not given birth to me. Li Hanqing. The sword is as long as the night. Chinese sword immortal Li Hanqing. Looper speaks. Tell me again. Is Sword Princess 4 light speed breaks useful in actual combat? Cool. I just like my brother Hanqing, who must avenge his revenge and teach on the spot. You are the only one who claims to be the top laner of the S competition. Right? My brother Hanqing plays the TM champion top laner. As expected of my husband? So hot. I must go to bed early. At Hanqing husband's little lovely wife Jime. Please take a look. My husband is so handsome. It's not just barrage explosions. The audience at the scene also burst into cheers. Under the protection of the blood recovery array, Li Hanqing was still full of health when he evacuated the defense tower. Damn it! I'm in a hurry now. After being killed in battle, when the whole person broke away from the tense situation and regained his composure, Looper knew that he had committed a crime. In fact, even if he was hit first by Li Hanqing's RW, as long as he used Flash well, he would not be killed so easily by Li Hanqing. But he couldn't keep calm. Li Hanqing put too much pressure on him. When people are under high pressure, the pressure itself will cause errors in their judgment. This situation is not common in the professional arena. When many weaker players face stronger players, they are prone to make unforced errors during the landing phase. The spectators are not on the court and do not know the pressure on the players.
It will only send a barrage saying bot. But in fact, the players themselves know best. The troops are still defending the bottom lane, which is equivalent to the entire RNG top lane without anyone defending. It is a pity that the S6 version of Sword Princess Q cannot directly cause damage to the defense tower, and does not have the tower demolition talent such as Explosion. But even so, Li Hansheng successfully reduced the health of RNG's top tower to less than half health. This is still after Echo is resurrected, and he directly pays TP to defend the tower. If Echo does not hand over TP, the health of the first tower on the road will only be lower.
It seems RNG is not easy to defend now, because top has one more target to attack.
Wang Lauer said the embarrassing situation RNG was facing on the court at the moment. Original. The main offensive targets of both sides are placed in the bottom lane. The little dragon is secondary. After all, the profit of a single little dragon is only that. The main thing is the bounty from the first blood tower. But now, the time for the defense protection mechanism of the two towers in the middle and upper lanes has expired, and the health of the first tower in the RNG top lane is less than half of its health. Top can completely turn around and attack the top lane. Once RNG's defensive focus fails to keep up, there is a high probability that top will easily win the bounty of the first blood tower, thus starting an economic snowball. Originally, they planned to attack the bottom lane immediately after Han Bing reached level 6. We cannot act rashly now. The entire team's rhythm stopped immediately. Should we save the top lane, or continue to attack the bottom lane? RNG needs to make a difficult choice. On the contrary, top does not need to do any multiple choice questions at the moment. They still only need to set up defenses around the bottom lane and let Li Hansheng play freely in the top lane.
To be honest, they say that version 6.15 is not friendly to top laners, and top and noob will be affected. But looking at it now, why do I feel that version 6.15 actually strengthens top?
Guan Ziyuan seemed to have thought of the most critical point.
We all know that noob has a very strong personal ability. He can achieve matchup advantages in the top lane without the help of junglers. The update of version 6.15 caused all teams to focus on their lower half in the early stage, but instead give noob more room to play. If this were the previous version, if noob dared to suppress him so fiercely, someone would definitely catch him.
After the two sides were in a stalemate for a while, RNG finally decided to continue attacking the bottom lane. Unlike top, they don't have a second option. Currently, they have only one option, and that is to attack the bottom lane. Centaurs and vampires came to the bottom lane early, but hid in a corner, found the right opportunity, and waved directly. Harmonized destiny. Green Hair's reaction was quick, and he fired RE and took Jin to run behind. But the predicted position of Bard's ultimate move was clever, forcing Karma and Jin to flash out. The vampire and the centaur both started sprinting and rushed towards the two people from the side of the river. Han Bing also shot a magic crystal arrow, aiming directly at Jin.
The puppy's prediction is very accurate. Green Hair. Green Hair is so decisive. His body helped Jin block Han Bing's ultimate move. He gave Jin a chance to escape.
The troops could only use their ultimate move to force them to stay. And after using E, they kicked Jin back. The vampire also quickly followed up to supplement the damage. After hitting two people with R, Q took a sip, then charged E to deal AoE damage. Excavator and Syndra also rushed to the bottom lane in time to try to stop the opponent's pursuit. But Kalma was too deep in the position to save him. The flash of ice slows down people and makes him lose the chance to escape. Fortunately, the Excavator and Syndra stand in the bottom lane, which can effectively prevent RNG from advancing further. They have already mastered all their skills and cannot continue to advance, mainly because Syndra's line clearing ability is too strong, and she doesn't have a line of troops to take the lead in demolishing the tower. However, RNG still has other ways to expand its advantage. For example, take the Dragonet. The first one is the Water Dragon. Although the time is almost 10 minutes, the defense towers of both sides are still there, which means that the landing period is not over yet. The recovery ability provided by the Water Dragon is not useless at all.
Okay, RNG's attack rhythm is perfect.
Guan Ziyuan praised loudly.
The situation on the field is still very anxious. Wow, the health of RNG's first tower on the road is so dangerous.
Wang Lauer exclaimed, interrupting Guan Ziyuan's words. The director switches the camera to the road. Sword Girl, who had gained the equipment advantage, began to lead troops into the tower unscrupulously. After the troops entered the tower, Li Hansheng did not consume the Looper's blood. Instead, focus on consuming the HP of the defense tower. At this time, The health of RNG's first tower on the road is less than 1/3. And it only needs a wave of opportunities. Top can win the first blood tower in this game.
What if Sword Queen gets the first blood tower bounty? I can't even imagine the development of this Sword Queen. The most important thing is that once GNG develops too well, RNG will face huge pressure on the wing. I can't stand GNG on the wing. Even if RNG's lineup has an advantage in the front, Top may not be able to do so. Joining the team with you. The 4 people in front of Top just need to clear the line to avoid the battle.
To be honest, RNG will face the same embarrassing situation that LPL teams faced LCK teams in the past. Obviously I can beat you in a group fight, but I just can't start a group fight. On the contrary, the wingers will be troubled by the opponent's top laner.
Those are still far away. RNG should look at how to defend the first tower on the top lane. It is best to see if it can catch the Sword Lady once. Noob has no defensive equipment at all, and he can be caught and killed if he targets it.
Guan Ziyuan began to make suggestions for RNG. RNG also speculates that Top will most likely attack around the top half. This is also in line with Top's consistent tactical style and play style. It is also the best way for Top to win the game at present. Fatten the Sword Lady, and let the Sword Lady win room for development for the team by split pushing from the side.
Go up! Go up! Xianghua and Xiaohu. You try to get as close as possible and focus on reverse squatting. Don't take the initiative.
Mata warned again and again. Xiaohu and MLXG both nodded after hearing this. Is Top really going to launch its attack around the top lane? Chapter 183. The puppy is outputting. The puppy is down. Any team's decision-making on the field is based on the visual field information it has obtained and some behavioral logic on the field. Since it is in the early stages of the game, neither side's field of vision is widened, and neither side can obtain much visual field information. Then you can only guess the opponent's next action based on the known information on the field. RNG has certain advantages in the bottom lane. Top has the advantage in the top lane, and the health of the first tower of RNG in the top lane is already in danger. Top doesn't even need to catch anyone to death. It only needs to drive away the RNG tower defenders on the top lane to easily win the most important strategic target in the early stage of the current version, the first blood tower. Therefore, it is a very simple forward logic for Mata to ask his teammates to go to the top lane and perform anti-crouching. And the strategic value of Ice's E skill, Eagle Strikes the Sky, on the field is reflected. Uzi is very good at Han Bing's A output method, especially Han Bing's long hands and built-in deceleration, which allows him to pull perfectly. But that doesn't mean his Ice is invulnerable. His Ice, E, and ultimate skills are actually average, especially E. This is also related to his focus on landing. Of course, failure to use these two skills does not mean that his Ice is not strong. Uzi himself knows this, so he usually asks Mata. When Mata wants to get map information, she tells him and sends a signal mark on the map, and he uses E accordingly. This time is no exception. Mata sent a signal to top Stone Man. Uzi immediately understood and used the E skill from the bottom lane towards the red square manhole far away on the top lane. The ice blending technology of the Source project is full of technology, and the summoned object has changed from an eagle to a drone. Wherever the drone passes, the fog of war will temporarily disappear, allowing people to gain vision. I just happened to see the excavator clearing wild monsters in the upper half of the area. Syndra in the middle was pushing the lane, and her position was slightly higher. She seemed to be trying her best to get to the top to help dismantle the tower. All the information on the map proves that Top seems to really want to launch an offensive around the top lane.
Xianghua is heading up the road. RNG obviously wants to guard against Top's attack on the top road. If Top attacks rashly, once it is successfully counterattacked, it may ruin all its previous advantages.
Guan Ziyuan also said to the audience is analyzing the motivations of RNG's actions on the field. This is also a quality that a qualified commentator must possess. It doesn't need to be how high your rank actually is or to understand the in-depth games, but you must at least be able to understand the internal logic of this wave of team actions through the situation on the field. Right? Anyone with some gaming experience can see this. It can only be said that RNG cares too much about this first blood tower, and caring will lead to chaos. Is the first blood tower important? Very important. It can almost be said to be the most important early resource in the current version, because with the bounty of the first blood tower, the snowballing ability of professional players is enough to change the situation on the field. It is precisely based on this that as the enemy of RNG, Top can also clarify the logic of their behavior, based on the information they obtained on the field. Top clearly knew that Han Bing let E go to gain insight into the positions of others, And he could also guess with a high probability that RNG's people were countercrouching. Forced to fight head-on? It's not impossible. But this always involves taking certain risks.
Turn down. Xiong Renjia will find me a TP ward position.
Li Hansheng began to direct. Paying too much attention to the first blood tower and focusing on the health of the top tower caused RNG to ignore an important information point. There is a TP difference between the two sides on the road. In the third wave of top, the midfielder successfully jumped the tower, causing Looper to hand over TP to make up the line. However, Li Hansheng did not rush home at that time, but waited until 5 minutes before returning home and TP came out. Later, after Echo was single killed by the tower, he also used TP to quickly return to the line. At the moment, the Looper STP is on CD. Ouch! A shark cry echoed throughout Summoner's Rift. This is the unique sound effect when the excavator uses his ultimate move to teleport. It immediately aroused the alert of RNG. Mata frowned slightly, and was trying to think of what he had missed. The Looper also gave feedback at this time.
Sword Girl disappeared. I'm not sure if he was in the grass or where he went.
Sword Lady disappears? Mata habitually cut tabs and looked at Sword Queen's profile picture. He suddenly thought of a key point that he had ignored.
Is the Sword Queen's TP on the opposite side? Should it be ready?
Looper was not sure, and could only give an approximate point in time, because Li Hansheng did not hand over TP in front of him at that time. And he was not very clear.
Shiba! Uzi! Let's go!
When he saw Karma using Mantra to strengthen himself and then blasting Q, Inner Flame, towards the army line, and Jin using Q, Man Dance Grenade, to quickly clear the troops, Mata reacted immediately. Uzi was very obedient and immediately retreated with him. But this time, the excavator has walked out of the grass next to the stone man. And behind the excavator, a purple beam of light penetrates the sky. This is obviously the effect of TP. The previous attack left Bard and Han Bing's ultimate move still on CD, and they were unable to stop Sword Queen from landing.
Drill a hole! Drill a hole!
Mata reacted quickly and immediately opened Magical Journey on the bottom wall of the map. As long as the angle is found well, a very long tunnel can be opened. But in desperation, Mata failed to find the right angle and ended up driving a short tunnel. Is it really that short? Come on. Take a picture of the universe at your fingertips. LOL. Mata accidentally exposed her true size. Right? Ghost. No wonder Korean men hate that gesture. Is it so short? If you have strong capital, you can play Bard to open a long tunnel. But if you play with my size, you can't destroy the canyon? Whoever has yellow urine, go and wake up the brother upstairs who is living in a dream. The barrage frantically ridiculed Mata for his operating errors. The commentators were also speechless.
Wow! Mata made a fatal mistake. How could this tunnel be so short?
Upon seeing this, the excavator was handed over directly to the exit of the tunnel to wait for the arrival of Han Bing and Bud. And Sword Princess finally landed. The moment the ice fell to the ground, the excavator directly handed over W, Earth Break, to knock it into the air, and then turned on Q, Queen's Wrath, to start output, but came out very quickly, almost overlapping with the ice. Jin's Deadly Brilliance, shot from a super long distance, failed to hit the ice, but instead pinned Bard in place. Then, Imp didn't have many BBs and activated his ultimate move, Perfect Curtain Call. Kneeling down on one knee, he took out his spear and entered sniper mode.
It's over. I can't leave anymore. Sword Princess TP landed. She hung the unparalleled challenge on Han Bing's body at the extreme distance, and attacked with a piercing slash. Wow! She just broke the second flaw and killed Han Bing instantly. Bard handed over his flash to try to distance himself, but he couldn't get away. Shouldn't Mata use his flash? Right. In a situation where death is inevitable, it's better to save the flash.
The killing process in the bottom lane was extremely smooth. Li Hansheng and Imp each gained a kill, and when RNG reacted, they immediately cooperated with Ike to demolish the tower. But here's the problem. Top's top tower is full of health, and Echo doesn't even touch it. He doesn't even take a look at it. Although the health of RNG's first tower in the bottom lane is still very healthy, it cannot withstand 4 people demolishing the tower at the same time, especially when the defense tower is reduced to the last trace of health. Imp, Lu Mao, and Candy all chose to stop and retreat collectively, allowing Li Hansheng to collect the bounty from the first blood tower alone. Wow, Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckled and joked.
What is status in the team? Actually, there's nothing wrong with it.
Wang Lauer briefly explained.
Sword Girl is a hero who needs resources, and Noob is currently the fattest point on the top field. If Top wants to win this game, they have to the sword woman who relies on Noob. Leaving resources to the strongest person on the field is the same as leaving the ball to the strongest person on the field to control when playing basketball. After Top demolished the bottom tower, RNG's top lane still failed to reduce the health of Top's defense tower to less than half health. As Top returned to defense, RNG was unable to stop the loss in time. In fact, it can be seen that RNG's stop-loss behavior when at a disadvantage is still not as good as those top Korean teams. If teams like SKT know that it is impossible to exchange defensive towers, the junglers will directly go into the upper half of the top jungle area to counter jungle. If they can't counter the jungle monsters, they can go to the middle to force Syndra's move, interfering with Syndra's development. It is not wise to rely on the line to dismantle the defense tower, and it will also take away Echo's experience. When Li Hansheng made the Greedy Hydra, his development speed ushered in a qualitative leap. The Greedy Hydra provides all the elements such as panel attack power, life stealing, and line clearing, especially the recovery ability that Sword Princess urgently needs. This means that Li Hansheng can frequently enter the jungle to counter the jungle or eat his own jungle. Before you do it, if you frequently clear the jungle, most of your status will be consumed by wild monsters. But now with the Greedy Hydra, a wave of soldiers can make Sword Princess suck up the blood. RNG has nothing to do about this. Can't be caught? The damage of the troops and horses combined with Echo is not enough. And even the Sword Lady can counterattack. Even if there is one more bard, the Sword Lady can also counterattack. Only when vampires and ice are present can they have enough damage to kill Sword Queen. Then here comes the problem. Every move of Vampire and Han Bing is watched by the people in top. How could they disappear online for no reason and go to catch Sword Girl from the side? RNG can only find a way to open up the situation from the front. Ice's ultimate move, Bard's ultimate move, and Centaur's ultimate move are all points that can be exploited. Han Bing in the middle suddenly retreated to a position behind his own defense tower and disappeared from top sight. On the middle line, there are lines arranged by Mata in advance, which can clearly understand the opponent's position. After Uzi sees the opportunity, the magic crystal arrow is shot directly. Gu Xiangmin, who was trying hard to defeat Bin Xian, was very focused. Jin, who had made a 3-speed Shu early, moved very quickly, and Karma on the side also had quick eyesight and quick hands to put encourage on Jin, allowing him to avoid it with a dexterous move. Wow! What a pity! It was so close! Guan Ziyu sighed with regret. Without the cooperation of other teammates to force him to move, it is still a bit difficult for Han Bing to hit the opponent first with his long-distance ultimate move. Hey! Xianghua came to the top and wants to cooperate with Xiaohu to move Syndra. Seeing that the attack in the middle lane failed, RNG immediately came to the top lane. Bard, who was still in the jungle, threw his super long-range ultimate move. The purpose was not to hit Syndra, but to prevent Syndra from escaping in a straight line immediately. The men and horses who activated Sprint and Shadow Charge moved super fast and pursued the online Syndra. Facing Syndra's backhand with a double EQ combo, the Centaur used the hegemonic effect of Shadow Blast, to forcefully overcome Syndra's dizziness and frighten her in place. The vampire had already started running and chased after him. The ultimate move is the first, with the already stacked Red Fury Q dealing critical damage, and then starting to charge E. The Centaur also used E to kick Syndra back. A total of 3 ultimate moves and 2 summoner skills helped Shu win Syndra's head. But there was no time for RNG to be happy. Bad news came from the bottom road. Just when they started, the excavator was already eyeing Ike on the bottom lane. When Echo's tower is clearing troops, use the card to move the wall to the blue side's second tower. Break out of the ground and knock Echo into the air. Sword Lady's ultimate move is directly activated. The two of them worked together and failed to kill the meaty Echo instantly. But Jin, who had supported Jin early in the wild area, fired Fatal Brilliance at the extreme range to keep up with the control effect of the imprisonment. Echo, who was imprisoned in place, couldn't even use his ultimate move. Sword Girl broke through a flaw again and then killed her. The two sides fought back and forth, basically attacking the points on the opponent's field that did not have summoner skills. But RNG always faces a problem. How to deal with Sword Princess. Now I can't defeat even 3 of them, and I might be counter-killed if I go to 4. In the RNG lineup, except for Ike, who has a high level and a solid bodysuit, the other players are really not enough to watch in front of Sword Queen. Especially this one. Li Hansheng chose 3 items for his second big item. The overall frankness of the RNG lineup is not high, and the 3 items are more suitable for instant crispy skin.
The 3-level swordswoman's instant burst hit the crispy body like an assassin. The second tower on the bottom lane was quickly pushed down. And then Li Hansheng came to the top lane to continue demolishing the tower. It's not like RNG didn't try to force the team. I want to interfere with Sword Girl's unfathomable development rhythm by forcing her into a group before Sword Girl makes a meat suit. Directly Xiaolong forces the group. But top ignores you at all. You fight Xiaolong. Right? Sword Girl continues to lead the lane development on the top lane, while others are also handling their own lanes. Nosuk directly enters the jungle area to either counter the jungle or set up by positions. Headache! Headache! Guan Ziyuan put himself into RNG's perspective and found that there was no solution at all. Once the 4-1-point push tactical system is formed, there is really no solution. Absolutely. Every year in the World Championships, LPL teams lose to this system and are repeatedly pulled back by Korean teams. Rhea rolled her eyes. It's not that we can't deal with it. It just depends on whether RNG has the determination. Wang Lauer said. That means forcing a team fight head-on, or sending out multiple people to catch Sword Girl. I understand the truth. There is no perfect tactic, and any tactic may be targeted. But the 4-point push is the most nearly perfect tactic in League of Legends. You can see the shadow of this tactic on the championship teams every year. Why is perfection so hard to crack? Very simple. First of all, there are very few teams that can perfectly execute the 4-point push. This not only requires strong execution of the team as a whole, but also requires a super top laner. The 1 in the 4 to 1 point putt is very important. You need to have extremely strong personal abilities to ensure that you can suppress the opponent and create enough threats on the wing. If you can't even create a matchup advantage, how can you talk about creating pressure from the wing? In the past, when there was a lane change game, the team could also use the lane handling during the lane change to allow you to accumulate advantages without passing the line. A typical example is Marin in S5. Marin's advantage is almost not based on the matchup. It is purely SKT's handling of lane changes is so perfect that it always makes him more comfortable than the opponent's top laner. This is where the top laner side split push is disgusting. I don't need to be better than everyone else. I just need to be better than the opponent's top laner. You also need to be able to judge the situation and make the most correct choice, so that you won't have sex with others at a slight push, or be easily outflanked and caught to death. And the 4 teammates on the front cannot be easily forced away by the opponent. Just like now. If RNG wants to perfectly capture Li Hansheng, they have to use 5 people. But in the League of Legends game, the maximum number of people who can capture one person is 3. If 3 people capture and kill one person, you will make a little profit. If 4 people catch one person to death, there will be no profit or even a small loss. Once 5 people are dispatched to catch one person, you will lose blood even if the arrest is successful. Once someone successfully escapes, it will be a loss to Grandma's house. Is it realistic to arrest Li Hansheng? Look at the densely packed views that Top has laid out on the map. Force Open, Syndra, Karma, and Jin all have excellent wave clearing abilities. The wave of troops will be cleared the moment they enter the tower. How do you clear it? RNG can only be tortured repeatedly. Echo can't withstand the pressure put on him by Sword Lady. Echo doesn't have the ability to recover online. He has to go home to replenish his supplies after being consumed by Sword Lady for a few waves. The Sword Princess can use the blood-sucking recovery ability provided by the Greedy Hydra to continue demolishing towers online. Soon after hitting the road, one tower was demolished. RNG also failed to open up the situation, which lasted until 24 minutes. At this time, Li Hansheng has already made Greedy Hydra, 3 trims, bloody hands, and Mercury shoes, an extremely luxurious 3-piece set. The prices of the 3 pieces of equipment are all over 3,000 yuan. And there is no equipment that costs less than 2,000 yuan. By contrast, Ike only has cloth armor shoes, ice fists, small sun flames, and a giant belt. He is still far away from the second big sun flame. Moreover, the prices of ice fist and sun flame are actually not high. The fattest vampire and ice on RNG's side are just 2 pieces. Ice makes endless plus split belt plus yellow cross, and vampire makes rocket belt, Central Asia, and ghost cloak. And on the field, RNG's upper and lower outer towers have been destroyed, and the middle tower has also been pushed down. Currently I am struggling to support myself in front of the second tower in the middle road. No! We can't fight at all if we continue like this. The opponent won't join us. Xiangguo was very dissatisfied with the situation on the field. We have to be more proactive. Let's just force the team with Baron. Or win the team and take it. It would be better for Baron to make a comeback. or to end it early, then to be tortured repeatedly like now. Xianghua's game style has always been so violent. Unlike some teams, which are clearly at a disadvantage and don't make any attempts. They just want to passively drag on, always expecting the opponent to make mistakes on their own initiative. Is it possible? Isn't this equivalent to letting others control your own destiny? Force the group. His proposal was also agreed by his teammates. RNG immediately went home to rest, and then headed directly to Daolong Pit as a group. Is RNG finally going to force a team? The situation on the field finally turned around. The commentators became more energetic and their volume increased a lot. Ike has also handed over TP. It seems that RNG is really going all out in this wave. After controlling the field of vision near the Baron area, RNG directly started to rush the Baron. And Echo also TP'd the ward position in the Baron pit. Naturally, Top cannot sit idly by. Everyone started to gather together and push towards the dragon. As a result, I just walked into the river. The puppy strikes first. A magic crystal arrow accurately hits the excavator at the front of the crowd. Boom! Everyone in RNG is very decisive. As soon as the ice ultimate move was fired, the troops were already charging towards the top crowd with the ultimate move. Echo also placed the W force field among the top crowd and then used E phase dive to rush out. Shu's vampire also started sprinting immediately. He charged up E in the dragon pit and dodged into the crowd to hit a wave of small AoE first, and then launched R. Wow. The excavator's health dropped very quickly. The damage from the ice is considerable. The vampire's red fury Q hit Syndra and lowered her health again. Syndra's backhand RE hit her twice and hit a wave of fairy flowers. Puppy! Puppy handed over the flash. He was not stunned. Puppy is still outputting. No one can stop him. Syndra is killed. Wei Shen has fallen. Wang Lao excitedly explained the situation on the court, shouting and almost falling into a broken voice at the end. At this time, Li Hanxing's long-awaited TP was successfully launched. His first target is naturally Han Bing, who has the most impressive sustained damage ability among the crowd. Save AD. Save AD. Look at my position. Look at my position. Don't let Sword Lady cut me. RNG's team voice is the same as a wet market, but everyone's focus is on the same frequency. That is to protect AD from being cut to death by Sword Queen. Ike rushed over immediately, trying to use the deceleration of the ice fist to stick to Sword Queen. Centaur and Bard also formed a human wall to block the ice. Li Hanxing hung the Wushuang challenge on Han Bing's body at the extreme distance to gain a 30% acceleration effect. Then Q pointed at Ike in front of him. At this time, his cooldown has been reduced by 30%. And he is a level 5 Q. As long as the Q skill, Breaking Slash, hits an enemy unit and gets 50% of the cooldown returned. It only needs a CD of just over 2 seconds. This Q also triggered 3 acceleration effects, allowing him to briefly distance himself from Ike, without giving Ike a chance to slow down with his own ice punch. Bard uses Q, Astral Binding, to slow down, and backhand W to Han Bing to accelerate and distance him. Han Bing also backhand W, Thousand Arrows, to try to slow down the Sword Queen. As long as he can use the slowdown, Uzi will have enough confidence to drag Li Hanxing to death. Can! Buzz! Swordswoman directly dodged Bard's Q. At the same time, turn on W, Lawrence Hard Sword. In this wave, Li Hanxing flashed at an oblique angle and added W, while avoiding Bader's Q. W also successfully blocked Han Bing's W. The reflected sword energy shattered the flaw directly under Han Bing. Hack! Stop him! Seeing that he could not deflect the reflected sword energy due to his position, Uzi was desperate to survive and kept calling for his teammates. And he himself did not forget to continue output. The puppy is still outputting. He has turned on the shooter's focus, and every time he draws a level A, he can cause considerable damage. The RNG people are also surrounding him, trying to protect Han Bing. Q? Sword Girl Q again. The Q that took over 2 seconds quickly turned around. The Sword Princess once again used Air Slash to approach the ice and pierce the flaw on the left side of the ice. After getting close, she directly AE Greedy Hydra and tied the A 3 times in a row. The real damage of breaking through the flaw. The damage of 3 flat A shots, one of which is flat A, comes with 3 extra damage, plus the extra damage of the first knife of E, and the self-damage of the Q skill. You must know that the passive effect of Bloody Hand has not been weakened. Bloody Hand has a total of 2 passives. One is Savior's Spirit to provide shield, and the other is Strax's Wrath. After, Savior's Spirit is when triggered, It provides a larger reminder and gains an additional 25% base attack power bonus. The Bloody Hand itself has an attribute that is an additional 25% basic attack power bonus, which is equivalent to when Savior Spirit is triggered. The Bloody Hand can bring an additional 50% basic attack power bonus to Sword Queen. What is this concept? All three items and Ice Fist have an effect. After using the skill, the next flat A will cause additional physical damage. The bonus calculation of this physical damage is based on the basic attack power. What is basic attack power? It is the attack power of the hero's own panel, not counting any bonus from equipment. Many people know that the three items are best paired with Bloody Hands, but they don't understand why the three items must be paired with Bloody Hands. It's because these two pieces of equipment are linked in terms of damage calculation. This way breaks out. Han Bing was instantly killed.
Ah!
Guan Ziyuan exclaimed in shock.
The puppy fell down?
Just fell down after being hit with 2 flaws? The fall of Han Bing meant that the blood recovery array was brought out. Excavator, Karma and others, whose health was originally in danger, slowly increased their health with the help of the blood recovery array. And Han Bing's death directly led to the collapse of RNG's overall formation. A full-blooded sword lady slashed back and forth among the crowd. The damage dealt to the remaining 4 of them on the sword lady was not as much as the health recovery formation. Laughing to death. The dog in the bath is still outputting? Brother Han Sheng didn't exert any force. Why did you fall down? So? What about bathing dog people? WTF? Isn't this injury too outrageous? Nima is more powerful than an assassin. Right? Wanhong Sword Girl said that the damage done by the 3-level Sword Girl is so ridiculous. The dragon took the initiative to force the team, but lost the team battle. Baron was also taken down by Top. RNG's desperate behavior failed to win them any hope of a comeback. That will speed up the entire game. After going home again for supplies, there were no ink marks on Top. Directly pushed forward in a group head-on. When both sides surrendered a large number of summoner skills, the team battle became a one-sided massacre. Because RNG has no room to pull. 1-0. Top wins the first round. Chapter 184 Swing. Then I'll rock with you. The moment when the RNG-based crystal was pushed and exploded, Guan Ziyuan shouted in a loud voice.
Top took the lead in the crucial first game of the semifinals and won first. The first game of the BO5 matchup is definitely the top priority, because the losing side must be the first to make adjustments or even reveal its cards in advance, while the winning side can leave more options for itself. Indeed.
Wang Lao nodded in agreement.
Winning the first game means that you have the upper hand and can actively wait for the opponent to adjust. I think the most important thing is for RNG to break Top's 3-ban support strategy. Mata's soft support is still not as strong as his hard support. After all, he is the engine of RNG's team.
I don't want to talk about anything else. I just want to ask Looper. Is Sword Queen's light speed for break useful? I pray for the psychological shadow area of Looper at this time. Isn't it embarrassing that you just pretended to be cool during the live broadcast, but then you immediately backhand and was taught a lesson on the court? Why do you think a Korean who cannot read Chinese would feel embarrassed because you are criticizing him? Yes, Looper can't read Chinese. The exciting BGM sounded immediately at the scene, and the audience applauded and cheered for a long time. Li Hansheng took off his headphones, and suddenly all kinds of noisy sounds poured into his ears, irritating his eardrums. Good thing. This is not the first time Li Hansheng has encountered such a scene. He could withstand the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. There were only a few hundred spectators in Hongqiaotiandi. This was just a small scene.
Woohoo! Lao Li, are we stable today?
Candy also took off his headphones and looked at him with a smile for the first time.
I feel like I can easily take away the opponent 3-0. I am convinced by your sword, Princess. Expansion and confidence are often just a thought away. Both emotions stem from the same reason, a long winning streak with impressive results. But as a professional player, you must have the firm confidence that you can complete all operations and win all enemies. How to control the team's self-confidence within an acceptable range requires maintaining self-confidence. We must also avoid being overconfident and causing a tragedy like S5's LGD, which was overconfident and inflated. All this depends on the guidance of the management and the grasp of the core players in the team. Fortunately, following the lessons learned from LGD, players who play professionally in the LPL do not want to become the second LGD. Not to mention, Gao Dui and Imp, 2 people who have personally experienced bloat, are in the team, and Top will never let the tragedy happen to them again.
Let's go 3-0. I'm a little tired today. I don't want to waste too much time with RNG. Li Hansheng chuckled. Continue to work hard in the second game. Don't give them any hope.
Everyone got up and returned to the lounge backstage. Guihao was already waiting for them at the door. Every time a team member passed by, he would pat their shoulders affectionately to show encouragement. Some small behaviors may seem useless, but they can actually effectively shorten the distance between each other. Just like when someone praises you and says nice things to you. Even if you know that this person is complimenting you, you can't help but get close to such a person. Isn't this human nature?
Hansheng, you are the sword girl 66666.
Guihao laughed and hugged his shoulders.
Continue to perform well in this second game. And try not to lose a game today.
Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. And then came to Gao Tianyang. He was quite concerned about this little brother. Take the initiative and ask,
how's it going? Isn't the atmosphere of the stadium great? Do you really want to go on the field and play the game?
Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment, then nodded and answered firmly, I think. That's right.
Li Hansheng warned with a smile.
You are still close now. Letting you watch the game in the background does not really allow you to be a pure spectator. You have to learn to see the situation in the field. Learn from it. And also getting to know the gaming habits of the opponents you may encounter in the future is a valuable experience. Yeah.
Xiao Tian nodded.
TSK.
Ashui complained sourly.
Brother Hansheng is such a scumbag. Why didn't you take care of me like this when you first joined the team? Yes. I used to call her Xiao Tian. But now the new person is better than the old one. So you can only call me Mrs. Niu. You Wenba. You are indeed a scheming Shaoling. Stay away from Brother Hansheng.
Shi Siming shouted loudly, with a slight smile on his lips.
Look at your expression now. Like an abandoned Perta. Resentful woman. Go away.
Ashui rolled his eyes at him angrily.
Dad is too lazy to argue with you now. Hee.
Shi Siming smiled even more happily.
Gao Tianyang. Be careful. Yu Wenba is very vindictive. You have stolen Brother Hansheng's attention from him. Be careful that he will retaliate against you in rank in the future. Go.
Even Li Hansheng couldn't bear it now. And he grabbed Ming's neck as if he was holding a little chicken.
Are you a CP fan and read some of their YY novels?
Too much? You open your mouth and shut up. But you are so gay that you are so angry. That's right. I seriously suspect that this boy Shi Siming is hiding among us and is scheming to burn Zero.
After Ashui looked up and down for a while, he gave a serious evaluation. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. If he hadn't known that the two of them would have girlfriends in the future, and the girlfriends were very beautiful, Li Hansheng would probably have doubted whether the two were really gay. Compared to the laughter at top, they were talking and laughing with each other. The entire RNG backstage lounge seemed to have a very low pressure. Everyone lowered their heads in frustration, emphasizing despair. I really don't know how to win. From the spring split to now, RNG and Top have played against each other many times, but they were defeated by each other every time. Just like many mid laners in the LCK now have technophobia. If you keep losing to the same opponent, you will indeed feel a sense of unconfidence in your heart, and you will instinctively want to escape.
What tactics are we discussing at this time? We don't need any tactics. Just go on the field and fight Top.
MLXG was the first to break the awkward and dull atmosphere in the room.
If we win, we are awesome. If we don't win, we are inferior to others. The worst we can do is prepare for the bubble game in advance. This is worse than struggling here all the time.
Xiangguo's emotional intelligence is not high, and he is not very good at talking. But there is an energy that refuses to admit defeat. After being inspired by him, his teammates cheered up one after another. There was no escaping the game, and they had no way out. In this case, it is better to give it a try. Fly and Mata looked at each other and saw that the team members cheered up again. We also started to discuss the tactics for the second game. In the commentary box, the commentators were still reviewing the previous game. Both Wang Lao and Guan Ziyuan felt that the most critical move in the game was Li Hansheng's solo kill under the top tower. Because this is an operation that breaks the deadlock in the game. And it is purely through personal ability. The road is so cruel. Once you are single killed once, it means that every time you replenish troops, every time you hear experience, and every time you deal with the troop line, if there is a flaw, a second solo kill will follow. Once the snowball starts rolling, it will not stop. Come down. Unlike the short middle route, if you are killed once, you will have to hide behind and use skills to replenish your troops. It's not like having an assistant on the side to protect you in the bottom lane. So there's no risk of being killed again. At this time, the director also announced the data of the previous game, which immediately caused a burst of screams from the audience.
Wow.
Guan Ziyuan was also shocked. Is it so outrageous?
The histogram representing damage. Li Hansheng is the best in top. He hit 28,443. But the opposite Looper's damage value was only 6,493. Not even 10,000. And not even a fraction of Li Hansheng's. It's actually normal. Because Looper was very timid at the beginning. And because he was jumped from the tower at level 3. He didn't dare to exchange blood with Li Hansheng in the landing phase. In the landing phase, Li Hansheng almost unilaterally used the tower to gain damage. If Looper hadn't participated in several team battles and gained a little damage, if he had been playing solo with Li Hansheng on the wing, his damage would have been even lower. Without any surprise, Li Hansheng won the MVP of the previous game. Is this the damage ability of the S4 champion top laner that Huang Zha boasts about? Wow! What a thief! Is this the top laner for the world champion? 10% off water bottles? I wonder when Looper was showing off during the live broadcast and giving advice. Did you ever think that you would be educated in a fancy way by Brother Hansheng today? My suggestion to RNG is to ban Noob directly. Top does not have a substitute top laner. So there will be no 5 people to play in the game. Can RNG also imitate EDG and do a Lightspeed BO5? Laughing to death. Brother Hansheng used the speed of light 4 break to educate RNG. And RNG used a Lightspeed BO5 reverse education on his backhand. Right?
Noob's damage ability is truly the best in the entire LPL.
Wang Lauer kept shaking his head in admiration.
I have never seen a top laner who is so good at dealing damage. That's necessary. He's a noob.
Rita even said a little proudly in her words.
That's the husband candidate in the minds of many female LPL players.
Guan Ziyuan teased a little.
We all know that many female fans really like to call handsome and powerful noob husband. So the question is, Rita, you are also a female gamer. So how do you call noob in private?
Joke. Rita was unambiguous when driving with Liv. How could she back down when faced with this kind of problem? Moreover, who doesn't want to copy Sister Joe's success in live broadcasting? A small commentator only makes a little money. How can one make money as a live broadcast star?
I also call you husband,
Rita said bluntly. Of course, this is the official live broadcast channel. But she still did not forget to explain.
This husband specifically refers to the nickname our fans have for new players.
Oh! Wang Lauer and Guan Ziyuan trailed off, laughing and teasing. Fortunately, the players from both sides have returned to the stage, and the 3 of them have brought the topic of deviation back to the ongoing competition.
RNG still actively chooses the blue side, while top continues to stay on the red side.
As soon as it comes up, RNG still did not change its strategy, and just completely blocked it. Top was not polite here either, and Bryn still sent him a ban.
Is RNG still stubborn and not changing its strategy?
Guan Ziyuan looked a little surprised. In the second hand, RNG chose to ban Rise, while Top continued to choose to block Thresh. It seems that they want to continue the 3-ban support strategy. In fact, in the S6 version, each team only has 3 ban spots, and each ban spot is extremely valuable. It is rare for a team to make such an extreme choice to restrict all ban spots to one position. But that's what Top did. They were able to win in such an extreme situation. RNG had no choice at all. Without support that can start a team, Mata cannot form a wild support linkage with MLXG through roaming in the early stage. And it is impossible for RNG to compete at the rhythm they are most familiar with. For the 3rd ban spot, RNG still gave Yankei, while Top still gave Nyoto. The party that wins first can be so arrogant.
Let's see what adjustments RNG will make.
Who knew? RNG still has no choice to change. Still the first to lock the ice. Top locked Jin plus Karma with their backhand, and did not make any changes. You don't move. I don't move. Let's see who can't bear it first. What's surprising is that RNG still has not made adjustments. After choosing the excavator, I chose the vampire again. This, Wang Lauer and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other, not knowing what to say.
Does RNG think that the last game's loss had nothing to do with the lineup, but just that it didn't perform well?
Rita could only give this interpretation. Fans of RNG couldn't understand it, and could only vent their emotions on the barrage. Can you carry Fly down with me, and the chair? Can humans make this BP? It's fine if I go up to you. I'll be beaten 3-0 anyway. This club really sucks. Why is the puppy so unlucky? Is it really impossible to meet a normal teammate and team? Perhaps this is God's jealousy of Inkai. God has given Xiao Xiao proud talent, but deprived him of the luck of his teammates. The teammates he has met since his debut have not been as good as each other. Now that he thinks about it, Grandpa Lu is actually the one Xiao Xiao meets. The strongest mid laner teammate I have arrived is outrageous. Everyone at top felt a little surprised. White Crescent originally wanted to maintain the original lineup, but Gao Dui said,
"Let me take the Ice Bird. I feel that the Ice Bird should be good at fighting vampires. Let me try it. If I can handle it, we won't have to waste banned spots on vampires in the future." "Okay."
White Crescent nodded. The advantages are so overwhelming. Directly use actual combat to test the hero's strength. Therefore, top directly backhands and chooses the midfield combination of Ice Bird plus Centaur. RNG, which lost the game, did not make changes. But top, which won the game, took the initiative to make changes. This was really beyond the expectations of everyone present.
"Is it Ice Bird?"
Wang Lauer looked a little weird.
"If I remember correctly, the last time Wei Shen used Ice Bird was against KT in the group stage of last year's World Championship."
That's right. The last time Wei Shen used Ice Bird was in the group stage of S5. Facing KT, they released Tetsuo, who was invincible in that version. Ice Bird is indeed very capable of restraining bulky heroes like Tetsuo. But in actual combat those theoretical bases are difficult to implement. It was losing this game that completely ruined LGD's hope of qualifying. Now Gao Dui takes out the Ice Bird again.
"Ice Bird is pretty good at fighting vampires."
But, on the other side of the player bench, Xiao Hu said this. RNG's next choice completely surprised everyone. Enchantress plus Malzahar.
"Oh my god!"
Wang Lauer was so excited that his tone of voice became sharper.
"It turns out that RNG hit its killer move at the end. Whoa! Is the vampire coming? Malzahar is playing support? This seems to be a very popular routine in the Korean server. After all, after reaching level 6, as long as Malzahar flashes, he can just flash or steadily take down a head. Moreover, Malzahar is a hero who can force the opponent to produce watermarks. He can also waste the opponent's economy by occupying the opposite grid and delay the opponent's equipment production speed. The most important thing is, Malzahar can provide the best protection for the ADC. If anyone dares to cut the ADC, Malzahar can just give him the ultimate move right there."
It must be said that this move was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. It was also beyond top's expectations. Mainly, Ice Bird is easy to defeat vampires, but it is not easy to defeat the nimble Enchantress. Especially considering that RNG's jungler is still an Excavator. The midfield combination of Enchantress plus Excavator will pose a huge threat to the bulky Ice Bird.
It's hard for Noob to choose someone now. If he chooses a hero with a sharp face, he will be restricted by Malzahar. But there are no good long-hand heroes in the top lane. Right. Kennen? Team fight? But Kennen is good in the lane, but it's a vampire.
Guan Ziyuan made various assumptions, and finally praised RNG.
RNG's BP is indeed a comeback from a desperate situation. We need to know that Malzahar can help the ADC push the lane. And he can also roam after level 6. Let's see how top will respond in the end.
A close-up shot of everyone at top shows that there is a heated discussion going on within the team.
Hack! RNG is so shady?
Candy looked a little surprised.
You must give us some surprises. Hansheng, do you have any heroes you want to play?
Bai Yueyao looked at Li Hansheng. In this unexpected situation, he couldn't think of any good response strategy for a while. So he could only kick the ball to Li Hansheng. I want to see if Li Hansheng has any way to deal with it. Li Hansheng laughed and waved his hand.
Actually, I can also play Ice Bird. RNG likes to swing. So let's swing together. I have played the top laner Snake Girl. Who said Ice Bird can't go on the road? Don't put it on the road. A certain hero is fixed on a certain road. And no matter which road he appears on, he only needs to be able to complete the tactical goal.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in top looked at Li Hansheng in astonishment. Will a top laner play an unpopular mid laner like Ice Bird? It is no exaggeration to say that the hero Ice Bird has never been a popular choice. In the pub game, only those with unique skills will play it. The result is such an unpopular mid laner. Li Hansheng said he could play? Isn't this equivalent to a cook who doesn't read the recipes, but instead learns the art of war?
Then let's swing.
White Crescent Moon smiled, feeling relieved. When I saw the top 5-4 selection, everyone was shocked. Chapter 185 beat him in the balls? Save his eggs. Chapter 182 beat him in the balls? Save his eggs.
Oh?
Guan Ziyuan exclaimed.
Ice Girl? Does Noob want Ice Girl to top lane? It's not that you can't play. Wang Lauer had a different view. The top laner Ice Girl is also a regular choice in the spring split. However, Rita's words on the side immediately silenced the two of them. The Ice Girl in the top lane is indeed feasible, but it looks too mediocre. Is there a possibility that the Ice Bird will be in the lane? After all, it is now clear that RNG is going to swing the Vampire to the top lane. It is not easy for the Ice Bird to defeat the Enchantress in the lane. Instead, the Ice Girl is chosen to counter the Enchantress. If Ice Bird follows the swing to the top lane, wouldn't Top be able to swing to the middle and top lane at the same time? Guan Ziyuan and Wang Lauer stared at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Because it seems to be possible. This is also something that Top can do. Li Hansheng is a ruthless person who can even use Snake Girl and Lucian to play top lane. What's wrong with playing Ice Bird in top lane? Ghost? Xiango's mantra is that everything can be penetrated. And my brother Hansheng means that everything can be passed through. Right? What kind of garbage is a dazzling dog? Is it worthy of me? Brother Hansheng? You can't really top lane Ice Bird. Right? That's too sexy. Why not? You don't really think Brother Hansheng can't play Ice Bird? Do you? I can only say that the Ice female top laner is too mediocre and does not fit my Hansheng brother's game style. Rita is really a serious fan of her husband. Do you know Brother Hansheng so well? Is Li Hansheng a monster? Xiuhu was completely confused when he saw the final selection of top. They thought they had calculated to reach top through the swing of BP and Hero. But in the end, they were calculated by top? Impossible. How can the top laner know how to play Ice Bird? MLXG also thought it was outrageous. The main reason is that the hero Ice Bird looks easy. But in fact it takes a lot of proficiency. Especially W's Ice Wall. If it's placed well, it can directly divide the formation. But if it's not placed well, it won't help. Li Hansheng usually has to practice so many top lane heroes. Where does he have time to practice Ice Bird? Then if the top laner is really Bingneo, will the Looper play the top laner Enchantress? AD Enchantress? Xiuhu turned his head and looked at his top laner. Looper's face turned dark. He actually had played the AD Enchantress for fun in the passerby game. But the public game and the professional game are not at the same level of intensity. Say it again. You can swing the Enchantress to the top lane. But your opponent can't swing the Ice Girl to the top lane? The hero Ice Girl is not difficult to operate. After a round of adjustments and position changes, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Vampire versus Ice Bird. Jungler, Excavator versus Centaur. Middle lane, Enchantress versus Ice Lady. Bottom lane, Ice plus Malzahar versus Jin plus Karma. In the end, RNG still didn't try to swing the Vampire to the top lane. Because Modest spoke at the end. Even if the Vampire is placed in the middle, and is lucky enough to face the Ice Girl, it will not change the passive situation where the Vampire cannot get the lane right in the early stage, and cannot do anything. RNG wants the midfielder and jungler to be more proactive. Even if they can't do anything themselves, they must at least prevent the top midfielder and jungler from driving the rhythm so easily. As expected, he is the top laner. Ice Bird. Right. Guan Ziyuan laughed and praised. So there is a reason why Noob is so popular and everyone loves to watch top games. Do other top laners have the courage like Noob to do research and development on the top lane? No. They don't have that ability. I can only say that the audience at the scene is worth the ticket price just for this single Ice Bird. Right. Wang Lauer also laughed. The conversation between the two also caused a burst of laughter from the audience. On the stage, the coaches of both teams have taken off their headphones and gone to the middle position to shake hands. Seeing the envious look in Fly's eyes, Bai Yueya just laughed so hard with her arms akimbo. The happiest thing about being a coach is now. Do you think your tactics are awesome? Do you think you have set a BP trap? The heroic sea of labor and management team members. I will directly forcefully crack your tactics and ask you if you are convinced. It was still a small transition. This time it was Mata's short video. When the director switched the camera back again, both parties had already walked out of the spring. The director immediately focused the camera on Li Hansheng. Corrosive Potion goes out. And the talent choice is Thunder Lord's Decree, which should be 12/18/0 spell points. As for runes, judging from the panel, it shouldn't have too much spell power. I guess it will bring is it penetration. Wang Lauer showed his diamond level through some small details. Talents can be seen directly, but calculating runes requires a little bit of skill. There's nothing to say. Both sides started normally. The two-player lane will eat wild monsters alone.
and the jungler will open the jungle normally, and the jungle will be cleared from the bottom up. There was nothing surprising, so the director immediately focused the camera on the top road. Icebird itself is regarded as a hidden hero, even in the European and American competition regions where strange heroes often appear. The appearance rate of this hero is pitifully low. What's more, it still appears on the road? The audience naturally wants to see something new.
Loudly, are there any opportunities in the early stage of the road?
Can be communicated with Li Hansheng immediately.
You go ahead and do it first. You can come and do a wave when it's almost level 3.
Li Hansheng gave the answer after thinking for a moment. Icebird's fight against a vampire counts as a counter, because Vampire is a hero who needs to enter the field to deal damage, and Icebirds or NW can both play a role in dividing the battlefield. Moreover, in the S6 period, Icebirds' skill has not been weakened, and it can be dealt instantly as soon as it is released. The enemy is buffed with the freeze buff, which allows Icebirds to easily deal double damage. The current version of R reaches the maximum range as soon as it is released, instead of taking 1.5 seconds to reach the maximum range after being weakened. The ER combo is also the most unsolvable combo for Icebird now. This is also one of the reasons why everyone in the passerby game has a headache when they encounter those powerful Icebirds. As for the line, it's probably because Icebird can push lanes at level 6, while vampires can't clear lanes until they are equipped. Of course, many counters are actually theoretical counters, and theory is based on the situation where everything is in an ideal state. It is difficult to achieve the ideal situation in reality. It depends on your proficiency. Icebird is not a hero that is easy to control. First of all, it has a painful flat A trajectory. Every time Icebird has a flat A, it has a forward swinging action with wings spread, which makes it very constipated. Moreover, its basic attack power is very low, and the last hit is very slow. Difficulty. Certainly, for Li Hansheng, this is not difficult at all. He is not in a hurry to use skills to spend it. Icebird's Q, Ice Shine, does not fly very fast, but consumes a lot of mana, and it is also an AoE skill with 2 levels of damage. Not to mention playing top lane. Even in the middle, indiscriminate use of AoE skills will lead to the deterioration of the troop line, let alone the road. Li Hansheng and Looper quietly replenished their troops, not to mention single kills, and there were no scenes of each other exchanging blood. After watching it for a while, it felt a bit boring.
Icebird is indeed not a very strong hero in the early stage. He has to wait until at least level 6.
Wang Lauer explained briefly.
But both junglers are going up. You can look at the level 3 of both junglers. Let's have a collision of waves.
Although with the addition of the first blood tower mechanism, and the removal of the defense mechanism in the first 5 minutes of the first tower in the bottom lane, everyone has shifted the focus of tactics downwards. But with everyone focusing on bottom lane rights, it can also be seen from the casting. This leads to the fact that it is not so easy to open up the situation in the bottom lane, because neither side can quickly clear the line and send the troops into the defense tower. This means that you have no conditions for jumping over the tower, and both sides attach great importance to the bottom lane. So if you rush to the bottom lane, you will definitely be countered. On the contrary, it makes it less easy for the bottom lane to open up the situation. Therefore, many teams will tentatively try other lanes first. Once they can open a gap in other lanes and mobilize the opponent's defensive focus, they can choose more directions to attack. This is also why top is so powerful. Li Hansheng relies on his personal ability to create a defensive gap for the opponent on the top lane. Once you enter this situation, do you want to go on defense? If you don't go on the road, you will be defeated directly in the lane. In the team battle, you will face an unfathomable top laner. Go ahead and take care of it. Top either counter-crouched on the top lane, or immediately went to the bottom lane to attack.
Li Yuanhao, you have caught Gao Dui's attention. I will go to the top lane to start a wave. You'd better be ready to come and support at any time.
MLXG began to send messages to the top lane, and did not forget to start communicating with his own middle lane in advance. Gank is not just about junglers going online. Before ganking, you need to communicate with the online players enough to get enough information.
Okay.
Seeing that his own jungler was coming, Looper also began to consciously take the initiative to exchange blood with Li Hansheng. Anyway, the vampire has W, and the W is sent smoothly, so it is impossible to be stunned by Icebird's backhand Q. And the vampire's Q has its own recovery ability, and Icebird has no means of recovery. So, as soon as Q is good, Looper takes the initiative to go forward and try to use Q, blood donation conversion, to exchange blood. I don't know if it's an illusion, Looper always felt that Li Hanqing's distance control was not very good. Before, Li Hansheng would never have allowed him to exchange blood so comfortably. Could it be that Li Hansheng was forced to play Ice Bird when in fact he was not very good at it at all? It's not impossible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Li Hanqing's landing details declined so seriously. Looper only reached the 2nd level, but he didn't expect that Li Hansheng was standing on the 5th level to plot against him. Why must he be bad at it? Why couldn't he be selling blood on purpose? The excavator has already arrived on the road. In order to determine whether he was found to be walking in the triangular grass on purpose, MLXG firstly checked to see if the men and horses had come here. And secondly, if the top laner on the red side placed his eyes more conservatively. Basically, I look at the triangular grass. As a result, he waited for a few seconds and found that Li Hansheng on the line did not retreat at all. In other words, he was not aware of the risk. Then he clicked on Li Hanqing's panel properties and took a look. Armor and magic resistance are both gray. In other words, Li Hanqing's runes did not contain any defensive runes. There is a high probability that you will choose yellow health. Blue to bring back mana and cooldown reduction. It seems that Mr. DeFei at that time would basically not bring defensive runes, no matter what he chose in the middle. This means that the Ice Bird is actually very fragile. And the damage done by him and the vampire is definitely enough to break out the Ice Bird's eggs.
Li Yuanhao, move up the road and come to cover me and Looper's retreat.
After MLXG roughly calculated the damage, he immediately decided to take action. Even if they are counter-crouched by the troops in time. As long as they can kill the Ice Bird in seconds and break it into eggs, they will still have the numerical advantage on the scene.
Does Xianghua want to take action on the top lane? There seems to be a real chance in this position.
Guan Ziyuan suddenly raised his voice. The excavators on the field also started to take action. Seeing that the excavator was looking for a position, Looper QED the minions in advance and built up a red fury queue. He did not move forward rashly, but still stood at an ambiguous distance, ensuring that he could immediately step forward to deal damage at any time. I am also patiently waiting for the CD of my Q skill to slowly turn.
Go! Go!
MLXG locked in position and immediately chose to take the initiative.
It's freezing hands! Freezing hands!
The excavator uses E, excavation tunnel. Since it is stuck in the wall, the excavator can move a little further and get closer to the Ice Bird.
The incense pot is taking action. Noob did not choose to flash to distance himself immediately. Flash! The excavator flashed W and broke out of the ground to knock the Ice Bird into the air.
MLXG is very decisive and does not save any skills. Almost as soon as the displacement process of the E skill ended, it flashed directly to the face and knocked Li Hansheng away. The vampire behind him also caught up immediately. He connected A to Red Fury Q and then began to adjust his position and charge E, Tide of Blood. After turning on Queen's Wrath, the excavator quickly fired 3 rounds of A to accumulate enough anger, and then used E, Wild Bite, to deal a huge wave of real damage. There was no miscalculation of MLXG's damage, and a set of bursts from the two of them really knocked the Ice Bird down to its remaining health. After landing, Ice Bird directly hit the face with a Q in an attempt to stun the two of them. But the vampire used W to avoid being stunned. And the vampire's W can also cause a little damage. The excavator was stunned on the spot. And at the moment when Ice Bird's E Frostbite hit, the excavator's last flat A had already been shot, reducing Ice Bird's health to the lowest level and turning on W's vampire, still causing damage. However, the next second, the scene was in an uproar, and the commentators looked even more stunned. The Ice Bird instantly turned into a phoenix egg on the spot, waiting for Nirvana and rebirth. This is the effect of Ice Bird's passive, Frost Nirvana. When it is about to die, Ice Bird will turn into a phoenix egg. If the phoenix egg is not destroyed within 6 seconds, Ice Bird will be reborn in Nirvana. But the problem is, there is a TP beam of light on Ice Bird's body. You must know that Ice Bird is different from Zack. Zack's transformation into 4 flying beasts after death is regarded as a friendly unit, while the phoenix egg transformed by Ice Bird is regarded as a heroic unit. You cannot pay TP.
Huh? Noob handed over his TP at the last second. Are his hands shaking?
Wang Lauer shouted in disbelief.
That's wrong? Why can Ice Bird still TP when it turns into an egg?
Rita noticed something was wrong. Wang Lauer could only explain.
This seems to be a trick that Buddha Meat followed during the live broadcast. The general principle is that the Ice Bird triggers the passive transformation into an egg and is still a heroic unit. The aborted skill will not be recognized when determining.
So the Ice Bird only needs to hand over TP before it dies. And it can still TP away even if it turns into an egg.
Brother Han Sheng actually made a mistake? I do not believe. How could Brother Han Sheng make a mistake? Laughing. I thought Li Han Sheng would never make mistakes. Isn't it obvious that his hands are shaking? Jin Chuanding. Zhao Chuanqiong. Li Chuandan? At the same time, the men who started sprinting finally arrived belatedly and came out from the direction of the defense tower. Moreover, the soldiers on the side began to twitch. It was obvious that the ice girl in the middle had also handed over TP to support the top lane. But MLXE didn't panic at all. Instead, he kept shouting, "Hit his balls. Beat his balls." Candy provided timely support, but it won't work on his own. Looper and Xianwu didn't care about him at all, insisting on destroying the ice bird's eggs first. Wei Shen's TP will also take a long time to land. I don't think it's very good. Might survive. At the moment when the dizziness ended, the excavator continued to level A. And the vampire also continued to level A after getting up. Even if the men and horses quickly approached the two of them, they did not stop. The ice bird's eggs are not very hard. Even the basic attack output can quickly reduce its HP. At this speed, it will definitely be able to kill the ice bird before it TPs away. Wow. The ice bird's passive resurrection time is too long. 6 seconds is enough for RNG to kill it. Can it TP away? Hey! The ice bird teleported away. Wang Lauer suddenly exclaimed, "I saw!" The ice bird egg that had been beaten to 1/3 of its health suddenly disappeared. From the perspective of MLXG and Looper, they had no idea where the ice bird had teleported to. In this case, RNG has to retreat quickly. Ice Girl is about to land. Once Ice Girl TP lands, the two of them will not be able to leave. The situation on the field was reversed in an instant. MLXG and Looper were also confused and then chose to turn around and run away. But at this time, how could the troops let the two of them leave easily? The sprinting centaurs hit a level with each other, using the red buff slowing effect to disgust both of them. Moreover, E-Shadow Charge has always been in Candy's hand, so he chose to use it at this time. Oh my god! Centaurzy is still there? He went around behind the vampire. Is he so greedy? He wants to kill two of them. Wang Lauer kept shouting. Looper is also very decisive. He no longer has W. If he is kicked back by a horse, he will definitely be forced to stay. You can only hand over the flash decisively to avoid being kicked back. And this time, the ice girl has landed on TP. In accordance with international practice. Don't kill if you cross paths. But this excavator? The ice girl turned E directly towards the river to chase the excavator. Li Yuanhao. Help. Help me. MLXG ran along the river to the middle of the road without looking back, trying to join Xiaohu. However, among the triangular grass, the remaining blooded ice bird walked out of it. Oh my god. Noob. Noob didn't go far. He appeared at the most critical position and stopped the excavator. Guanzi Yuan shouted excitedly. Ice bird adjusted a position and used W, ice barrier, and found the position very well. It used the principle of volume collision to jam the excavator back one position. The ice girl who followed also instantly used Ring of Frost to keep the excavator in place. Then he stopped immediately and let Li Hansheng take down the head directly with A and E. First blood. First blood obtained. Looking back, he saw that Tops Nakano had forced his head, and Looper's expression immediately changed. Wow. This wave. Top has made a lot of money. Wang Lauer was also stunned. And then he praised. Condi and Wei Shen did not covet the heads and double buffs, but gave the heads and buffs to the noobs who needed them most. With the blue buff, the ice bird will be able to suppress the line. Guanzi Yuan also immediately answered. Although he has never played Ice Bird, he still has the most basic understanding of the game. What are the key factors that restrict traditional mages in the early stage? The amount of blue. Now the excavator with double buffs was killed by Ice Bird. Not to mention the 400 yuan bounty brought by the first blood. This double buff transfer means that an important factor that restricts Ice Bird's lane suppression has been eliminated. Not to mention there is a red buff. To know, the Ice Bird's flat A shooting range is a full 600 yards. As long as ice. Once this kind of hero with long basic attack range gets a red buff, the line will not be too dreamy. Chapter 186. My ice wall is like the Maginot Line. Damn it! Laoli, your Ice Bird is too naughty, isn't it? Candy also felt that Li Hanqing's operation was very magical. And he was even very lucky. Fortunately, it was you who played the Ice Bird. This move makes me sure that Away's Cliff is not as good as yours. Xiang Renjie. You GDX. Would you die if you don't mean what you say?
Gao Dui's hands were shaking with anger.
Indeed. In terms of the proficiency and usage skills of the Ice Bird, Ao Wei has to be defeated in front of me.
Li Hansheng also cooperated and started filling the cup.
Go! 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 2 GTX!
Gao Dui shouted angrily.
I shouldn't have killed anyone just now. Hee. Ao Wei is such a good teammate. Baba! Huh?
Li Hansheng's demeanor suddenly changed. Gao Dui, who had returned to the middle lane, heard this wave of extremely disgusting words. He shook his hand and transformed into an Autobot, directly missing a gun truck. Li Hansheng smiled even happier. This operation should be clear to people who often play Ice Bird, or people who have watched the live broadcast of Buddha Meet. The world's #1 Ice Bird user will probably know it. That is, if you have TP and are unable to escape from being ganked by the opponent. As long as the opponent has no follow-up skills to interrupt you, you can forcefully hand over TP before death. As long as you hand over the TP before turning into an egg, the system will not judge to terminate your TP reading even if you turn into an egg, and the opponent can only watch you use TP to escape. And this trick is especially useful for seducing in the early stage, because everyone explodes in a wave in the early stage, and all the opponent's skills are used to lower your blood volume. Then, there will definitely be no extra skills to lower the egg's blood volume in the follow-up. They can only rely on level A, and the two of them can do it in 4 seconds. There is no way to level A and drop the full-blooded bird egg to A. In fact, MLXG was discovered the first time he entered the triangular grass on the top road, because Candy had already arranged a ward in the grass in advance. Li Hansheng deliberately pretended not to know to seduce the other party, but he had already planned in advance to use this trick to show off the other party. As for being able to get first blood later, there is a bit of luck involved. If MLXG hadn't run towards the river, Li Hansheng wouldn't have been able to get this first blood kill with double buffs. But he could still get an assist. But no matter how you look at it, top is all about blood money. And it's just a matter of who makes the money. The Excavator's level 3 gank is the most powerful wave. Even if the gank is handed over, the flash is not successful. But the double buff is lost. The vampire also surrenders the flash. This wave belongs to Qin Shi Huang touching the wire. And he wins. RNG is hurting. This inevitable gank was actually resolved by Li Hansheng in this way, causing the entire RNG team to fall into silence.
Mine.
In the end, it was MLXG who blamed himself to alleviate the embarrassing situation on the court.
There is no way. Unpopular heroes are disgusting here. There are always tricks we don't know.
Xiuhu could only comfort his partner in this way. Why do black technology tactics often bring success? Isn't it because black technology tactics will most likely contain heroes that are not mainstream in the arena? Professional players are not gods. Everyone's energy is limited. Many professional players even know about other heroes through the information collected through their own training groups. They don't have that much time or energy to study the skills of so many heroes. I can say 100%. There is no team in the entire LPL whose training team would deliberately collect Ice Bird's data and skills. Unless a wave of enhanced versions makes Ice Bird a favorite.
Don't worry. Wait for the opportunity slowly. If it doesn't work, just wait until you reach level 6.
Mata also said. He is well aware of MLXG's character. If he does not dissuade him at this time, once MLXG gets the upper hand, he will either use a hunger strike to forcefully stop his disadvantages, or even pull back the situation little by little, or he will completely collapse. If this is the first game between the two sides, RNG has room for trial and error. And Mata doesn't mind letting MLXG play freely. But RNG has no room for trial and error. This deliberately prepared routine of having him take out Malzahar's support is equivalent to RNG having taken out the bottom line. If you lose again, you will really be unable to recover. After hearing the instructions from the core of the team, MLXG could only temporarily suppress his impatience. The young people in RNG are very humble and obedient to Mata. After all, Mata has indeed taught them a lot of experience in the game. The rapid growth of Xianghua and Xiaohu is inseparable from Mata's teachings. Therefore, Mata can still persuade the incense pot on top during this period. After being captured, Li Hansheng was at low health. But with Candy's cooperation, he was able to easily send his troops into the Looper's tower. In this way, even if he does not have TP to quickly recover, he does not have to worry about the troop line. After the troop line enters the tower, it will be reset or a pushback line will be formed, which is good for him. First time home, Li Hansheng did not buy Lunchbox directly, but gave priority to Tears of the Goddess. If he were playing the mid lane and could always take the blue buff, he would choose the first big item directly, stand a time, and then use hats. magic penetration and so on normally, and choose to speed up. But this time he took the top lane, and it was the red top lane, which was too far away from his blue buff area. An Ice Bird is a hero who is very short of mana. If he wants to meet the mana requirement of his skills as much as possible, he must consider becoming an Archangel. In fact, purely from the perspective of the combat effectiveness of the 6-piece set, the Archangel staff will definitely cause higher damage in the later stages. After all, it is an equipment with its own growth potential. But from the early and midterm perspective, the expensive Archangel staff will slow down the tempo, resulting in the lack of damage of Ice Bird in the early and midterm. No way. Games are like life. You are faced with choices all the time. There is no perfect choice, and every choice involves trade-offs. Li Hanqing's choice is to temporarily give up a little bit of combat effectiveness in the early and midterm in exchange for more powerful output capabilities and self-protection capabilities in the mid to late stage. Back online again, Li Hanqing became arrogant, handing Q, Ice Shine, directly in front of Looper. A rotating round ice cube flew towards the vampire in the biting cold air, and the shooting speed was not very fast. Looper immediately tried to evade by moving to avoid being stunned in place. However, there was a click. There was a sound of ice cubes squeezing together from the earphones, and a wall of ice blocked the vampire. It still used the principle of physical volume collision to cause the vampire to be pushed back and hit the ice flying past. On the block. Boom! Li Hanqing immediately took the initiative to detonate the second stage Q in advance, and the vampire was immediately stunned in place. Level of NE frostbiting. As the Ice Bird spreads its wings and launches a sharp ice spike, an eye-catching critical hit number suddenly appears on the vampire's head. This is a unique effect of Ice Bird's skill. As long as the attacking target is slowed down by Q or R Glacier Storm, Ice Bird's can cause double damage. This is also Ice Bird's core output skill. Although Li Hanqing didn't have any magical equipment on his body, the runes he carried were all magic penetration. And he also used Thunder Lord's Decree. This small burst directly wiped out nearly 40% of the vampire's health. What's more terrible is, Ice Bird also has double buffs on him. This flat A shot can not only cause continuous deceleration, but also the continuous burning real damage caused by the red buff. Sheepa! Looper frowned and ran back quickly. But the back path has been blocked by the ice wall summoned by Ice Bird. And the ice wall of Ice Bird W will last for 5 seconds before melting in place. It means that if he wants to escape, he must go around this ice wall. Fortunately, the Looper was sure that Li Hanqing's damage was not enough to kill him directly. He backhanded a Q, Blood Conversion, followed by an E, Blood Tide, and then connected with the A. He also hit Li Hanqing with a backhand to exchange for blood. But he doesn't even have the Red Fury Q. So a blood exchange is destined to result in blood loss. And when the skill entered the CD, Li Hanqing's Ice Bird continued to pursue because of its red buff. He chased him all the way to the defense tower, suppressed the vampire's health to less than 40%, and then turned around and left. It's broken! The chain reaction brought about by this double buff has taken effect. The director's camera happened to show the top lane, and the commentators also saw this wave of Li Hanqing taking advantage of the double buff to unilaterally beat the vampires. It can be seen from this simple combo that Noob is very skilled in operating the Ice Bird. Players who are not proficient in the Ice Bird may not be able to use this QW second combo successfully. Mr. Wang Air's constant praise was actually a change of direction in praising Li Hanqing. I'm curious, how can a top laner master an unpopular hero in the middle so well? Because he is a noob. Rita answered this question in a fan tone. That's right. He is a noob. My brother Hanqing is so strong. What's wrong? Brother Hanqing is not allowed to be gifted? Is there a possibility? Brother Hanqing has opened the most proficient plug-in among all heroes? After all, the former top celebrity said that a small opening is not considered a problem. The security guards of Pain Chi Group gather together. Piggy won't die in the Golden Triangle. Right? It's possible. After all, the last time Piggy was aired was half a month ago. I suspect it was killed by a drug lord. You bunch of fake security guards don't believe or spread rumors. Just believe in them, and love them, and wait for them, and that's it. Going on the road is destined to be difficult. But the torture is just the beginning. The time for Ice Bird to really exert its strength has not yet arrived. It's just that the first blood and double buffs made the Looper's torture time advance a little bit. The two sides are still fighting each other in the middle. But Xiaohu has no line rights. The hero Enchantress is embarrassed because her ability to clear lanes without equipment is extremely poor. And she is especially afraid of heroes with strong lane pushing capabilities. Originally, If Gao Dui frequently pushed the lane, Enchantress could counterattack by taking advantage of her ability to cooperate with the jungler. But with MLXG sending out First Blood and double buffs on the top lane, he also handed over Precious Flash. This means that the Excavator and the Enchantress cannot pose any threat to Gao Dui. You, the Enchantress, come over with E and hit me with E. At worst, I will also go back with E to distance you. If you come with Excavator with E, Ice Lady will calculate the distance and make W to immobilize you. There is no life risk at all. The same goes for the bot lane. Malzahar can cooperate with the wave clearing, but the wave clearing ability is definitely incomparable with Karma. Karma's RQ combined with Jin's Q can basically push out a wave of soldiers quickly, and RNG has no line rights in all 3 lanes. In addition, the Excavator jungle itself cannot beat the troops, so Candy has no worries at all whether he is trying to gank or invading the jungle. It made MLXG so uncomfortable that he could only act like he was checking steps on WeChat in the wilderness, commonly known as shopping.
RNG is very passive.
Guan Ziyuan frowned.
But don't worry too much. When the bottom duo reaches level 6, they will have 2 rhythm points on the court, Han Bing and Malzahar. But can it be delayed until that time?
Wang Lauer put forward a different view.
It will take 8 minutes to wait until Malzahar reaches level 6.
And the Excavator's performance will not improve until then. Here, during this period, RNG could only be beaten passively on the court.
No! The words just fell. The troops launched a new offensive. Take advantage of the time difference. The talents of the mainstream jumblers in the current version basically only have one ultimate talent, Power of Time, that is the best solution to the defense system. Which means that they will choose the extremely cost-effective, Insight, to obtain a 15% reduction in summoner skill cooldown. Effect. After reducing the sprint time by 15%, it only takes 153 seconds or 2.5 minutes. The target is the vampire trapped in the defense tower in the upper half. After reaching level 6, Li Hanqing's blood swaps became even crazier. He would almost go to the second company of ER as soon as the CDs of E and R were good. The principle of Icebird ER's second company is very simple. Because the Icebirds he is launched with an ice spike, the damage is not determined instantly, which means there is a delay mechanism for damage determination. In the S6 version, Icebirds are a smooth attack, and E will cause double damage as long as it hits an enemy slowed by Q and R. This makes Icebird's second consecutive ER exchange after reaching 6 almost unsolvable, without any countermeasures. Although Looper is a vampire and can rely on Q to recover blood, the recovery speed is not as fast as Li Hanshang consumes it. Naturally, he loses the line rights and can only perform tower repairs off the stage. Candy was like a shark smelling the smell of blood, or like a husky smelling a strong smell of shit. He didn't need Li Hanshang to open his mouth and just followed the smell. Although the vampire is a man, if you want to kill him under the tower, foreplay is essential. As a man with rich foreplay experience, Li Hanshang naturally has it at his fingertips. QW still started the attack, and the Looper, whose blood volume was not very healthy, was immediately frightened out of W, Blood Red Pool, escaped underground, and was forced to give up his only life-saving skill. The vampire's bonus point is the main Q and Deputy E. In the early stage, only level 1 W is used, and the cooldown time of level 1 W is as high as 28 seconds. Nearly half a minute was enough to sentence him to death.
Frozen hands. Cold hands.
Candy walked onto the road with a smile, as if his parents didn't recognize him, ready to take advantage of the situation. What's wrong with helping the strongest guy in the team? Believe it or not, Benji immediately told you the story of.
He is the father in the middle and wins 2 championships.
This moment, Looper feels the fear of being dominated again. When he saw the men and horses coming out of the triangular grass behind him, he was desperate. Do you want to eat pancakes? Lychee? Why do you ask him to lychee in this situation? Anyone who is subjected to continuous military training like this will vomit. Okay. Even if you put the freshly cooked Gigi in front of you and expose his fragrant chicken feet, you won't have any appetite.
The Looper is so miserable.
Wang Lauer's standard crooked accent was obviously that he felt sorry for the Looper, but it almost made countless slutty viewers ready to move. The anxious atmosphere at the scene invisibly increased a little bit.
There is nothing we can do about it. Being drained of blood and pushing the lane is equivalent to waiting for death under the tower.
Guan Ziyuan also shook his head helplessly.
RNG lacks rhythm. At this time, Xiaohu and Xianghua must stand up.
Let's do something useful. Close the account. As if I heard the call from the voice in the void. Account cancellation really worked. After the men and horses revealed their positions, and Melekshi came to the middle immediately. The enchantress seemed to have invited a god to take over her body, and stepped directly onto the Ice Girl's face with W. Although the Ice Girl used her backhand W to immobilize her, the imprisoned state did not affect the enchantress' use of subsequent skills. Phantom Chain. A long, yellow and thick chain was fired from the body of the enchantress, hitting the Ice Girl accurately. Now! It's not a strange setting to take out chains from a girl's body, right? The Ice Girl hurriedly turned to the back, but the enchantress decisively flashed forward. Buzz, don't give the Ice Girl a chance to break free from her chains. Xiuhu's flash is so decisive. Can he kill him? The incense pot is approaching. Gao Dui also didn't expect Xiuhu to show up so decisively. By the time he tried to retreat with the second E+ flash, it was already too late. The confinement effect of Enchantress's E skill takes effect. And then copies E and shoots a chain again to chain the Ice Girl. Gao Dui originally thought that R would struggle on his own to see if there was any room for maneuver. But as the excavator knocked him into the air from below, Gao Dui simply did not waste this ultimate move and gave up resistance. The head was taken by the Enchantress. RNG finally found a wave of opportunities in the middle. Xiuhu. He stood up when the team needed him most, and did not let the team down. Guan Ziyuan also praised highly, mainly because RNG made the game suspenseful again. If you continue to get beaten like before, it will be a one-sided killing. Compared to this kind of thing, the audience obviously prefers to watch back-and-forth fights. It's like you are pressed to the ground, struggling like crazy and shouting, "I'm going to call someone!" It will only increase attack speed and critical hits. And if you lie on the ground motionless and silent like a dead fish, it will make people feel boring, as if you are being made weak. As long as the hero Enchantress gets enough resources, she can really carry the game. The main thing is that this hero can quickly clear the line after having an advantage, and then start to drive the rhythm on the field. The goal of RNG is very clear. The bottom lane has two super powerful starting heroes, Han Bing and Malzahar. Next, we must start from the bottom lane. Top also knows this, but it doesn't matter. The game time has already passed by 5 minutes. The protection mechanism of the two middle and top lanes and one tower has long since disappeared, and Li Hansheng controls the absolute lane power, which has consumed nearly 1/3 of RNG's top lane and one tower's health. As long as your RNG goes down, top will backhand up to stop the loss, and you can steadily win the first blood tower bounty. The vampire has been killed twice in battle, and his development obviously cannot keep up with the rhythm. When faced with multiple people jumping the tower, both sides basically have to leave the keyboard and give up resistance. Xianghua and Xiuhu have already begun to slowly move down the road. What if RNG takes advantage of Han Bing and Malzahar reaching 6 to start speeding up? In fact, Han Bing has already reached level 6, and is even approaching level 7. Malzahar has barely reached level 6. In this game, both sides did not go to the bottom lane much in the early stage. As a result, both sides of the bottom lane were actually constantly replenishing troops, and therefore their skills were all there. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, RNG did not go down the moment the ice reached level 6, but waited patiently until Malzahar reached level 6. This will kill you. Top actually felt it too. After all, after Malzahar and Han Bing both reached level 6, their intentions were too obvious. Oh, are Lu Mao and Imp pigs? Don't you know they want to hack you? But what can be done? RNG has a complete set of control chain connections. Plus Enchantress provides super high burst. Even if the top midfielder goes to play 4v4, the chance of winning is not very good. The main reason is that the control chain between RNG's shooters and auxiliaries is too long. That's exactly what it is. They don't dare to let the line of troops enter the tower, but they don't dare to push the line out, which makes Imp's actual game very uncomfortable. Uzi was originally replenishing troops. He was standing at an angle to the side of the army line. He suddenly handed over thousands of arrows to slow down Jin and Karma. Then he shot the magic crystal arrow, using W's casting action to cover up the hand-raising action of his ultimate move. Uzi is actually quite detailed. Fortunately, Lu Mao responded quickly. Use RE in your backhand to give yourself and Jin a shield and acceleration effect and retreat. Buzz. But Mata is obviously determined to kill. When he flashed up, he didn't do much fighting with you. He activated his ultimate move, Grip of Hades. Zhu Xingbin reacted quickly, and handed over Flash almost at the same time. However, Lu Mao hesitated for a moment, and it was this hesitation that made him stay. Imp can't seem to escape. Right. Xiaohu and Xianghua have already surrounded me.
It can be seen on the map. The excavator and the enchantress were in the lower half of the wild area of top and came to the triangular grass behind the first tower on the bottom road. Enchantress directly crossed the wall with a W. And the excavator also used E to directly cross the wall, flashing the MLXG that had been transformed. And did not use skills at this time. W flashed to the top and knocked Jin into the air. Enchantress copied W with her ultimate move, stepped on Jin's face, and directly AQE tied Jin with a chain to ensure that Jin had no room to escape later. Jin and Karma were controlled in different ways by each other one after another, and they were unable to escape in the end.
RNG finally has its chance.
Guanziyuan explained the situation on the court quickly.
They can take advantage of the situation and demolish the bottom tower of top. When did the vampire die?
Wang Lao exclaimed. Only then did everyone discover. When everyone's attention was drawn to the bottom lane, the Looper's vampire died again in an unnoticed corner, and his avatar had turned gray. Take a closer look. Ice Maiden and Centaur have arrived on the road, and the defense towers on the top lane have been demolished, while RNG's bottom lane is still clearing the line of troops. The speed of the two sides is not at the same level at all.
It seems that the bounty of this First Blood Tower is very likely to be top-notch.
Wang Lao's brain was racing, and he quickly came to the conclusion.
Even if RNG has the numerical advantage, there is still the shooter Han Bing. But there are 3 people in top's top lane, and Noob has already consumed too much health of the first tower of RNG's top lane with his personal abilities.
In the end, it was just as Wang Lao predicted. Top took the lead in demolishing the first tower on the top lane and got the bounty of the First Blood Tower. They even had plenty of time to wait until the middle and jungle distanced themselves before allowing Li Hansheng to eat the bounty of the First Blood Tower alone.
Looking at it this way, it seems that top is not at a big loss?
Guanziyuan was a little surprised.
RNG can still win against Xiaolong, but I still feel that top is not at a loss. Is this an illusion? No. 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 This is exactly what top is great about. This wave of resource replacement is really perfect.
Wang Lao shook his head and explained.
This is the details of top's operation.
To put it bluntly, the essence of Korean operations is to avoid team fights during the opponent's strong period. If it is really unavoidable, then replace resources to minimize losses. In this wave of RNG, the lineup is relatively strong, and the top midfielder may not be able to beat them. If the uncertainty factor is too high, avoid team battles. Perform resource replacement. 1 head is exchanged for 2 heads. Taking into account the First Blood Tower bounty, the two sides are actually completely equal at the economic level. It's just that the quantity will give people the illusion that they are losing.
Top's resource replacement is really enough for many domestic teams to learn from. I even think their resource replacement ability is on the same level as SKT.
Wang Lao was not stingy with his praise.
You cannot maintain your undefeated status by just relying on fighting and operation. Top is so powerful because they not only have terrifying operation and fighting abilities, but their operational capabilities are also not inferior at all.
After tearing down each other's defense towers, once again reflects the status of the team. The shooters on both sides must be placed in the middle. Top will keep Li Hansheng in the top lane to develop, because his top tower can still provide a natural protective barrier for Li Hansheng. And the dangerous bottom lane? It is to let Gao Di go to the bottom lane to bear this risk. After making stand of time, Li Hansheng's damage and mana have increased by an order of magnitude, which means he can start sucking blood in the wild. The hero Icebird actually brings an inexplicable pleasure to killing wild monsters, because the wild monsters are basically in the pit. Icebird can directly cast our Glacier Storm before the wild monsters get close to you, and use W to create an ice wall to completely block the entrance of the pit, so that the wild monsters will continue to go crazy against the ice wall. Twitch.
Come on! Come on! New classic wild area economy.
Guanziyuan's tone was slightly teasing.
There's nothing wrong with giving the finances to the strongest person in the team.
Wang Lao also joked. There's really nothing wrong with it. Whoever eats the economy will be the C. If you are C, then you are awesome. But if you are not C, then you will be a 3-way player, with 0 output in team battles. You don't need your teammates to sanction you. The police will naturally arrest you for harming you online, and will not let you have good juice.
Take your time. We have plenty of time to play with them.
Li Hansheng also comforted his teammates in the team's voice. The nature of the hero dictates that he can only exert his power in the mid to late stage. So naturally, he will not pursue killing RNG in the early stage. RNG's rhythm seems very fierce, but there are actually disadvantages. That is to rely heavily on the auxiliary's flash to force open. Han Bing's ultimate move is not so good for professional level positioning. It is common to have an empty attack. After all, with the reaction and hand speed of professional players, as long as they don't lose focus and maintain absolute concentration, it is not difficult to move to avoid the Ice ultimate move without anyone else interfering with the movement. That is why, in fact, RNG especially relies on Malzahar's flash to force open or the Excavator's flash top to provide a truly stable first mover. Ice's connection control as the second mover is the most reliable. That's exactly what happened. It is destined that RNG's offense will not have much continuity. Once Nozook fails to show up, their offensive capabilities will be greatly reduced. 14 minutes. After Nozook's flash CD is improved, RNG is ready to take the initiative again. This time their goal is still Jin, who develops in the middle. The prelude to launching the attack was also in place. Nozook began to arrange his vision. Han Bing used Eagle Strike in the sky to detect the opponent's specific position and determine the attack time. There are basically no such sudden attacks in the professional arena, and most attacks must be done with enough foreplay. For example, arrange the field of view in advance to use better and better vision to obtain information gaps, so as to have the capital to attack. It's just that many viewers don't understand this thing, or they don't care at all, but find such behavior very annoying. It's like reading a fun novel. What you're reading is the thrill of having fun without thinking, and any foreshadowing is nonsense. But Top has always been on guard. Li Hanxing immediately retreated TP to support the middle. Mata's Malzahar once again chose to flash first. But this time, his goal was still to protect Jin's karma. Many teammates behind him quickly followed up. Enchantress also stepped over with WR in 2 stages of displacement, and QE dealt damage. Han Bing used R to supplement the control and also tried to output. But the next second, the men and horses rushed out from the side, activated their ultimate move and rushed towards the crowd, making it impossible for the RNG people to focus their fire for the first time. The top laners of both sides handed over TP at the same time and came to the front, trying to join the battle. After Jin retreated to a safe position, he entered the ultimate sniper mode to help slow down and save people. The Excavator flashed over and tried to cooperate with his teammates to kill Kalma instantly. The two sides suddenly fell into chaos.
Looper! Look at the Looper's position. The vampire saved a red angry Q and flashed his ultimate move. He entered the field.
Guanzi Yuan shouted excitedly, but it stopped abruptly the next second. At the same time, Icebird first used W to create an ice wall to prevent Han Bing from keeping up with the output, and then fired R among the crowd. Everyone in RNG was immediately slowed down, then used Q to throw it at the Excavator. After Karma was killed, Enchantress immediately flew back to the original place with the second W. But the vampires, Excavators, and Malzahar, who had already entered the crowd, were dumbfounded at this moment. Their formation has been completely separated by Icebird's W and R. The 3 of them have been completely disconnected from their teammates, and they are still the 2 core outputs in the lineup. The vampire who barely made the rocket belt doesn't do enough damage at this time, even if a set of skills is fully used. The damage is not very high. The main reason is that before Karma died, he released RE to put a layer of shield on the teammates. After all, the purpose of setting this thing itself is to prevent people from losing their lives.
Icebird's ability to divide the battlefield is so disgusting. Ice Girl also attacked into the crowd, and her ultimate move allowed her to divide the battlefield again. There is no room for Enchantress and Han Bing to step forward and deal damage. The head-on fighting ability of Top's lineup is a bit scary. If Icebird had better equipment, I would never dare to think about it.
Laughing to death. Can this be called a witch? I think it's just a reconnaissance plane. Awkward. Xiaohu managed to kill someone, apart from throwing out a big move. Bathing Dog never even hit an A. Top, this lineup is really disgusting. Is it useful to help the bottom lane? If you take a shower and the dog eats so many resources, will there be any output in team battles? Does he dare to output? Although Uzi has not yet reached the point where I can defeat 3 lanes by 1 person, he has indeed performed the drama of 0 output in team battles in advance. This is where Jin is better than Ice. They are also unable to step forward to deal damage, but Jin has the ability to slow down and retain people with 4 bullets in his ultimate move, and also has the ability to pin people down with a deadly brilliance. Ice? It looks like a 600-yard range shooter is pretty long, but in the face of various AoE damage from Icebird and Ice Girl, cutting up the battlefield, even if you are the queen from the ice field, you still have to bow down before the power of Frost. As the Excavator, Malzahar, and the vampire fell one after another, Han Bing and Enchantress were forced to retreat. On the contrary, Top pushed back and forcibly demolished RNG's middle tower. This, Guan Ziyuan sighed regretfully.
RNG found the opportunity very well. And there was nothing wrong with the opening. Top support was too fast. And I guess they didn't expect the effect of Ice Bird and Ice Girl's double cutting of the battlefield. It will be so good. The ice is too bulky,
Wang Lauer said. Now the damage of Ice Bird and Ice Girl is actually not as high as expected. But Han Bing does not dare to use AoE to output. After all, Han Bing does not have any magic resistance equipment. What's even worse is, the AoE skills of Ice Girl and Ice Bird not only cause damage, but also slow down. For a shooter like Han Bing who has no movement, his movement speed is his life. All his skills can only be avoided by moving. Once he is slowed down, his operating space will be greatly reduced. What RNG is facing now is that they selected vampires who are very strong in face-to-face combat. But they find out embarrassingly that they can't beat the face-to-face team.
It's so annoying. This Ice Bird.
Uzi frowned and chewed his nails subconsciously as he returned to the city.
Can you control Ice Bird during a team battle and interrupt his ultimate move? Otherwise, I won't be able to output it all. If I flash the next wave, I'll deal with the Ice Birds.
Judging from RNG's lineup, only MLXG can shoulder this important task. Say so. But how can it be so easy in practice? Next, the two sides were still testing each other. But due to the surrender of a large number of summoner skills, there was no fight on the field. The time comes to 22 minutes. The two sides competed for vision back and forth around the barren area. But in the end, RNG took the upper hand. Their lineup's ability to forcibly retain players is so strong that Green Hair simply doesn't dare to compete with them for vision. The shortcomings of soft assistants are reflected at this time. The fragile body makes the soft assistant almost gamble with his life every time he goes to the jungle to lay out his vision. As long as he is caught, he will wait for death.
Force them to come over. Don't be too big. Let me take the lead.
Mata began to direct. Everyone in RNG stood at the entrance of Delongking. Top is here as expected, but it was still a very careful test, with the only people in the front row standing in front to clear the way. But Mata's target is the people. As long as there are no men in the front row, Top will lose the space to pull. And the four crispy guys are afraid of being directly punched in the face. Malzahar hidden in the dragon pit flashed out directly. And there were not many BBs. Grip of Hades. The men and horses were immediately suppressed in place.
What a decisive first move. Does RNG want to kill everyone in seconds?
The entire RNG team immediately swarmed forward. And Xiaohu directly used QRWE to unleash his highest single target burst damage. All of which was poured into the men and horses. Uzi saw the right moment and added a magic crystal arrow to extend the team's control chain and keep the troops in place. And don't forget to always use the A output. Of course Top will not let them get what they want. Kalma is still in the RE2nd Company's position to protect the troops as much as possible. Jin activated his ultimate move on the spot and entered the state of sniper confrontation. The armor-piercing Jin's damage at this time was very considerable. And the excavator did not appear in front of RNG. And no one came to help block Jin's bullets. The vampire flashes and again, Looper chooses E to flash into the field and hit a small AoE first. And then uses his big move to connect with Red Fury Q. He does not give Top any chance to backhand. The cooldown is reduced and he stacks up. Almost as soon as the previous E is released. The next he can start using it again. Then he started to charge E again. And use W to turn into a pool of blood to escape into the ground and briefly enter an invincible state that cannot be selected.
The men and horses are about to fall. Can they use the ultimate move before they die? No. RNG's control time is too long. Even the men and horses dressed in neat suits can't hold it. Icebird's W once again perfectly divided the battlefield. And the ultimate move was left in place and blocked RNG's back row. Incense Pot. Incense Pot has entered the scene.
MLXG never entered the field. While waiting for Li Han to upgrade his skills, he used E to get out of the dragon pit. And then flashed straight towards the Icebird. I want to interrupt Icebird's ultimate move. Freeze it. He didn't make a move. And neither did Gao Dui. The moment the excavator came over, the Ice Girl's ultimate move was already given. Jin, who had already fired 4 bullets from the ultimate move, also came over and started to cooperate with his teammates to output the excavator at level A.
It's hard to say. Han Bing and Enchantress can't get through it at all.
The intersection of the river is not narrow. But Icebird's or plus W ice wall can perfectly seal the entire intersection. After all, Li Hansheng is the main E and deputy W. His W has already reached full level. The length of the ice wall at full level is 800 yards. Seeing that the scene where the front row died after being divided into battlefields is about to happen again, Uzi is in a hurry. He flashed directly across the line of soldiers, stepping on the glacier storm created by the Ice Bird's ultimate move to force forward.
Puppy! He flashes forward. He wants to cooperate with the front row teammates to launch an all-in. Can RNG completely overwhelm Top? Heal Han Bing! Heal Han Bing!
Li Hanxing shouted in his voice. In fact, he had never used Q. But he didn't expect Han Bing to come to his door. Although there is no W to use in conjunction with Q to increase the hit rate. The problem is that Han Bing has given up Flash, and is slowed down by his own ultimate move. It's impossible to twist it out of position. A huge ice block was thrown out by Ice Bird, accurately hitting Han Bing, who was walking A. And the CD of E's skill improved. Ice Bird used E. Ice Bird, who already owns the deluxe 3-piece set of Staff of Time, Seraph, and Magic Penetration Rod. This double damage directly destroyed half of Ice's blood. It caused an uproar at the scene. Imp also found the right time. And it happened to be the perfect fourth bullet. Flat A followed by Q, Man Dance Grenade. Directly killed the remaining blood ice instantly.
The puppy is down. The Enchantress enters the battlefield again, aiming directly at Ice Bird. Ice Bird has Seraph. This shield is very thick. The damage that Enchantress can deal is not fatal at all. Karma was taken over by the vampire, and Ice Girl used Q to take over the excavator's head. You can't beat it at all. In RNG, almost everyone in the field stood within the range of Ice Bird's ultimate move and was slowed down and suffered AoE damage. Is this the first one to hit? Ice Bird has great advantages in fighting in a location like the river.
The range of Ice Bird's ultimate move almost occupies the entire river. When fighting in such terrain, as long as RNG rushes over, it will have to resist the damage of Ice Bird's ultimate move. Ice Bird's ultimate move doesn't seem to do much instantaneous damage, but as long as you stay inside for a while, the AoE damage is definitely not something ordinary crispy skin can withstand. 2 for 4. Xiaohu's Enchantress saw that something was not going well and chose to run away. Fortunately, the remaining 3 people on Top's side were unable to defeat the dragon. Jin is the most difficult hero among all shooters to defeat the Baron. Neither the Ice Bird nor the Ice Girl can resist damage.
If RNG wants to win, it really has to find a way from the side. Enchantress will go to the side and push and lead to see if it can create space. But Xiaohu brought Ignite this time and did not bring TP. If he goes to the side to split push, he will not be able to quickly support the front. However, RNG cannot beat the front 5v5. There is no solution.
Top's lineup is almost full of shit when it comes to split pushing from the wing. Neither Ice Bird nor Ice Girl are heroes who can put huge pressure on the wing. But RNG is even more shit. The only Enchantress with the single band ability has not yet brought TP. This puts them in an endless loop. There's no way to split push. And there's no way to win against the positive side. On the contrary, as the C-position hero's equipment gradually improved, Top began to actively push back against RNG's defense towers. The goal of Top is very clear, because the speed of beating the Baron is not fast enough. It will simply not beat the Baron, lest the dragon ruin your life. Just use Ice Bird's powerful frontal 5v5 ability to fight a positional battle with you, and slowly advance forward little by little. RNG has nothing to do about this. They can't even clear the troops. Bingyo directly put his ultimate move under the tower, and then threw a W behind the tower. Everyone in RNG could only watch Top forcefully demolish the tower. But there was nothing they could do. It's just that the speed of advancement is a bit slow. But Top, under the command of Li Hanxing, was not in a hurry at all, until the game reaches 30 minutes. Only then did Top use Li Hanxing's Ice Bird to release a wave of god-level ice walls to block the RNG team back again. Imp took the opportunity to secretly click on the Highland Tower in the middle, seeing that if you don't resist, you won't have a chance. RNG takes the initiative to start a group again. But the plot on the field is exactly the same. Malzahar can always get someone first. But the situation is different. The Centaur has made more meaty equipment. At least before the RNG people focus their fire to kill him instantly, they can use their ultimate move to interfere with RNG's formation. Although Han Bing made the great drinking demon sword, Bingyo was already in the Six Gods costume. The little magic resistance provided by the demon drinking knife is simply not enough in the face of Ice Bird's super high magic power and magic penetration. In the end, RNG still failed to break through the battlefield cutting line formed by Ice Bird and Ice Girl, and was unfortunately defeated. The game time is fixed at 33 minutes.
2-0. Let's congratulate Top for another victory. They are only one step away from advancing to the finals.
Chapter 187. Although it's a bad joke, I just want it to be fun.
A perfect Icebird show. Everyone else in top also performed well. Wei Shen's Ice Girl and Noob's Icebird. The two of them were perfectly separated in the team battle. When RNG faced them, it was like seeing Maginot. The lines of defense are the same.
Guan Ziyuan started to pull the article again. But it was just a metaphor.
Brother, should we change the metaphor? Top wins, not loses.
Wang Lauer quickly reminded.
Guan
Ziyuan was stunned at first. But as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. He immediately changed his mind.
What I meant was that RNG built a Maginot line of defense. But Top easily broke through it.
Forget about the daily milking method. Why do you still need to bring RNG? One thing to say. RNG seems to be about the same as Frankie facing Hans Miao in front of my brother Han Sheng. They both lost and lost their pants. Awkward. I thought the skin color was wrong too. Liberty's flan chicken is black. There is no black in RNG. Maybe it was because he made a mistake in his choice of words. Guan Ziyuan simply skipped the topic quickly.
RNG will face a very difficult situation next. In my opinion, they have tried two sets of tactical systems. Namely what I am best at and what I am. They prepared all the black technologies, but with little effect. And they will not have any trump cards to speak of in the third game.
Professional teams face a BO5 duel. As Guan Ziyuan said, two systems are usually prepared. One system is one that one is best at. That is, the heroes and supporting tactics used are all in the team's best comfort zone, and is usually used in the first game of BO5. If you win, it means you can continue to use it if your hand is hot today. If it is cracked, you can use it again or use the second set of black technology system you have prepared. Certainly, there are also teams that are accustomed to starting the entire black technology system in an effort to win the first game. It depends on the style of the coaching staff. Just like White Crescent Moon and are two extremes. White Crescent BO5 strategy in the first game of BO5 is always to put the opponent's best or most powerful hero. And you also choose your most comfortable lineup. Banners do not target bans, but give heroes who can affect the performance of your own lineup. Ban. And is the kind of person who sets a tone before the game. Just focus on your strongest points. Ban the heroes you are best at. And then adjust the priorities of individual heroes appropriately according to the game situation. Both have advantages and disadvantages. According to White Crescent's method of BP, if you can win the first round and defeat the opponent's strongest tactical system, then you will have a lot of room for further development. And you can also build up your self-confidence to the greatest extent. But once you lose, this means that your own strongest system cannot beat the opponent's strongest system. But instead, you will find yourself in a dilemma. However, BP strategy and ideas are more stable and have a higher lower limit, which can eliminate some unexpected factors on the field as much as possible. RNG's first game was obviously the system it was best at. In the second game, RNG took out Malzahar as the support and Vampire as the top laner. Losing to top one after another means that the strength gap between the two sides can no longer be balanced by a simple BP strategy. Any BP strategy will fail in front of top. This is the gap between the individual abilities of the players and the overall strength of the team. It is precisely this state of despair that will severely damage the team member's self-confidence, because you are facing an enemy that cannot be defeated. It is like seeing an insurmountable mountain, and the whole person is filled with despair. Backstage again. The third young master was not in the mood to reprimand the team members at this time. Reaching this step basically means that RNG's Galaxy Battleship plan has failed. Even if you can get an S competition spot through the bubble competition later. What can the number 3 seed do? RNG has invested heavily. Not to mention winning the S championship. At least you have to win the league championship. Right? If you can't win the league championship, it's the same as failure. Especially after the introduction of Uzi. Instead of improving, the results actually declined. The third young master who recommended Uzi to the club is absolutely inseparable. Whether he can keep his job is a question. When he thought about the post-match interview, Li Hansheng would have to whip his body to humiliate himself in public again. Silence. No one in the entire training room spoke. Even MLXG couldn't stand up and encourage his teammates again at this time, because they were facing an unbeatable opponent. At least RNG cannot defeat top with its current staffing and overall strength. Facing an opponent that can be defeated, it only makes sense for you to rack your brains and think of various ways.
In the third game, everyone can play freely.
MLXG is the nominal captain of the team after all. After being silent for a long time, he still took the initiative to stand up and cheer up his teammates.
We have already lost twice. And this is not the first time we have lost to top. So why are we still afraid of losing? Play freely. Don't feel any pressure. Do everything you can. Winning or losing depends on God. The worst we can do is lose again.
MLXG tried very hard to comfort his teammates. His original intention was to prevent his teammates from bearing too much pressure. And maybe a miracle would happen. It's just the wording. Emotional intelligence is indeed not very high. Fortunately, his teammates are already used to the way he talks, and know that he doesn't have any bad intentions. Didn't have to wait much. Both sides soon returned to the stage again.
The third game of BO5 in the semifinals between RNG and Top is about to begin. This is also the deciding game for Top. They only need to win one game again to advance to the finals. And the odds are high because they will have priority in picking sides again.
The director showed the screen to the BPs of both sides. And there was a picture-in-picture in the middle of the screen where you could see the communication between the players and the coach.
The RNG players were actually talking and laughing.
Juan Lauer looked surprised, but found that his words were wrong and quickly changed his words.
They are very relaxed. It seems that the losses in the first two games did not affect their mentality. This is a good thing. What the disadvantaged side fears most is a mental collapse that will lead to deformed operations. Yes. Let's see if RNG can perform a miracle for us to make 2 chase 3.
BO5 reaches the third game. During the banning phase, the two parties basically didn't have much intention. They knew clearly what could and couldn't be handled. Top still maintains its 3-ban support strategy. With Nyoto, Braum and Thresh all sent to the ban position. RNG just wished they could ban Li Hansheng. After struggling, but they still made changes. And Rise, Lucian and Sword Girl were banned by them. With that, Jace was released.
RNG. They want to steal Jace. Otherwise, there is no reason to ban Lucian.
Juan Lauer saw through RNG's thoughts at a glance. Really, being on the blue side, they had the advantage to lock in Jess directly. This robbery was obviously a bit beyond Li Hansheng's expectations, but it was also reasonable. Looper is a typical top laner trained by What's the meaning? That is, the top laners trained by are basically the same model. It's an all-around top order, able to withstand pressure and able to stand up and carry the game. Looper, Brother Long, 957 including Zoom at the back. 369. When 369 was in TS, everyone thought he was a domestic shy top laner and had such expectations for him. But it turned out to be wrong. But after being trained by he performed very well and won the top lane of S12. And under training, you can see the shadow of the previous top laners in 369. Looper can play Jace, a hero like Jace, Easy and Rise, who can be regarded as the signatures of the LCK division. Top was unmoved. Grabbed the Excavator plus Rock Bird immediately. And first lock in this midfielder combination with strong early rhythm ability. RNG's subsequent choice was to bring out Leopard Girl plus Ice Girl.
Wow! Xiongwu decided to play more proactively in the jungle.
Guanzi Yuan suddenly became energetic.
RNG is planning to let itself go in the last game.
Top's response was also very quick. Since the opponent's top and jungle players are all poke, the other positions must be supplemented by the team members and the front row. Top's backhand snatched away the ice and locked onto Karma again. RNG's last two picks are Jin plus Troll. In Top's last pick, Li Hansheng didn't do much BB with the opponent. To beat Jace, either everyone had to have good hands, or they had to play heroes with bursts and rushes. So, he pulled out Raven again. In this way, the lineups of both sides will be officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Jace versus Raven. Jungler, Leopard Girl versus Excavator. Middle lane, Ice Girl versus Rockbird. Bottom lane, Jin plus Troll versus Ice plus Karma.
RNG has a good lineup.
Guanzi Yuan praised.
Top and jungle poke, and the middle and bottom are responsible for starting the team. This troll is the finishing touch. Although the skill description of the trolls he does not state that it will cause damage. It will actually cause 1 point of damage, which can trigger Jin's Fatal Brilliance. RNG's frontal 5v5 poke ability is extremely strong. The troll uses the pillar to slow down. Use W to immobilize people. And Leopard Girl and Jace just need to poke them. Indeed, this is just like when someone wants to give away a tower, but the troll limit has a pillar stuck, and the head is counted as the troll's. Everyone thinks that the head is counted because of the deceleration. In fact, it is not, because the troll's pillar is stuck on the person. There will be 1 point of damage.
The two roughly explain the principle of the Troll E-Pillar. There's nothing wrong with it either. RNG's fixed-point blasting lineup is indeed very powerful. At least in theory. The Troll slows down. Jing targets people. And then others are responsible for poke. Ice Girl can both backhand and start a team. Just like Gao Dui in the previous game. She is responsible for dividing the battlefield. Top's lineup is not bad. It has lane rights except for the top lane. It can give the greatest help to the excavators in the jungle. But it's not easy for Raven to beat Jace on the top lane. Right. Wang Lauer hesitated. If the IDs of both parties were changed, or Raven's ID was changed, he would definitely say that Jace could beat Raven at will. Because Jess's numbers in S6 were so outrageous. It was in the S7 season that Jess received a large-scale weakening. Khan defeated all the top laners with Jess in the LCK, which attracted Riot's attention. Noob himself is very good at Jace. I guess he knows how to deal with Jace. Accompanied by bursts of cheers from fans from both sides. The full view of Summoner's Rift is presented to everyone. There is no surprise in the start of the game compared to the previous 2 rounds. The only difference is that Candy chooses to have a solo red in this round, while MLXG's Leopard Girl is also in a solo red. But he is in the bottom half, and Candy is in the top half. Li Hansheng was also very honest from the beginning. Looper followed suit, seizing the line of sight in the grass at the beginning, and then pressing forward strongly without giving Li Hansheng a chance to replenish his troops, and even tried to drive Li Hansheng out of the experience zone. Seeing this familiar scene, Li Hansheng became the victim. It immediately triggered a barrage of ridicule. Ha ha ha. Brother Hansheng. You usually do many evil things. But now you are being punished with Jace. Laughing to death. Why do I want to laugh so much when I see this scene? Brother Hansheng will also be sanctioned one day. Right? AI Shin waits. Brother Hansheng will beat the shit out of the Looper sooner or later. Broken. Everyone won't use this routine in the future. Right? Steal Jace and ban Lucian? But Li Hansheng had already expected this scene. The Raven text at level 1 is not very strong. And it is not a passerby game that can be used to ignite. And the card queue goes online to play solo kills at level 1. Therefore, he chose Dolan Shield to go out. He learned E at level 1. Highlighting the ultimate lane mixing. When Jace wanted to drive himself out of the experience zone, he immediately reversed forward, used E to gain a shield, and offset part of the damage from Jace's AQ. The moment he gained experience, he immediately retreated without giving any to Jace. Switch to Warhammer form to hammer yourself. His principle is not to miss out on experience. Last hit? Jace used skills to suppress his health. But he also didn't do any last-ditch hits. What's wrong with being a little behind in last-ditch hits? If you hit me with a few knives now, you'll have to repay with a few heads later. Looper's strategy on the top lane is to control the lane. If the combination of Leopard Girl plus Jace wants to jump over the tower and kill Raven, Jace must suppress Raven's health very low. Because the two of them had free bursts but no stable control. Raven had a lot of room to operate. Especially this Raven was still in charge of Li Hansheng. Steady suppression and waiting for midterm teamfights are the situations Looper most wants to see. But he didn't expect Candy will come so quickly. Candy's jungle clearing route is red buff F4 Stone Man. Quickly clear the upper half of the area to level 3. And then go directly to the top road. Looper was actually on guard. But he placed his eyes conservatively in the grass in the river. Candy was a thief. He knew this through the information fed back by Li Hansheng. So he did not take the river. But after defeating the Stone Man, he followed the wall directly, and came to the thick wall next to the triangular grass. He was not very far away from Jace. Just at this time, Li Hansheng made a mistake and caught Jace's Q-enhanced cannon. Jace crossed the acceleration gate without saying a word and chased forward. He did not think about switching modes to force a set, but maintained the cannon mode. Turn on W, and try to catch up with it twice. The next second, a dark hole appeared next to the wall. Shiba! Looper's eyes widened as he blurted out the quintessence of Korean culture. But Candy won't do anything with him. Candy is here! Looper reacted quickly and immediately switched forms. He wanted to knock the excavator away. But the excavator was very decisive and flashed forward. Raven quickly followed up, and the two of them launched a reasonable burst. Considering that the RNG lineup is overall squishy, Li Hansheng brings Thunderlord's Decree, which has a higher early stage explosion. After the excavator flipped over and knocked Jess away, Li Hansheng quickly approached with E plus Q1, followed by a standard set of light speed QA. The moment Jace landed, W, Soul Calming Roar, added control so that Jace could not hand over his E skills to repel him or the excavator. The small burst damage of Excavator and Raven at level 3 is very scary. Jace was immediately disabled, just as he was knocking Li Hanxing away with his backhand E. Raven's fatal basic attack had already landed. What was even more terrible was that Jace handed over a death flash. Because the looper wanted to knock Li Hanxing open, and then flashed, he kept a distance to escape. But he didn't expect that Raven's basic attack judgment would be so fast. First blood obtained. Candy quickly cooperated with Li Hanxing to deal with the army line, and then hurried home to his lower half. This made MLXG, who originally wanted to stop the loss, unable to do anything. The Ice Girl in the middle is good at pushing the lane, but is a bit worse than the Rock Bird. The most important thing is the lack of line rights in the bottom lane. When facing Karma, the trolls can only take a beating, which means that Jin's wave clearing ability is pretty good. Otherwise RNG will be pinned under the defense tower the whole time in the bottom lane. But even so, as soon as Karma in the bottom lane moved to the jungle, MLXG was forced to withdraw from the lower half of the top jungle. It's equivalent to the price Candy paid for catching 3 waves of speed. It's just one less group of river crabs, compared with the first blood heads. What is a group of river crabs? Especially the head was returned to Li Hanxing. The looper is still careless this time. Wang Lauer kept shaking his head. Since he pursues suppression online, his eye positioning should be placed in a more aggressive position. Actually, I can't blame him. Guan Ziyuan shook his head. If he placed it in the triangular grass, then Candy could use E on the big dragon pit to enter the dragon pit, and then lose his vision and go online. But that way Leopard Girl would have time to squat back. Wang Lao immediately retorted. Guan Ziyuan thought about it carefully, and it was true. He did not continue the barrage, and admitted that this wave was indeed the looper's mistake. This is because after being pushed up by Li Han for a long time, he was suddenly pushed back by Li Hanxing, which made him uncomfortable. And this one, Li Hanxing has experienced another change in his costume design. The first component he chose was Sawtooth Dagger, and his goal was clearly Yumeng. He brought thunder, and he must pursue the explosive kill route. Moreover, Raven had to find an opportunity to defeat Jace instantly. Once he was pulled away by Jace, Raven could only eat shit. After reaching level 6, Li Hanxing has an excellent opportunity. Because Jace didn't flash, he first forced E and Q to get close to Jace, and forced a wave of blood exchange with the opponent. And even he still lost money. But it doesn't matter. After the skill CD is up, first Q1 on the spot to close the distance between each other. ER flash WQ2 AR2. And after the shockwave swept out, before Jace switched forms and tried to knock himself open, Q3 briefly knocked him back and made up for a flat A, taking him away directly. This wave of single kills also announced the collapse of Jace on the top lane. Next is Li Hanxing's personal show. RNG built a perfect system. But after all, they couldn't withstand the pressure on the line and collapsed before the system took effect. Mainly because the top lane collapsed, and they failed to open up the situation from other lanes. MLXG has always wanted to start from the jungle area. But the problem is that Top's protection of the jungle area is very good, and he will not be given the opportunity to easily invade the jungle area. Every time he invades the wild area, he will face the risk of being blocked in the wild area. The hero Leopard Girl must get more jungle resources to roll the economic snowball. A normally developed Leopard Girl cannot carry the team and cannot influence the situation of the game. In the end, Li Hanxing's Rui Wenhao led the team to victory with 11-2-4 data. Explosive killer Lu Ruiwen's body is not as solid as the traditional black cut light warrior route. But it doesn't matter. Li Hanxing doesn't care much about his death count. 3-0. Wang Lauer shouted immediately. Top did not let RNG's miracle happen. They successfully advanced to the finals. The third game is a complete reflection of personal ability. Guan Ziyuan laughed. I think if Top can maintain this state, it is very promising to win the summer championship. The audience immediately burst into thunderous applause and cheers. This was not their first time entering the finals, and they were all very calm at the moment. After walking to the other side and shaking hands with everyone in RNG, Li Hanxing was called to the front of the stage for an interview. The person responsible for interviewing him today was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu dressed up in a girly style today, especially the red bow on her ponytail, which brought out her girlish charm. The two of them stepped onto the stage. Everyone should know the person standing next to me. Right. Xiaoyu chuckled, and then introduced in a serious manner. I am very honored to invite the top laner new player to accept the post-game interview. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience cheered again. The barrage is also going crazy. Ghost, why do I feel like these two people match so well when they stand together? I object. Sister Zhou is not worthy of Brother Han Sheng. So is Xiao Yu. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman. They are a match made in heaven. How could it be your turn to be opposed by a monster like you? Brother Ming, just give justice to the good match, and that's it. Hey, hey, hey. Xiaoyu, don't smile so sweetly. Brother Han Sheng is the man you will never get.
After defeating the powerful enemy RNG, Top successfully qualified for the summer finals. And according to the rules, you have also locked in a spot in the S competition in advance. How do you feel? Oh? A strong enemy?
Li Hansheng was stunned and subconsciously blurted out.
I feel quite relaxed.
Xiaoyu didn't dare to answer this question. She was afraid of being criticized by RNG fans. So she could only change the topic.
You have made it to the summer finals again and secured a spot in the S competition in advance.
Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently.
Isn't this normal? Didn't I already say that our team's goal is to win the championship? The championship. Still the championship.
Li Hansheng resisted saying the word TM and almost choked him to death. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and then asked.
Your opponent in the finals is EDG. The two sides will once again continue their grudges in the spring finals. Will the team prepare anything to deal with EDG who wants revenge? No need.
Li Hansheng grinned.
Everyone knows that Deft is the absolute core of EDG. So here's the question. Who is the biggest sufferer of Deft's career? Do you know the idea of my bottom shooter? Imp. S4 champion shooter. Beat the man who cried Deft. He only needs to use 50% of his skills. He can crush EDG bottom lane.
As he spoke, Li Hansheng raised his right hand and opened his palm, making a 5-character sign. Everyone is still wondering why Li Hansheng is suddenly so strong. After all, there is no personal grudge between EDG and him. The next second, Li Hansheng chuckled.
Pigs! Alpaca fans! What I said just now was not said by me. It was said by Imp in the background. If you want to quarrel, I suggest you go to Weibo. Top and MQAQ have been flushed.
Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. The top fans at the scene also laughed along with it. If it were another team, those who didn't know better would have thought it was a conflict within the team. But in top, after all, beating up teammates during interviews is a traditional top talent. And it doesn't look like it's just made up. With Gu Sungbin's character, he can definitely say such things in private.
Ah! What are Pinley doing? I'm going to meet Hikue again after I'm here.
Imp was very distressed.
Puff, isn't that your catchphrase? Loudly has restrained himself a lot. At least he didn't say that Deft. So he's just a Lansy. Right.
Candy teased with a smile.
That one who can't be rich.
Imp shook his head repeatedly.
Hikue will be sad. And I don't want him to cry anymore. Ha ha ha.
There was also a burst of laughter backstage at top. Gao Tianyang secretly smacked his lips. Deft. He is also a famous shooter in the world. Result. Imp doesn't look down on him at all. What kind of monsters is his team? And on stage, Xiaoyu continued the interview.
In the third game, we saw RNG use Jace to deal with you, and achieve good results for a time. Do you think this method can really restrict you?
Li Hansheng shook his head.
With all due respect, there are only a handful of top laners in China who can play Jace well. Looper is good at it. Unfortunately, Jace is a hero that requires the team's resources and supporting tactics.
The hero Jace was chosen to kidnap the team, because this hero is very economical, and he has to push the lane and suppress people in the lane. Once the team doesn't play around itself, you will be in jail in the top lane if you pick Jace. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiaoyu also asked the last question.
Before the final start, let's say something to the fans.
Li Hansheng paused, then slowly walked towards the front of the stage, and said,
Actually, some people on the internet have criticized me many times for some of my behavior during the interview, saying that it has been so long. How can I be so upset? Why do you have to hold on to it every time? Here I am. Let me give you a formal answer. It's indeed a bad joke. But I feel so good if I can't stand it.
Talking, he took a breath and yelled into the phone.
Tell me my opponent today. Me. Noob. Li Hansheng. What kind of champion is he?
Finished. Point the microphone at the audience. The number of spectators at the scene was not large, but they were very cooperative and shouted hard.
2016 LPL Spring Split Champion. 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational Champion. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation.
Li Hansheng smiled slightly and bowed deeply toward the audience. Chapter 188 Don't You Have a Childhood? Who said this is a bad joke? I love watching this. Are there any brothers, like me, who just wait to finish RNG and wait for Brother Han Sheng to come up and be interviewed? +1. One thing to say. It's been so long since the grudges have passed. Doesn't Brother Han Sheng look a bit petty like this? I also think there's no need to hold on to it all the time. Doesn't it make you look very petty? Come on. Come on. I suggest you, the little moral standard bearers, to quickly book a high-speed rail ticket to Leshan. Sichuan. There is a giant Buddha there. I suggest you move it away and sit on it yourself. Holy mother bitch. Please let it go. I suggest you suffer a loss in the future. When you are wronged, don't go around crying for comfort. Wangzhou and GSL are too immersive. Right? Brother Han Sheng simply interacts with fans. Does this hit your G-spot? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. And there was even a certain degree of controversy. But, after all, the majority of people are still happy to see Li Hansheng's whipping corpse behavior, who has not suffered a little grievance, who has not been wronged. Reality has constraints of one kind or another that prevent me from being angry or speaking out. Can't I seek some comfort from Li Hansheng?
Is this a ritual that Noob has formed after the game?
Wang Lauer joked.
He is indeed the most unique player in our LPL. I think so.
Guan Ziyuan paused and said,
in the competitive field, this kind of revenge drama will not rise to the standard of moral judgment. This is the charm of the competitive field. Isn't it? Indeed.
Rita nodded in agreement.
And I think just like those football and basketball players who have their own signature celebrations after scoring a goal, Noob may regard the interaction with fans as his most iconic behavior.
At the end of the interview, Li Hansheng also left the stage and returned to the backstage. Xiao Yu followed him backstage. When they separated, Xiao Yu clenched his fist towards Li Hansheng and cheered.
Come on for the finals. Although I can't interview you, I will watch the game and cheer you on.
Thank you then.
Li Hansheng smiled at her and waved his hand, then turned back to the team's backstage lounge. As soon as Li Hansheng entered the door, Guihao put his arm around his shoulders and walked inside. This is probably the biggest difference between China and the LCK. There is a strict hierarchy between coaches, management and players in the LCK. And the coaches and management there often appear in front of the players as strict fathers. As said in an interview, coaches and managers cannot get too close to the players, because that will lose the dignity they should have. Most domestic coaches and management take the buddy route, which is caused by different cultures. Each has its pros and cons. Just like this kind of buddy approach, it can very well ease the atmosphere of the team and avoid the extreme situation where the team members and the management are directly at odds. The disadvantage is that when you want to be strict, the team members will easily not take you seriously because they are used to getting along with each other casually. After all, the situation is different. It doesn't matter who you are as a star player in Korea. If the coach asks you to be a substitute, you have to get out of here and be a substitute. But here in China, which coach dares to let the team star player go as a substitute? Maybe the player didn't say anything. The fans will immediately attack you first.
The most typical thing in the top team is that Bai Yueyao and Guihao asked Candy to restrain himself and let him train well. But Candy was obsessed with falling in love at the time. Although it did not affect his performance. His performance on the court during that period was indeed not good. Candy only started to restrain himself when he felt a real sense of crisis when the team decided to sign Gao Tianliang.
Not bad. Everyone performed very well. Not only did we make it to the finals, we also locked in a spot in the S competition in advance.
Guihao laughed with a red face. Because the spring finals is a competition between EDG and Top. Now that the two teams have entered the summer finals together again, it means that the league points of the two teams are among the top two in the country. The number 1 seed belongs to the summer champion. And the summer champion will definitely be born between the two teams. So, no matter who wins the championship between EDG and Top and becomes the number 1 seed, the other one will lock in the number 2 seed in advance by virtue of their league points advantage. You know, at the beginning of the formation of the team, Guihao's goal for the team is to avoid relegation in the spring split and strive to reach the playoffs in the summer split. It would be better if they could enter the bubbling round to give it a try. League Championship. S competition quota. At the beginning, Guihao couldn't even think about it. Result? Spring split champion. MSI champion. According to the current momentum shown by Top, there is no opponent in the country. And there is a high probability that the summer championship will be won. If we can finally win the first S championship in the LPL division, we will complete the Grand Slam within 1 year of establishing the team. This is definitely an experience worthy of being recorded in history.
The S game is still too far away from us. Don't get excited yet. We still have to focus on the summer finals on the 26th. First, we must securely win the summer championship and the #1 seed. Everyone must also control their emotions. Before the end of the S game, there can be no relaxation in thinking.
Guo Hao was still a little worried. Top is so smooth. Except for EDG, who caught Top off guard by using the lane change game. Top has never lost a game. Even when they faced the strong enemy SKT at MSI. They always led the way with a beautiful 3-0 walk. He has been in society for many years. And he knows that too many smooth sailings are not a good thing. But now that things have come to this, we can't force the players to lose just to stop a winning streak. Right? That's even more nonsense. Therefore, he could only do this in this way. Just like a teacher taking students into the examination room, tirelessly emphasizing trivial matters over and over again. The handwriting should be neat and tidy. The roll surface should be tidy. And the name should not be written outside. Isn't this the same as training well? Not inflating. And not slacking off?
Please! Brother Hao.
Candy rolled his eyes.
Don't say such disappointing things when you win the game. Okay?
Guo Hao waved his hand.
I don't want to spoil your fun. I just want to remind you that when it's time to celebrate, let's celebrate. Let's go! I'll take you to have a good meal.
Everyone immediately started to pack their luggage and prepare to leave the competition site by car. Li Hansheng also did not forget to have a brief communication with Xiaotian.
Xiaotian, what do you think after watching the game? Everyone is so awesome.
Xiaotian looked a little frustrated.
Brother Jie is also awesome. I feel like I can't compete at all. No. 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 No.
Li Hansheng shook his head and enlightened him.
Don't look at the good side of Xiang Renjie. Any player will make mistakes and do poorly. When you see every decision he makes, you will be surprised. Put yourself in your shoes and think about what choices you would make if you were on the court. Would the situation be better if you followed your choices? You don't need to belittle yourself. Yu Wenbo had a similar mentality to you at the beginning. He felt that Poo Poo was stable and strong. How could he possibly compete? But look at him now. Don't always focus on other people's strengths. You can learn appropriately and integrate them.
But the most important thing is to maintain your own characteristics.
Xiaotian nodded in understanding. When Li Hansheng saw him like this, he changed his words.
Just think about it. If you weren't very good, would the team contact you and invite you to join the team? So don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are still very young and your style of play is the method has not yet been completely finalized. During this period, you just need to think carefully about your own game style. Brother Hansheng.
Shui came over at some point with a very dissatisfied expression.
What do you mean I have had a similar mentality? My brother has always aimed to kill Poo Poo and take away his main position. Okay? It's like I've been a coward. Hee hee. How do I remember that after the first game, someone died suddenly on the field? And after the game, he cried and asked Brother Hansheng for comfort?
Shi Ming smiled and revealed it mercilessly. Water lies.
Shi Ming, if you don't speak, your mouth will be tasteless.
Shui reached out angrily to strangle his neck. Ming dodged while continuing to expose his background with a smile.
Just admit it. You are obviously jealous when you see Brother Hansheng taking care of Xiaotian like this. You fart. Shut your anus. You damn faggot. How dare you talk about my buddy in such a girly tone? Let's see how I deal with you.
Li Hansheng stopped the two of them dumbfounded. These three people joined the team for more or less the same reason as Li Hansheng. Even Shui and Tian joined the team entirely because of him. Naturally, he would appear to be more caring. Every time he sees the various schedules of the S6 domestic league, Li Hansheng will give a thumbs up to the Smart Banana plan. The semifinals were played on August 15th. The finals have been postponed to August 26th. There are a full 11 days in between. People in the Banana plan may not understand that for professional players, the competition must be continuous to ensure that the competitive state will not decline. The two teams, which were originally in a hot state, were forced to take an 11-day break in between. What the HL? Is this a schedule that anyone can come up with? But the reason? Li Hansheng also knew that in order to combine the summer finals with the anniversary celebration of League of Legends. After all, for the annual anniversary celebration, the Horror server features will arrange many discount activities to highlight a theme. We need to make players willing to spend money to buy skins. The rest period is too long, and it is unrealistic to maintain high-intensity training throughout the entire process. Guo Hao decided to give the players 4 days off and leave a week for high-intensity training and training games so that the players could prepare for the upcoming summer finals in a good competitive state. Moreover, during these 7 days, the team also needs to cooperate with the shooting of various promotional materials for the finals. It will take at least 1 day to add up to all the miscellaneous things. However, these days of vacation are good news for the team members. This means that they can make up for the live broadcast time with peace of mind. The finals are scheduled for the end of the month, and they will not have so much time to spend on live broadcast. Hey. After Li Hansheng sat in front of the computer and started the live broadcast, he greeted the audience with his customary words. Great birthday! Brother Hansheng actually broadcast live? Gui. Brother Hansheng finally remembered his Douyu account password? Those who don't know may think that the host, like Ruozi, went to Jinshanjiu to discuss business with drug lords. Brother Hansheng, broadcast quickly. Not being able to watch your live broadcast. I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. Hey, isn't this Noob, the famous lazy dog anchor of Douyu? Why did it suddenly start broadcasting today? This weird Neil made Li Hansheng laugh.
What do you mean I actually broadcast live? What else can the anchor do if he doesn't live broadcast?
Li Hansheng retorted plausibly.
I will live broadcast every day from now on. 31 days a month. And brothers can see me every day.
It's really outrageous. The anchor just didn't start broadcasting. And it's not like he was arrested. What are you talking about?
Naturally. The barrages will be sprayed wildly. Sometimes Li Hansheng wonders, are there really so many brothers who stay awake 24 hours a day and watch intensively in the live broadcast room? After chatting for a while, Li Hansheng logged into his Korean server account as a habit. He didn't really want to play games. He just wanted to live stream and relax.
Forget it. Let's take you to the live broadcast of Ward Rounds.
As he spoke, he skillfully used a browser to open the live broadcast section of Douyu League of Legends. Good guy. Today, the 3 shows are actually online at the same time, and each of them has a popularity of nearly 100, which is obviously higher than the normal popularity. Douyu's popularity is usually linked to gifts. Could it be that an old man from the top of the list made gold coins in Sanseo's live broadcast room today? Li Hansheng subconsciously clicked on Guo Mini's live broadcast room. As soon as the screen refreshed, a blast of DJ dance music was heard. And Guo Mini was still wearing AC hot pants. And she was posing for the camera while following the rhythm. The barrage in the live broadcast room also scrolled like crazy. Tell that to Mushroom. I can't go back. GKD. That's it? It hasn't been shipped yet. Bro. Typing with both hands to show innocence. As someone who never pulls up the progress bar when watching educational films, the anchor wants me to sell out at this level. But there is still a long way to go. Don't even say it. With the blessing of various black technologies such as skin resurfacing, whitening, and leg lengthening through the beauty camera, it really looks like that. Especially Guo Mini was still wearing a deep V top. And she didn't know how much stuff she had stuffed in it before she could squeeze it out. At this time, it seems that the video of Guo Mini changing clothes has not been circulated yet. Right? As someone who has watched the original video, he can only say, the shape of 2 cherries placed on the tablet, under various cool operations, shows the career line of 2 watermelons on the tablet. It's not easy for female anchors either. Doesn't it hurt to stuff so much stuff into it?
It's boring. Let's go and see other people.
Li Hansheng curled his lips disdainfully and exited Guo Mini's live broadcast room. He took another look at the live broadcast rooms of the other 2 shows. In fact, the content was very different from Guo Mini's. At present, the supervision of various live content on live broadcast platforms is not strict, and the live broadcast industry is still in a period of barbaric growth. Most female anchors take the sideline route. No way. Who told a man to be a teenager until he died and always like an 18-year-old with beautiful legs? Everyone is sworn in with gambling and drugs. After going around in a circle, Li Hansheng finally came to Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. As soon as I entered the room, I was struck by lightning at the opening.
Gaia! This blind monk is a dog. Damn! This is my water friend competition. Keep an eye on me. Are you still not my water friends?
Sister Zhou shouted angrily at the camera. Looking at the record of 070, it was indeed accurately predicted by the fans. Li Hansheng smiled and posted a barrage. Unfortunately, a beautiful day begins and ends when you enter Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. As soon as the audience in the live broadcast room saw Li Hansheng coming, they all followed the formation. The entire live broadcast room instantly turned into a barrage of wheelbarrows rolling crazily. Sister Joe was stunned at first. And then she complained in a loud voice.
Wow! Li Hansheng, you are a dog.
I gave you a gift, and you actually scolded me? Get your money back. Sister Joe saw Li Hansheng shoot 2 super rockets. Immediately, a wave of Sichuan opera face-changing came out, showing professional-level face-changing speed.
Oh!
He deliberately raised his voice and pretended to be cute.
Thank you, Brother Hansheng, for the 2 super rockets. Brother Hansheng is awesome. Brother Hansheng is awesome. Boo boo boo. I love you.
That's it? There are benefits for everyone who sends super rockets. I suggest Sister Joe increase her efforts. Just say a few words of thanks. Which old man is willing to come to your live broadcast room to blast gold coins? Sister Joe is not sure whether Li Hansheng is doing it for effect or if he is serious. But she was very cooperative anyway.
What benefits do you want? Tell me. I will satisfy you if you tell me.
Real?
Nonsense.
That's what I want to see. The one with black legs, black clothes, and a uniform hat on the head. See this paragraph. Don't talk about Sister Joe. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Question mark. F***CK? What do you want Sister Joe to wear? This Brother Hansheng is so unserious. Want to eat alone? Isn't this an eye-opener for the brothers? Is the bad and make the brothers cute? Suddenly there was a picture in my mind. Sister Joe seemed to be able to rush. Sister Joe, who has always been carefree, didn't know what to think of. She was squirming inexplicably. If the whitening effect of the beauty camera wasn't too exaggerated, she could even see her blushing?
Can this be said in the live broadcast room? Shouldn't this kind of thing be told to me privately on WeChat?
Is there anything that can't be said in the live broadcast room?
Gaia! I'm not a sideline anchor. Although it's not impossible to take pictures wearing that kind of clothes. How can I say it in front of the audience?
No. There's something wrong with you. Are you thinking wrongly? I really want you to cosplay Black Cat Sheriff. Where are you thinking? Sister Joe, don't you have a childhood? Doesn't Sheriff Black Cat have black legs, black clothes, and a uniform hat? I saw Li Hansheng's barrage. Sister Joe was completely stunned on the spot, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 189 Sister Joe, is it wrong to like handsome guys? Sister Joe was stunned for a moment. Did she really not expect that Li Hansheng would do this to her? The whole person was immediately ashamed. And when he opened his mouth, he roared like a dragon.
Gaia!
He also kept banging his hands on his computer desk. Poor computer desk crazy HP 1-1-1. What's more terrible is, Sister Joe forgot that her kettle was still on the table. And she suddenly suffered a serious blow. Following a muffled bang, Sister Joe screamed the next second. Hack! The kettle fell over on the table all of a sudden. Sister Joe quickly dodged back to avoid spilling the water on herself. But she used too much force. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden tremor, and the gaming chair fell backwards due to the unbalanced force. And she also fell to the ground. Li Hansheng was dumbfounded. If this was placed in a variety show, Sister Joe would definitely be the lucky one favored by the god of variety shows. WTF? It is said that the interaction between Sister Joe and Brother Hansheng has a script. How the I can there be a script? Laughing to death. Sister Joe chose the show with the most comments. In terms of interaction, Sister Joe and Brother Hansheng are really professional players. Professional players are prohibited from participating. This fall is not light. Brother Hansheng, you have committed a heinous crime. After a while, Sister Joe got up from the ground, holding her elbows and gasping for air. Her expression slightly ferocious.
Hack! It hurts me so much! Brother Hansheng! Look what you did! Good thing!
She wiped the table with a tissue. But she kept complaining.
I have to go to the hospital to take an x-ray tomorrow. Brother Hansheng, you have to take full responsibility.
What are you doing here? It's obvious that you have misunderstood me. Do all women like to criticize me? It was a good thing that Li Hansheng didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned what happened just now, Sister Joe became so angry that her teeth itched.
It's not you. What you said was so vague and ambiguous. Everyone thought you were driving. Okay.
Don't I think of you as a brother? But you want to send me sexy photos? The original episode made the audience forget about this incident. But now they remember it. Yes. It was just made clear that Sister Joe just wanted to sleep with Li Hansheng. Damn bad woman. Brother Hansheng treats you as a brother. But you want to sleep with him? Sister Joe, let go of Brother Hansheng. Let me do it. In order not to affect Brother Hansheng's game. I decided to sacrifice myself and follow Sister Zhou. Don't argue. Everyone. You usually say that Sister Zhou is a counterattack fighter and a mute bride. I will suffer a little loss, and I will bear the pain. Laughing. Everyone usually dislikes Sister Zhou's loud voice and unpleasant voice. But at this moment, everyone's true colors are revealed. Right? As expected of men who are sworn in with gambling and drugs. Speaking of this, Sister Zhou simply broke the rules and admitted openly.
What's wrong? Brother Han Sheng is so handsome. He plays games well. And he has so many fans. It's not normal to want to sleep with him.
Well, go ask the other female anchors in Douyu, and ask them to wear lie detectors. Who dares to say that they can reject a serious Han Sheng brother?
This is the charm of Sister Zhou. If it were other female anchors in this situation, they would definitely deny and refuse in various ways to clear the relationship. Sister Zhou didn't care at all and even took the initiative to admit it. What's the matter? It's true to highlight a sister's play. But Li Hanxin's response seemed to be endless. If the critical hit was not enough, additional critical damage would be added. Duh. You can't be shy. I am a green and fresh live broadcast room. Sister Zhou, can you be more civilized? What if my live broadcast room is blocked because of GHS? Listen to my advice and stop. Zhou. I don't want Sister Zhou to appear on Baidu in the future. The entries that appear are not LPL official well-known female commentators, but related content that violates legal regulations, and the search content will not be displayed. Boom! Sister Zhou hammered her computer desk again. She was really going crazy. She had never seen a guy like Li Hansheng who didn't play by the rules. It even made her doubt her own charm as a woman. Could it be that she really had no attraction at all to Li Hansheng?
Gaia. Brother Hansheng. You are absolutely a dog.
She was so angry that she felt helpless. But after calming down, she decided to direct this conversation towards the effect of the program. Otherwise, if she said it seriously and was rejected by Li Hansheng, how embarrassing would she be? Then treat it as a purely program effect. So you can't say that you are unattractive. Do not ask. The question is to make the program effect.
It's okay. Every woman has a man in her life that she can't get. I think the man in my life is Brother Hansheng. Yes. There are so many beauties around him. And there are husband fans like Rita. How can he like a little commentator like me? Zhou?
TSK. Women are indeed born to be good at acting. And I almost burst into tears every time I said this. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. He didn't want to do this, so he could give Sister Zhou a step down. No. I don't dare to refuse the beautiful and charming Zhou Ao. Li Hansheng served 4. When he said this, he really forced himself to say it. Zhou's sexy silk photos are still very tempting. Now, since Sister Zhou is willing to give them, I will accept them in good faith. Sister Zhou, remember to send me the individual photos. Ha ha. Hee. Sister Zhou immediately said with a smile.
Okay. Just treat it as a personal gift from Zhou after Brother Hansheng won the championship.
Okay? Question mark. Grass. I can't sisterly. Why am I suddenly sore? Brother Hansheng. I hope you can understand what brothers mean. People who eat alone will not end well. No way. Right. Does anyone really want to eat alone? I can still print Sister Zhou's sexy photos of her beautiful legs. I'm so annoyed by how cute my brother is. These two are not really going to fall in love on this live broadcast. Are they? Don't be disgusted with me. Broken. Is this what love is? Love, yes. Yes. You look like me in everything.
Right? Li Hansheng smiled. It was not impossible. He doesn't want to be a monk. The most important thing is to spread some scandals with the opposite sex, which can effectively stop the disgusting CP party on the internet. Li Hansheng really didn't want to read the erotic articles about him and his teammates on the internet. As a normal male, when he sees similar content or pictures, he will only have one reaction. That's disgusting. It's really disgusting. Then I was looking forward to Sister Zhou's beautiful photos, so I slipped away. Thank you, Sister Zhou, for your encouragement. After giving away 3 super rockets, Li Hansheng left Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. At the same time, Sister Zhou immediately sent a private WeChat message to express her gratitude. Nothing else to say. Although she suffered slightly, the physical pain was only temporary. Just for the scene of her wrestling. The
anchor really knows how to play
series, which was a little smaller than last time, was another wave of popularity for her. Then she posted several artistic photos of herself. After Li Hansheng read it, he replied politely, "So cute. She is indeed Sister Zhou." Then I put down my phone and prepared to start my journey to Korea. But at this time, Guihao ran over from outside and pulled Li Hansheng into the corridor. He got straight to the point.
Hansheng, someone from the operations department just told me that they want to take advantage of the last moment of the summer vacation to hold a small event, which is to hold a lottery on Weibo, and then invite the winning fans to visit the team base and serve as a Zhou's team favorite. The shit shovel officer needs to communicate with you here. How popular are Fatty Dudu and Xiaoju?
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Except for the beginning, when the two little ones didn't adapt to the environment and were a bit shy. He would take care of them every day. By the time they adapt to the base environment, they have become base bullies. They run around everywhere. And the cooking ant is also responsible for feeding them. Li Hansheng only hugs the cats when he wants to pet them. And he basically doesn't care about them anymore.
That's right.
Guihao smiled.
You don't follow me on Weibo, but Yun Yang Mao has a lot of fans. You know, love the house and the bird.
As a kitten picked up by Li Hansheng himself, the appearance of Shuju and Chubby is actually average. If you put aside the fan filter, some people may even think they are ugly. But I couldn't resist that this was Li Hansheng's cat. It means something different to the fans. And the ratio of single men and women in modern times is very high. Some people want to keep pets, but due to the environment not allowing it, they especially like to keep cats and dogs online. Fans have witnessed the growth of these two little guys from childhood to adulthood. The meaning is also different.
I don't care.
Li Hansheng shrugged.
Just follow the arrangements. Anyway, Fatty Duo and Xiaoju are not as afraid of strangers as they were at the beginning. Then it's decided.
Guihao smiled. Top's current achievements and attention are definitely a huge asset to the team. As a professional manager, Guihao naturally wants the club to be responsible for its own profits and losses, rather than simply relying on the head office to invest money. Nothing else to say. If this progress continues, even if Top cannot win the S Championship, the team will be able to achieve such results in China in the first year of formation. At the end of the year, the team members will have to collectively increase their salaries, especially Li Hansheng. Salary estimates start in the tens of millions. The main reason is that Li Hansheng's own commercial value is too high. If you don't give high salary, some teams are willing to spend money. It's unrealistic to talk about feelings with Li Hansheng blindly. You have to spend real money yourself. Therefore, Guihao has been thinking about how to make the team more money recently. Commercial endorsements and live broadcast contracts are the big two. But for the next contract, Li Hansheng will definitely get the live broadcast contract back and will not give it to the team for bundling. Then he had to start around the team. The two team pet kittens also became in his eyes a money-making tool for monetizing traffic. And Tabo has gained such huge traffic and attention among young people by relying on its esports division. How could other big capital not see it? Esports, an emerging industry with huge traffic among young people, is bound to enter the eyes of big capital. Once big capital enters the market, the biggest method of capital is to throw money. It will also drive up the value of high-quality players, especially players like Li Hansheng. Guihao just wants to make money now. Make money. Make money. With extra money in hand, you will have more room to operate in terms of retaining the overall lineup and signing new players. After communicating with Li Hansheng, the official Weibo of the top team immediately released the lottery information on Weibo and announced the rewards. Instantly attracted the recognition of fans. And this is Guihao's first step. In order for more fans to pay attention to Fatty and Shuju and confirm their status as team favorites, the second step is to develop peripherals. At least Fatty and Shuju's pillows have been made in the factory. Even Sister Zhou said during the live broadcast that she would participate in the lottery. She may not really want to raise a cat. And she doesn't have the time. She just wants to help promote it and gain popularity.
Come on! Look left. Look right. Raise your hands a little. Don't look so serious. Perfect.
With the completion of the shooting task, Li Hansheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, shooting promotional materials is the most troublesome thing for him. It was really torturous to have to coordinate various expressions and poses with the photographer like a puppet on a string.
Noob, stay. The others can take a break.
Hearing these words, Li Hansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was probably the pain of being a star. It's no longer news that the LPL officials are praising him. In the promotional video for the summer split, the scene that was supposed to belong to the director of him getting wet and flirting with his hair has become Li Hansheng in this time and space. As for the various promotional materials for the playoffs, Li Hansheng is the absolute C position. The price you pay for standing in the C position is that you spend more time cooperating with shooting than ordinary players. In fact, there are not only EDG and Top participating in the finals. The 4 teams are NG, WE, IG, and Snake that have qualified for the bubble competition also came to shoot. Speaking of the bubbling competition, we have to mention again the strange settings of this year's LPL competition system. Friday night, August 26th is the summer finals. In the following 2 days, 27th and 28th, there will be a bubbling competition. A total of 4 teams will play 3 BO5 games within 2 days. In the end, a winner will be determined to become the number 3 seed team in the LPL. Officials want to take advantage of the weekend, when everyone is free to arrange all the matches and increase the ratings to coincide with the anniversary celebrations. It can also save money on renting venues. Therefore, the original BO5 game per day was compressed to 2 days. But they only care about how to make money and how to save money. But he didn't care about the life and death of the players on the field. One high-intensity BO5 a day was already the limit for most players. After all, in high-intensity confrontation, the physical strength and energy you expend are simply not at the same level as in the regular season. In this regard, Li Hansheng can only hope that the situation where Snake has 2 full BO5 draws in 2 games a day and is taken to the hospital for bloodletting right after the game will not happen again. At the same time, I also despise the banana plan. All the considerations of these so-called business elites are to serve capital, and they do not regard professional players as human beings at all. After the shooting mission is over, all top members return to their hotel. As early as a few days ago, Guihao took his team members to Guangzhou, where the finals will be held. The location of the hotel is very good, right next to the Canton Tower, especially at night. When you look out the window, you can see the colorful neon lights of the Canton Tower. The players are gathering in a room to watch the ongoing LCK summer finals. The 2 sides of the game are the Rockstager and KT teams. Riot's weakening of last year's championship was indeed implemented. SKT, which was still able to win the league championship in the spring split, struggled in the summer split and failed to successfully enter the finals. They also missed out on the right to compete for the number 1 seed in the LCK.
Gui. Score is in pretty good shape. Little Peanut was actually suppressed by him.
Candy looked very surprised. Top has played training matches with several top LCK teams. His fierce style and full-fledged Little Peanuts left a deep impression on Candy, and he was almost penetrated by the opponent in the jungle. It was also at that time that Candy worked hard and began to train hard to adjust his condition.
The Korean players who transitioned to jungle at the end of their careers are a bit strong.
Ashui also expressed his opinion. He was talking about Samsung's Liderin and KT's old captain Score. Liderin was one of the first professional players in the LCK, and the first star mid laner in the LCK. Score is a top ADC as famous as Imp, Piglet and others. As a result, these 2 people, they all switched to jungle. And the effect was very good, which makes people feel outrageous.
I think the Tigers still have a better chance of winning. Sam is much better than Sunday. I also think the Tigers have a better chance of winning.
Li Hansheng smiled. At most, his time travel only affects the pattern of LPL. But it won't also affect the pattern of LCK. Right? Really? In the end, relying on Sem's Kinnon's ultimate wave of explosive AoE, Rockstager won the 5th game with difficulty, and won their first league championship trophy. It's heartbreaking to say. The Tigers played very well during the regular season in the past 2 years, often ranking first in the LCK. But once they faced the bitter host SKT in the playoffs, they couldn't win. They didn't meet SKT this year, so they took advantage of this opportunity to prove themselves. Looking at the Tigers hugging each other tightly on the stage, Li Hansheng was also quite emotional. If S6 can win the championship this year, the Tigers will definitely be able to become gods. However, even if they lost, their experience was legendary. Without sponsors, they couldn't even afford a plane ticket to participate in the World Championship. And they couldn't pay all their employees. Such a team almost eliminated SKT. They are only 1 world champion away from becoming the wings of League of Legends. In this case, the 2 quotas for the S competition in South Korea have also been determined. The first seeds Rockstager and SKT relied on their league points to get the 2nd seed. The remaining 1 spot will have to wait until the bubble competition ends. The final competition will be held by SSG, KT and other teams. In this case, as long as Top wins the summer championship, they can ensure that they can avoid Rockstager in the group stage. However, there is a chance that they will meet the third seeds of SKT and LCK in the group stage early. But it doesn't matter anymore.
Rather than worrying about who our World Championship opponent is at this time, we should first think about how to defeat EDG.
Li Hansheng waved his hand.
Get the things in front of you settled first. I'll tell you a number. 3-0. Take away EDG.
Chapter 190. There are too many elements. I can't distinguish the ingredients. As per usual, before the finals, LPL officials released the finals promotional video online in advance. The style of the promotional video is still a little more serious. The close-up expressions of both players basically maintain serious expressions. After all, the main tone of this summer finals is the continuation of the grievances from the spring game. In the end, EDG succeeded in revenge and defended its position as the league's hegemon. Top continues to win the championship, announcing that LPL has officially entered their era. EDG's side still has the director standing in the C position, while Top's side is Li Hansheng. The final scene is fixed at the moment when the fists of both parties touch each other. It creates a feeling of tearing apart the screen caused by a punch in the comics. Quite like that. It can only be said that the influx of large amounts of capital and the hiring of a large number of staff with experience in event hosting from the LCK have allowed the LPL to catch up with the LCK in some aspects. Compared with last year's S5 promotional video, this year's S6 League promotional video is obviously better. Fans from both sides also had a heated debate under the promotional video. EDG has relied on its domestic dominance in the past few years, and the star effect generated by the league's strong support of the factory director in the past 2 years. Even though it has been losing to Top this year, it can still beat other teams, so its popularity is not declining. The trigger for EDG's sharp decline in popularity was the poor performance of the factory director at the S6 World Championship. Subsequently, S7's good performance in the country stabilized the basic market, but as S7 even had its underpants pulled out of the top 8. Stopping in the group stage means that even the fundamentals cannot be stabilized. Don't be jealous. The Stinky 16 Strom are not worthy. The basic collapse of EDG, coupled with the strength of RNG that year, created a situation where Huangza could easily be expelled from the country. The essence is that almost all domestic viewers have become fans of RNG, resulting in no fans of other teams at all. The right to speak. Even the maggot babies in the anti-pressure bar didn't dare to go against the wind at that time, let alone other normal fans. Most of the popularity that Top has taken away this year is the part of the popularity that should belong to RNG. So, the finals confrontation between the two sides will have a feeling of being evenly matched. If you change your opponent, such as RNG, we, etc., Top can absolutely crush them in terms of popularity alone. Not much else to say. I can only talk about the historical record of both sides. Top 5-2 EDG. Why did EDG win? Those who didn't know thought it was 5-0. Just asking you. Have EDG ever won? As long as you win, anything is possible. Hot knowledge. EDG must have a league championship every year since its establishment. I wonder if EDG has only been a team for 2 years. What about Chuekuan? I really admire Shuzai. If only the loser Minkai could have a mouth half as hard as Shuzai's. He wouldn't have to be a stinky top 8, being pushed to the ground and rubbed against him every year. That's better than your top middle and lower double C purchasing in Paris last year. What? So anxious to grab the number 1 seed and go abroad to have another wave of skateboard shoes knocked out. Virus reverse Q? He. Who is the first 4-0 player in the World Championship? In terms of being embarrassed in the World Championship, wouldn't everyone else have to accept defeat in front of Minkai? The tension between fans from both sides heightened the atmosphere of the finals. LPL officials are laughing so hard. It means you have to spray opposite each other. Only then can you have flow and only then can you have heat. When the contestants come on stage later, everyone should support you harder. Especially when Shungbao comes on stage. Your voice must be loud. You must not be outshone by Sima Zhuza. At the entrance of the Guangzhou International Sports and Performing Arts Center, the summer finals will be held here. Today is the day of the finals. There are a large number of banners and promotional posters hanging around the venue. And there are many professional cosplayers dressed as various heroes. People in the alliance. A group of people gathered on the left side of the door. Mostly girls. One of them is that the female fan who is the head fan is having final communication with the fans around her. Gugu is right. I really can't stand the bastards. Sima EDG's games are disgusting and ugly. How can someone like this trash Minkai who is a soft-footed shrimp in the World Championships every year
People who like this kind of people. In reality, you must be having a very unhappy life. Right? There was also a female fan on the side who was expressing her opinion emotionally. And the drum in her mouth is Nami Sushi, who is quite famous among Li Hanqing's fan base.
That's right. Sheng Bao is so handsome. And he plays games so well. Especially so handsome. So handsome. I don't understand why those people can ignore Sheng Bao, an excellent player, and dislike him, but instead support Ming Kai, an ugly guy? Why don't we keep our voices down? If the bastards hear us, we can just give him a Muay Thai warning. Most of us are girls, but we can't beat them. Don't be afraid. Jimei, if they dare to come offline to play real, I will ask my boyfriend to call a truck of breadmen to hack them to death.
Goo 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 was stunned for a moment. Why does it feel a little weird? A cart full of breadmen?
Wrong. It's a van man. Mine.
Goo Goo didn't pay attention to such small details. It's understandable that people say the wrong things when they are emotional.
In short,
she emphasized again,
we must overtake Sima Zhuza in terms of momentum. Let them know who is the real king of LPL now.
At this time, the venue has opened the ticket checking channel, and fans can already check in and enter the venue one after another. For fan leaders like Goo Goo, who are quite well known in the fan group, the top team personally gave them tickets with good infield positions. Clubs also need such fan leaders to take the lead and lead fans to support and spend money on site. Give a little similar benefit. Why not? Find your spot. Sit down and look around. It is indeed an excellent position. She glanced left and right, and the fans beside her who were also all held top support items in their hands. In almost half an hour, the originally empty venue was suddenly filled with people and every seat was packed. As the finals are about to begin, all the lights originally used to illuminate the scene were dimmed, and the overall environment suddenly became very dark. In this way, the glow sticks used by the fans to support them were particularly obvious in such a dark environment. The officials obviously deliberately separated the fans from both sides. After all, there were more than 10,000 spectators at the scene. If something really happened, it is definitely not good news for the booming esports industry. Although League of Legends cannot completely represent the entire esports industry, you can't deny that it is the most watched and popular competitive project in the esports industry. It was the rise of League of Legends that made people in China officially start to regard esports as a formal industry. As far as the country is concerned, there is no problem in treating League of Legends as the representative of esports. The colors of the glow sticks happen to be the red and blue colors representing the two sides fighting in the canyon, and they were separated exactly along the center line of the venue. Viewed from directly above the stage, the two sides were evenly matched and equally powerful. The funnel-shaped screen directly above the stage began to display numbers, and it looked like it was counting down. Every change of numbers can elicit a burst of cheers from the audience. And at the end, the audience spontaneously shouted the countdown numbers together. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown came to an end, the cheers of the audience and the muffled sound of the cheering sticks mixed together to form huge waves of sound that impacted the eardrums of everyone present. Gao Tianyang, who was left behind to watch the game, saw such a grand event for the first time. Even in the backstage, he could clearly hear all the sounds in the auditorium in front. He looked shocked. Ming, who was standing by, saw him looking like he had never seen the world before, and joked with a smile. Shocking, right? If you were to play in person, you might be so nervous that your hands would shake. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Xiao Tian was no longer as cautious as he was at the beginning, and instead just said something weird and angry. You understand so well? It seems like your hands have been shaking on stage. Right? Ming didn't expect that he would be hit hard in turn. He was unconvinced and immediately wanted to go back in anger. No. I just have the experience of being on stage in official competitions. As an elder, I can impart some experience in the competition to you. Okay, that's really a pity. I'm not interested in hearing about the experience of being a substitute. After all, I want to be the main player. The garlic bastard's eccentric skills can only be said to be innate. Shi Siming was no match for him. Gao Tianyang's attention was entirely focused on the monitor used to broadcast the live footage. Although a game had not yet been played, what he had seen and heard in the professional arena backstage these days made him yearn for the stage even more. After the countdown ends, the lights on the live stage dimmed again, and when they lit up again, the opening ceremony performance had already begun. Lion dance culture is popular in Guangzhou.
And this time LPL also followed the local customs and brought the regional culture of lion dance to the stage. At the same time as the stage performance was being performed, close-ups of the players from both sides were being played on the funnel screen above. Each player had their own close-up. It was still a continuation of the serious style in the promotional video, with none of the 10 people smiling. As the stage performance ends, it is time to enter the trash talk session. In a confrontation like the finals, trash talk is indispensable. It can heighten the atmosphere and build up the atmosphere of confrontation between the two sides. Secondly, it can create all kinds of memes and hot topics among fans. The trash talk session in the Summer Games is still recorded in advance before the game, and then officially edited into short videos for broadcast. The main reason is that the contestants grew up under the influence of the Chinese cultural circle and are not very open on such occasions. Talking trash face-to-face on the stage is not only ineffective and cannot stimulate the atmosphere of the scene, but also looks nondescript. European and American players who grew up under the influence of European and American culture should be more open-minded about this. After all, what they pursue is a flamboyant personality. The first person to appear in the short film is Gu Xungbin. He has a proud look on his face and raises 5 fingers to the camera. 50%. Will only needs to exert 50% of his skills to defeat Deft. Then he showed a seemingly warm smile. He Kui, I won't show mercy today. You'd better be mentally prepared and don't cry. Right. Imp can indeed be regarded as the main sufferer in Deft's career. The famous scene of being beaten to tears in S4 is also an unavoidable episode in his career. Facing the aggressive Gu Xungbin, Deft's counterattack was as soft as his nickname. Not right either. If an alpaca sees you unhappy, it will really make you spit. It can only be said that Deft did not have the confidence to face Imp. They finally won a head-on victory in the S5 spring split. But Imp immediately came back with a revenge in the summer split. And Deft's character is inherently good, as can be seen from the fact that so many people want to play Brother LOL with him. What matters most in the bottom lane is the tacit understanding between the two of us. I believe that the perfect tacit understanding developed between me and my partner Mako is enough to defeat the opponent. Kim Hyuk-kyu. Stop your dangerous speech. Do you understand that this short sentence is enough for those rotten girls in EDG to brainstorm a 1 million word novel? Not only him, but also his partner Mako is not good at speaking offensively. The same is true for top laner Mouse. Faced with Li Hansheng, Mouse really doesn't dare to talk nonsense. If Li Hansheng gets hit by Li Hansheng for talking nonsense, fans will definitely beat him online repeatedly after the game. Why make yourself uncomfortable? Therefore, their speeches are very cautious. As a junior boy, Scout, who was not afraid of tigers as a newborn, was very aggressive in his speech. The most profound impression I have on God players is Virus in the S5 group stage. I don't mind letting him experience the feeling at that time again. Gao Dui immediately responded. I often kill Faker alone. Scout is just Faker's substitute. It will be easy for me to kill him alone. If we don't want to explode in the middle, the factory manager had better come to the middle to take care of him. Scout's strong counterattack allowed EDG fans to find some comfort. Otherwise, if everyone responds softly like Deft before, it will hurt morale too much. Before the game even started, they were already weaker than their opponent in terms of momentum. Who can withstand this? But when it's time to talk nonsense, EDG still has to look to the factory director. LPL gossips are worth 1 stone. And I, Chi Jiang, have 8 fights all to myself. And I am not joking with you. In the short film, the camera cuts to the factory director, who shows a contemptuous smile. No, it's a devilish smile. Just like the male protagonist in the female novel. He is 3 parts sarcastic, 3 parts cool and 4 parts careless, and uses his standard plastic with a Hubei accent to fight back. Candy is a fan of mine, and a hot fan should act like a fan. If he wants to surpass me, he has to pay more tuition in the jungle. As for the tuition, it depends on my mood. This time, I am really studying the opponents in the World Championship in advance. There is nothing to say in the top tier. I just risk my life and catch them, and it will be fine. Well, this should be an upgraded version of what the factory director said about the spring finals. I'm already studying MSI's opponents. In the spring split, EGD finally lost to top and failed to qualify for MSI. As a result, fans ridiculed that our company decided not to go after carefully studying MSI's opponents. But this time, EDG has already secured a spot in the S tournament in advance. So there seems to be no problem with saying this. Anyway, you can still go to the World Championship if you lose. So there's nothing wrong with doing some research in advance?
compared with the soft trash talk of the previous teammates. The factory director is very offensive. Candy's slutty words in return were full of offense. Of course. This is what Li Hansheng taught him. On the way to the jungle, I did learn a lot of the factory director's playing style. But the factory director has one ability that I neither dare to learn nor want to learn. And that is the ability to escape. Especially when he plays the pig girl. He can throw away the pig and run away. And when he plays the boy gun, he can throw away the gun and run away. The factory director's escape movements are so skillful that it makes me feel bad. I hope that this time the factory director can teach me step by step how to escape. The scene suddenly burst into laughter. EDG will never be destroyed because they have a factory director who can escape. This also benefited from the brainstorming of sand sculpture netizens. Sometimes Li Hansheng wondered how these people came up with these words. It's both coquettish and able to hit the player's sore spots accurately. Li Hansheng could already imagine that the factory director was rolling his eyes, saying that he must raise pigs in Xiang Renjia's wild area. Finally, there is a clip of trash talk given to Li Hansheng. Mouse has become EDG's top laner. I can only say congratulations to EDG for finding a player who is stable enough to perform at a low level in the game as always. I have to announce a piece of regrettable news to all top fans in advance. In 2 hours, you will see top lose the runner-up position, and EDG will be named the runner-up in the summer of 2016. Li Hansheng was somewhat restrained, but even so, it still attracted a burst of screams from the fans at the scene who were very cooperative. This is Brother Hansheng's confidence. 2 hours. It seems that Brother Hansheng is determined to take away 3-0? Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you understand the value of top never working overtime? How many times do top have to beat EDG before the bastards will see the reality clearly? Go! 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 Just wait for Brother Hansheng to kill the opponent. After the short video of trash talk between both parties ended, the lights turned on again. Above the stage, characters such as Sword Lady and Lucian appeared out of thin air. They were all dressed up in Source Project skins. Thanks to the increasing development of holographic projection technology, it has been possible to perfectly project the characters in the game in real life. The characters' model movements are even smoother than those in Summoner's Rift. And after this performance, the lights dimmed again, and today's special host appeared above the stage. Banana Project is extremely ambitious and wants to create a pan-entertainment ecological chain, which can be seen from the artists they have signed, covering all walks of life. There are serious hosts like Duanxi and trained by CCTV, celebrities from all walks of life, and even Korean girl groups like Terra. Combining the esports and entertainment circles is what Project Banana has been trying to do. Therefore, the person invited to be the host today is Black Rhinoceros from Armor Warriors. At the same time, Black Rhinoceros has also played the role of host in serious TV shows. However, Li Hansheng thought it was better to find Zhang Wei. At least Zhang Wei had really played the game League of Legends. But it's understandable, right? After all, judging from the age groups of the group of people who currently play League of Legends and the group of people who watch the game, we all happen to be the group of people who have watched Armor Warriors. Just look at the audience's reaction. No one expected that he would appear on the stage of the game. Good afternoon, fellow summoners. After a summer of hard work and elimination, the remaining 2 teams will compete for today's championship on today's stage. After a brief opening remarks, Black Rhinoceros waved his left hand, raised his pitch and shouted loudly. Both contestants are invited to appear. First up is the 3-time LPL champion, Edward Gaming. The elevator at the edge of the stage started to operate, and the EDG players standing in a row appeared in front of the audience. Although they have been suppressed by top in the league this year, they have countless fans in the country due to their dominance in the league in the past 2 years, and their victory over SKT at MSI in 2015. Top laner Mouse, Jungle Clear Love, mid laner Scout, bottom lane Deft and Mako, as well as substitute Pawn, Coach Rapid Star. They are all familiar faces. Even the young Mako is full of experience. On the contrary, Scout in the middle and Mouse in the top are more like newcomers. Scout won't say much. He replaced Pawn as the team's main mid laner in the summer split. Although Mouse joined EDG very early, he has never been the main player. He was originally trained as Curly's substitute, but he never competed with Mako. He even played mid laner in the secondary league. Now he has been pulled into the top lane to replace Koro1. Fortunately, EDG's top laner does not need to take on too many responsibilities. He only needs to withstand pressure and develop. On the contrary, he has adapted well. At least, he has not become an obvious shortcoming.
After the EDG fans vented their enthusiasm, and the cheers gradually subsided, Black Rhinoceros opened his mouth to introduce again.
Next, let's welcome the new king of the league, Top Sportsman.
Li Hansheng and his teammates were also standing on the lifting platform. With the operation of the machine, they slowly climbed up until they appeared in front of everyone. The moment when all top members appear, the top fans at the scene burst out with the strongest cheers. It was as if he was secretly competing with the previous EDG fans, not wanting to lose to them, and even trying to overpower them. Although this is not the first time I have experienced this scene. But when he experienced it again, Li Hansheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart, and his whole mood became uncontrollably excited.
Top laner Noob, Jungle Kandi, mid laner God, bottom lane Imp and Lameo, substitute Jackie Love, coach BSYY.
The players slowly walked to the stage and did not put on some embarrassing poses like Rockstager did when he appeared in the LCK finals. Due to official regulations, only one substitute and one coach can appear on the stage. After discussion, Oshue became the lucky one to appear on stage. But the big-headed son himself is quite resistant. But there was no way to refuse. The contestants from both sides came to the center of the stage and stood on both sides of the host. After a brief introduction, Black Rhinoceros shouted loudly,
"The summer finals are about to begin. Let's look forward to the wonderful performances of both players."
The lights on the stage gradually dimmed. Players from both sides began to come to their own stages. The finals are different from the regular season. The peripherals of both sides have been inspected and debugged before taking the stage. Players do not need to waste time debugging again. They only need to sit in their seats and wait for the referee to announce the start of BP.